artists.
Six chill, for real.
Judith, 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 Judith. Judith, 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 Judith. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. The scepter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah. King Asa was Judah. Don't crowd me up, who gon' rouse me up? Alistair Crowley, your time is up. It's a big mess, I gotta clean it up.
Shalom Yasharallah.
Shalom.
Shalom, and welcome to another Shabbat morning class here with ISD HBK. We are located here in Houston, Texas. The school address is 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, zip code 77477. I know it says Stafford, Texas, but it's still Houston. It's still Houston, Texas. But for the address itself sake, it's Stafford. Houston has a lot of small cities in the area that they don't. I don't know why Houston does this, but the small cities, they're still Houston. Like Conroe. Conroe's still Houston. Sugarland's still Houston. Katie's still Houston. Humble, Woodlands, still Houston.
Missouri City, A-Leave,
Pasadena,
Katy,
still Houston. So, the address where we are located in Houston, Texas, but the school address is 231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, zip code 77477. The class times and days is Mondays and Wednesdays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Fridays from 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Saturday, I said Eastern Time, that's Central Time. Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. And then we do have a school in Virginia as well, in Norfolk, Virginia. The address out there is 2610 Granby Street, Norfolk, Virginia. Zip code is 23517. The class times and days out there is Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time. Saturday from 10 a.m. to about 2 p.m. as well. And then in Rochester, for the building that's in Rochester, we're still looking for a building in Rochester, but we do have a congregation in Rochester, New York. So all you got to do is just hit up Kazakia or Patizap, and they'll get you linked up with the brothers and sisters that's out there in Rochester. And their class times and days, Tuesdays and Thursdays and Fridays from 7 to 9 p.m. Eastern Time, Saturday from 10 to 2. And then in San Antonio, the school address out there is 4444 Walsham Road, Suite 201, San Antonio, Texas, zip code 78218. And their class times and days is Mondays and Wednesdays and Fridays from 7:30 to about 10:30, and Saturday from about 10 a.m. to about 4 p.m. And we ask that you like, share, and subscribe to those channels, to those brothers and sisters in all those different schools. And we also ask that you like, share, and subscribe to the Israelite Media Corp, the Hidden Truth Bible Show, the 5 Minutes of Wisdom, Mashaba's Blog Talk Radio, every Tuesday and Thursday starting at 10 a.m. We ask that you like, share, and subscribe to all these. If you have kids, like, share, and subscribe to the kids class, which starts at 1 p.m. every Sunday. All right? And then also, of course, y'all already know we do Israel wear. So if you would like to get a nice custom garment made, you can always hit us up and get a nice custom garment made, all right? And then also, we do the fringed up subscription. We do the fringed up subscription, man. So if you'd like to get a nice fringe shirt every month, you can get a nice fringe shirt every month with all the other brothers and sisters that's getting a nice fringe shirt every month. So, or with the headband as well. The subscription is $35 for just the shirt, $75 for the shirt and headband. And we do a Hebrew Academy in Virginia and Rochester. The Hebrew Academy is every Monday. Here in Houston, we're doing the academy every Tuesday. If you'd like to contact any of the priests The numbers to the priest is Kazakia is 757-300-4047. Patazap is 303-557-8979. If you'd like to support the business is sweetambiance.com. If you'd like to give a donation, the Wells Fargo account number should be on the screen. The Zelle information should be on the screen. If you'd like to send some money in to help out with the rent. Also, if you'd like to send in any supplies, things of that nature, you can definitely hit us up so that we can get some supplies.
Trying to get things together for the school.
Yeah, and also we are trying to get stuff together for the school here in Houston. As y'all know, we just moved to As y'all know, we just moved to a new school location. So, which y'all see us in. So the Most High blessed us with a new school. So we do need a little bit of help getting the school together. So if you'd like to help out in any way, you know, in getting the school building together, then, you know, we ask that you definitely help out. And we'd like to say thank you to everybody that's always helped out, that's still helping out. We thank you, man. We thank you for helping out. So helping the word get out. So with that, that's it for the announcements. So we're gonna go ahead and set up for the Shabbat morning class. We're gonna go ahead and set up for the Shabbat morning prayers. So everybody, Aymadyam Opanya Yerushalayim. Let's set up for these beautiful Sabbath prayers. All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
You can start like Hahawa'ah.
Hahawa'ah.
Awar. Zayawam. Gawada. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us a light this day. Thanks, so be it. The light represents wisdom, knowledge, and understanding we obtain through the scriptures. Like Matthew chapter 5, verse 16 says, let your light so shine before men, that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
All right. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Bahashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Tolanawa. Rayath. Gawada. Aman.
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the sweet savor. Thanks, so be it. The frankincense and myrrh represents our prayers going up to the Most High as a sweet savior. The scriptures say, let my prayer be set before thee as incense.
Barakatah Yahweh. Bahashem Yahushai. Hahawa'ah. Tolanawa. Hashabbat. Shalom. Gawada. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thanks, so be it.
All right, this is Psalms chapter 121 in Hebrew, and of course, we will translate. Anashai, Ayanyam Ya, Al-Hahorium, Na'aya, Yabawa'ah, Isaiah, Yabawa'ah, Ma Yahweh, Sha'aisha, Shemayim, Ba'aratazah, La'ah, Yonatan, Lamawat, Regalia, Yala'ah, Nawam, Shashawamar, Yashar Allah, Yahweh, Shamoria, Yahweh, Zaliah, Ayel, Yum Ya. I'm sorry. Yum Ya. Yad. Hashamash. Yala'ah. Hakaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Halabana. Balayala. Yahweh. Yashamoria. Makol. Rai. Yashamor. Napashia. Yahweh. Yashamor.
Hawalakya, Babaaya, Ma'aitan, Wa'aid, Iwalam, Aman.
Amen. This is Psalms 121. I will lift up my eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasharallah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai. The water. Tamyat. Aman.
Shemaya Sha'ala,
Shemaya
Yehovah Allah Hayanoah, Yehovah Echad, Shemaya Sha'ala, Yehovah Allah Hayanoah, Yehovah Echad, Shemaya Sha'ala, Yehovah Allah Hayanoah, Yehovah Echad.
Let's hear Israel. Yahweh our power. Yahweh is one.
It's the Lord's Prayer. Abba Noah,
Shemaya,
Wadash, Ayah, Shemka, Yahweh,
Malakwavka, Taba'ah, Ratazaka,
Hayah, Aisha, Rataza, Hawa, Hayah, Bashamaya, Thalanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalach Nawa, Kabawat Nawa, Kasalach Nawa, Kabawat Yinawa, Wala'ah, Noah, Messiah 1, Abo, Shai Nawa, Rayan, Kaya, Laka, Hamalakwa, Wa'ala, Wa'atapara, La'iwalam.
Amen. This is the Father's prayer. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen.
Ha'aishara,
Matazawa. The Ten Commandments.
La'ah,
Yahaya, Laka, Alahayim, Aharyim,
Al-Panya,
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
La'ah, Ta'aisha,
Laka,
Basol,
Wala'ah,
Ibadam,
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image nor serve them.
La'ah,
Talakwakah,
Sham,
Yahweh,
Bashawa. Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord in vain.
Zakor,
Hayawam, Hashabat, Lakadashwa.
Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Kabad,
Abakar,
Wa'amaka,
Honor thy father and thy mother.
La'ah,
Ratazak,
Thou shalt not murder.
La'ah,
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Dagana,
Thou shalt not steal.
Shakur,
Thou shalt not bear false witness.
Dachamat, Kol, Asherah, Laraika.
Thou shalt not covet anything that is thy neighbor's.
Yeshabi, which means to be seated. Alright. Awesome.
Let me see the reading.
That AC, it feels like it just blows right on you. Alright, Shalom. Shalom, y'all. Of course. I hope everybody is having a beautiful and blessed Shabbat day. Where's the reading at? Oh, my bad. Where are we starting at? We'll be starting at Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. We'll be starting at Deuteronomy chapter 21 verse 10. So Beautiful scripture. Beautiful scripture. Thou therefore, 2 Timothy chapter 2, verse 3. Thou therefore endure hardness as a good soldier of Yahweh Shai. All right. And I love that scripture. Why? Because we're soldiers.
That's right.
You see what I'm saying? For the brothers, we're soldiers, and for the ribs, you're the wives of soldiers. You know what I'm saying? So I love that scripture. And so everybody always keep that in mind, man. Because it's not gonna get any easier. It's not meant to. So let's start at Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. Let's pick up where we left off. Listen, y'all, we're on the way to finishing the Torah. And then we'll be starting over again. All right, so Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 10.
Shalom, Israel.
Shalom.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 10. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands, and thou hast taken them captive, and seest among the captives a beautiful woman, and hast a desire unto her, that thou wouldest have her to thy wife.
Read verse 10 again.
Verse 10 again. When thou goest forth to war against thine enemies, and the Lord thy God hath delivered them into thine hands,
Okay.
and thou hast taken them captive,
Okay.
and seest among the captives a beautiful woman.
All right, so real quick, I made you read a little too far. But in that verse 10, there's a key point in this verse 10. I was looking for the scripture in Maccabees. Somebody go to 2 Maccabees chapter 15 and verse 21. So in this verse 10, one thing that brothers and sisters got to see is that the Most High is the one that delivers our enemies into our hands. Y'all see that? It's not, oh yeah, we had the best weapons of war, we had the most people. No, the Most High is the one that delivers our enemies into our hands. Always, that's how it's always been. If we lost the war, we lost because the Most High wasn't pleased with us. You see that? So now when it correlates today, I want y'all to see that any battle that you're battling, anything that you're fighting, the Most High will deliver whatever it is that you're fighting into your hands. You see what I'm saying? You will overcome as long as the Most High is with you. So read 2 Maccabees chapter 15. Who got 2 Maccabees chapter 15 and verse 21?
2 Maccabees chapter 15, verse 21.
Go ahead.
Maccabees, seeing the coming of the multitude, and the divers of preparations of armor, and the fierceness of the beast, stretched out his hands toward the heaven, and called upon the Lord that worketh wonders. So
Maccabees, during this time when he saw the war that was in front of him, all the people, all the equipment, all that, right? It said that first and foremost, he stretched out his hands towards heaven and called upon the Lord that worketh wonders. Go ahead.
Knowing that victory cometh not by arms.
Go ahead.
But even as it seemeth good to him, he giveth it to such as are worthy.
Y'all see that? So whatever it is that you're battling, whatever it is that you're fighting, because we're all in a spiritual war. Whatever it is that you're fighting or battling, understand that the victory comes to those that are worthy. And how do you make yourself worthy? Well, you got to be willing first. You got to have a willing mind first, and then the Most High finds you worthy. Because then when you're willing, you're able to do what it is that the Most High wants you to do. But if you're not willing to listen, if you're not willing to take counsel, then understand that war is lost. You see what I'm saying? If you're not willing to keep faith in the Most High, understand that war is lost. You see that? Now jump to verse 27.
Verse 27.
Go ahead.
So that fighting with their hands and praying unto God with their hearts.
Read that again.
So that fighting with their hands and praying unto God with their hearts.
So we're at Maccabees chapter 15, verse 21. It says, so that fighting with their hands and praying unto the Most High with their hearts. Go ahead.
They slew no less than 35,000 men.
Yeah, people finna die.
Wow.
Your enemies will fall. But what has to happen is, yes, you're gonna fight with your hands. You're gonna have some works. Because what? Faith without works is what? Dead. So you're gonna have some works. You're gonna fight. You must fight. But guess what? At the same time, while it is that you're fighting, your mind is on the Most High. You're praying unto the Most High. You see what I'm saying?
Fine.
Why? Because faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead. Remember, man, the Most High will give you the victory. If you're fighting the right way. You see that? So go ahead.
For to the appearance of God, they were greatly cheered.
Con. So just wanted to point out that. Let's go to let's jump back to Deuteronomy 21 and 11.
Beautiful. Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 11.
Uh-huh.
And seest among the captives a beautiful woman,
Uh-huh.
and hast a desire unto her,
Uh-huh.
that thou wouldest have her to thy wife.
So you go to war, Most High delivers your enemies into your hands, and you take the spoil. The women were a part of the spoil from that other nation, and the kids. So it says, you see a beautiful woman, you want her, you desire her to be your wife. Read down.
Then thou shalt bring her home to thine house,
Go ahead.
and she shall shave her head and pare her nails.
Go ahead.
And she shall put the raiment of her captivity from off her,
Yeah, because she's about to be your wife. Go ahead.
and shall remain in thine house,
Mm-hmm.
and bewail her father and her mother a full month.
And it says she's gonna do what?
And bewail her father and her mother a full month.
So you see that? So you weren't just like an animal. Like, yeah, I just slaughtered your whole nation. Slaughtered your mother and your father. I got you, and look, now you're my wife. Like the very next day or the very same night. Now you're my wife, and now you have to please me. Nah, the Most High wasn't just like a brute beast. You see what I'm saying? He didn't want us to be a brute beast. So you at least gave this woman a month for her to bewail her mother, her father. Give her time to moan. Just like when anybody, if you lost somebody, right? If you lost somebody that was close to you, you gotta moan.
Mourn.
What did I say?
Mourn.
Oh, my bad. Mourn.
I got a definition for bewail.
Yeah, what you got for bewail?
The definition for bewail: express great regret, disappointment, or bitterness over something.
I need, let me see. Definitely a better definition to fit this. Bewail. It says to lament, right? To mourn, to weep, to cry, to shed tears. You see that? So you pick this woman up, you give her that time for her to cry. It's natural. It's natural. Give her that time to cry, to forgive you for killing her, for slaughtering her nation. And then, what does it say? Read on.
And after that, thou shalt go in unto her,
Go ahead.
and be her husband, and she shall be thy wife.
See that? So then after that, you can go in, be her husband, and be her wife. But you want to give her at the very least, you want to give her a month. Give her a month. You see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
But this also shows that sex is marriage.
Exactly. Another good point. It shows that sex is marriage. Go ahead.
And it shall be, if thou have no delight in her, then thou shalt let her go whither she will. But thou shalt not sell her at all for money.
So after you lay with her and you consummate the marriage, and she's now your wife. If you find no delight in her, then you just let her go. You can't sell her. Just let her go. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not make merchandise of her.
Go ahead.
Because thou hast humbled her.
Yeah, you can't just Like how you would like how like when you would give the dowry of a virgin. You've already humbled this woman, so ain't no dowry. Can't make merchandise of her. Read verse 15.
Verse 15.
Uh-huh.
If a man have two wives, one beloved and another hated.
So this is gonna go into another thing, but verse 15. Read it from the top.
Verse 15.
Uh-huh.
If a man have two wives,
So you can see in the scriptures is telling you a man can have multiple wives. But this is speaking of something else. Go ahead.
one beloved
Uh-huh.
and another hated.
So one of them you love, but the other one you don't love like that. You hate her. Go ahead.
And they have borne him children,
Uh-huh.
both the beloved and the hated.
So the beloved and the hated.
Con.
Like, babe, I love you. Babe, I hate you. But both of them gave you children. Go ahead.
And if the firstborn son be hers that was hated,
But the one that I hate, oh no, you had your son first. No, you had him prematurely. No. No, he was supposed to get, like, what movie is that? Isn't that like Thor? Was it Loki? Was Loki the firstborn or was Thor the firstborn?
Yeah, Loki was adopted.
I know, but still, wasn't he the firstborn though? Technically,
I think he was technically older.
he was. So he technically should have been. I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I'm trying to watch movies, y'all. But anyways, just because I hate this woman, and she had the baby, she had the firstborn before the one that I loved had the firstborn. Let's see what it says. Go ahead.
then it shall be, when he maketh his sons to inherit that which he had,
Uh-huh.
that he may not make the son of the beloved first. Forgive me.
Uh-huh.
That he may not make the son of the beloved firstborn before the son of the hated, which is indeed the firstborn.
So the firstborn still, you still follow that order. The firstborn still will be the heir to your throne. You see that? Y'all see that?
Mm.
And it's beautiful. Why, man? Because I want y'all to think about it. If this law wasn't in effect, and you're a man and you have a woman that you hate, and you have one that you love, you will more than likely play favoritism and give towards the woman's kids that you love, instead of the one that you don't love like that. So, it's little instances like this, man. When you read the scriptures, you can see the Most High, man. His judgment is just.
Correct.
His judgment is just. It's little things like this that I read, and it makes me see that, okay, whenever the Most High decides that He's going to slaughter a lot of people, or even just slaughter one person, it's just. It's always just judgment. Y'all see that? Because the Most High is just even in these matters that don't pertain to death. So, read on.
One thing that I noticed in this is like you're not holding the child accountable for what the mom did, or how you feel towards the mother, and that also falls into the curses, like where the eye is evil towards the wife and towards the children.
Yeah.
So it's an example of how the Most High is like, look, I'm keeping you from this. Look, yeah, the firstborn, yeah, it might have been with the wife that you didn't like as much, and I'm sure it can't be like he hate her so bad he want to get rid of her.
Yeah.
But he's like, look, the firstborn still gets the birthright. Treat this child fairly. Don't hold her sins against him.
Bro, I'm so glad you brought that out. You know why? My grandfather, on my dad's side, right? You could say like he has 3 wives, right? He hasn't married any of them. He stays with one, which is my dad's mother, the most. But like he deals with the other 2, and he don't care. My grandfather's a nigga. I ain't gonna lie to y'all, but he's not a nigga because he has 3 women. He's just like, that guy's an asshole.
He's hard.
But let me not talk like that against my grandfather. he's under the curses. Let me say that. Now, my grandfather, he had 7 kids with the first one, and then like he had like another 7 or 6 with my actual grandmother. And then he has like one for like this other lady that he just started dealing with. But the first one that he had the 7 with, like, and he was dealing with both of them at the same time. But that one he actually likes. That woman he actually loved. My grandmother, he doesn't love like that. But the one that he actually loves, like he bought like this big piece of land, and he built like this massive house for her and all the kids. And my grandmother, who he lives with, we live like in a straight ghetto. Where it's like all his kids that grew up and had kids, they all like just live in a room that's like probably the size of not the size of your master bedroom, but like the size of like, for those that, you know, just have like a regular house, like a little 10 by, probably like a 9 by 9 room.
Wow.
That's how I came up. I came up with my mom and dad in a 9 by 9 room, 9 feet by 9 feet room, or 10 feet by 10. I don't think it was 10 though. It's like a 9 feet by 9 feet room. They had their bed, refrigerator, stove, one dresser, and my mattress. I always say my pissy mattress was underneath their bed. And that's how I came up. That's how I came up. But that's how that was like how all my cousins came up. But like the other family, they had land, they had vegetables and different apple fruit trees planted on the land. The land was beautiful. But like us, we lived in the straight ghettos where when it rained, buckets was put out. When it was a hurricane, those zinc fences, ain't no AC in that house. I'm sorry, that room. There was one bathroom that was outside for the 7 rooms. And everybody had to go out there and use that bathroom. I don't think anybody in here would use that bathroom. That bathroom was, we cleaned it the best we could, but that bathroom, that wasn't it, y'all. that was not it. First of all, that door, you could be in there going to work on the toilet and that door just swing open on you. So I mean, but you know, it was Kingston, Jamaica, y'all. Kingston, Jamaica, right in the hood. But you know, they lived in the country and all that. But I'm glad you brought that out because my grandfather never liked my grandmother like that. But he liked the other lady, and the other lady got everything. She got everything, but and her kids got everything. But like us, we didn't get nothing. We didn't get stuff like that, I should say, from him, you know. So
it was the same instance in my family. Not with it's with my grandfather. Mm-hmm. My grandfather, he had a farm, he had land, he had all the livestock. He had so much dough, but him and my grandmother weren't together anymore, and he didn't like none of my aunts, which was his daughters.
Yeah.
And then I fell into that too. I was his only son, technically, because he didn't have any. He never had any sons.
Yeah.
And so he ended up getting with somebody else, and the ones that weren't even his blood end up getting everything that he had. I mean, she sucked him dry. She took everything, and I didn't see nothing. The only thing I ever got was like some meat from a few animals. That's it.
Con, y'all. So as y'all can see,
No, I was gonna say a good example of that is when you look at Abraham, how he did it righteously. He had Ishmael first. Isaac was beloved. You know what I mean? But he still made sure Ishmael had land. He made sure he had a country. You know what I mean? He gave him gifts still before he sent him off.
Yeah.
He didn't just give him, nothing and then give Isaac a good inheritance and all that. You know what I mean? He still dealt with it righteously. That's what the law is telling us. We gotta deal righteously. That's the firstborn. You gotta give him the first blessing. You know what I mean? No matter what.
God.
That's right.
God. Ishmael definitely got blessed. So yeah, man. Let's read on.
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 17.
All right.
And he shall acknowledge a son of the hated of the firstborn.
See that? So the son of the hated, which is the firstborn, that's the son that'll be acknowledged. Go ahead.
By giving him a double portion of all that he hath.
See that? Go ahead.
For he is the beginning of his strength.
Uh-huh.
The right of the firstborn is his.
Go ahead.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, which will not obey the voice of his father.
Kids. I want y'all to listen. Can you read that from the top?
Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 18. If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son,
Go ahead.
which will not obey the voice of his father,
So you're not listening to your father. Go ahead.
or the voice of his mother,
Or your mother, because I don't want you to just be like, yeah, I'm going to just listen to dad and not mom. Scripture tells you mom and dad. Go ahead.
and that when they have chastened him,
Yeah, you getting talked to, you getting disciplined, you getting whoopings, you getting timeouts, you getting all that, right? Go ahead.
will not hearken unto them,
But through all that, you're still not listening. Go ahead.
then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him,
Go ahead.
and bring him out unto the elders of the city.
So you're going to get laid. They're going to bring you out to everybody in the city. Go ahead.
And unto the gate of his place.
Go ahead.
And they shall say unto the elders of his city,
What they going to say? What they going to say to the elders of the city? Go ahead.
This is our son, is stubborn and rebellious.
So this our son is stubborn and rebellious. Can y'all tell me what stubborn means? No?
I got it on deck.
I got some stubborns too. Some synonyms.
You want me?
Go ahead.
All right, stubborn,
Uh-huh.
unreasonably pressed.
So as sons and daughters, let me throw that in there, you don't want to be difficult for your parents to manage you. You see what I'm saying? Like your parents should actually like have fun. Like they should be grateful and thankful that they had you.
Mm-hmm.
Not pissed. Not filled with regret that I have you because you don't listen. Go ahead.
Hard, tough, or stiff as stone or wood.
You see that? You can't be stiff as a child. One of the biggest quality that a child should have is that they're supposed to be malleable. Because a child should know that a child doesn't know anything. And that they have to be taught.
Oh yeah, that's the next part.
Go ahead.
Difficult to shape or work.
You see that? So you want to be able to be shaped and worked into what your parents is trying to shape you and work you into. Why? Because your parents have lived life and had experiences that you don't have. And the majority of the times, the parents are trying to get you to not live the life that they live, but live better. And not have to go through the things that they went through, but go through something better. Fix the mistakes that they made. You see what I'm saying? So, if you're stubborn or you're rebellious, if you can't listen to your parents, how are you supposed to listen to the Most High? And let me say this too for like the kids that are in here. Remember, we're all your parents. You see what I'm saying? Every adult that you see in here is your parents or your guardian. So if your dad or your mom is in here, that don't mean you get to act up. You see what I'm saying? Because the same respect that you have for them is the same respect that you should have for every brother and sister that's in here. Because just like your mom and dad is looking out for your best interest, it's the same way everybody in here is looking out for your best interest. You see that? So we're going to bring the stubborn and rebellious son out, right? Read on.
He will not obey our voice.
See that? Not obeying the voice of the parents. Y'all gotta examine yourselves. Do y'all obey the voice of y'all's parents? Do your parents gotta tell you to do something once, twice, 3 times, or are they just able to tell you and you're like, you know what, okay, let me make sure I'm on top of that. Go ahead.
He is a glutton. Yeah,
you're a glutton. So I'm gonna look up glutton so that y'all can know exactly what the scriptures is talking about. Let me get a synonym for glutton real quick. Oh man, we're gonna have to run this back. We're gonna have to run this back real quick.
God.
Right here, right here in the front. Right here in the front. Right here in the front. My guy. Shalom, sir. Y'all about to about the car. My guy. Listen, y'all, we're gonna run this back. We're gonna run this back real quick.
Verse 18.
Start at verse 18.
Verse 18.
For all the kiddos. This is for all the kiddos, all right? Start at verse 18.
Deuteronomy chapter 21 and verse 18.
Listen, if y'all are online and y'all got some kiddos that need to hear this, please let the kiddos hear this. All right? Verse 18, go ahead.
If a man have a stubborn and rebellious son, and will not obey the voice of his father.
You see that? So if a man, once again, has a stubborn or rebellious son that won't obey the voice of his father, right? Go ahead.
Or the voice of his mother.
Or the voice of his mother. So it's not just the father, like I'm scared of dad because he'll whoop my butt. And his whoopings hurt a little bit more than mom's. And his voice is a little bit more deeper than mom's. And he's a little bit more intimidating than mom's.
Mm-hmm.
You see that? It's not just dad, it's mom too. You got to obey both. Read.
And that, when they have chastened him, will not hearken unto them.
You see that? So they whooped you, they disciplined you, they took away the PS5 or the PS4 and the Xbox. They have you sitting in timeout, right? All the discipline that you could think of, and you're still not listening. Go ahead.
Then shall his father and his mother lay hold on him.
You see that? Your father and your mother will lay hold on you. Go ahead.
And bring him out unto the elders of his city.
So you'll be brought out to the elders of the city. Go ahead.
And unto the gate of his place.
Go ahead.
And they shall say unto the elders of his city, This our son is stubborn and rebellious.
So you see that this our son is stubborn and rebellious. Go ahead.
He will not obey our voice.
He's not obeying the voice. Go ahead.
He is a glutton and a drunkard.
So, as a kid, you should want to obey the voice of your parents. You see that? It says that he doesn't obey the voice of his parents, and he's a glutton. Right? And some synonyms for glutton is you're a pig. You're a hog. And what do we know about pigs and hogs? They're what?
Dirty.
They're who?
Dirty.
So when you have a kid that don't want to brush their teeth, they're what?
Dirty.
Come on, bro. And sisters. Y'all, for the most part, y'all are all of age where y'all can understand. There's no way that you should have to be told every morning to brush your teeth. You should have to be told every morning to take a shower. Do y'all see that? Or every morning to clean up your house, wash your clothes, wash dishes, do y'all's jobs of cleanliness. Because why? Y'all should not want to be pigs. Y'all see that? And then glutton, of course, means you just want to consume everything, eat up everything, right? Go ahead.
And all the men of his city.
And it says, and a glutton and a what? And a drunkard. You see that? And when you look at drunkard, or being drunk, of course kids ain't in here drinking. But whenever you drink, you're under the influence. So y'all's kids, y'all should not be under the influence of anything or anyone that is first and foremost not the Most High, not your parents, not your brother, not your brothers and sisters that's trying to help you. So you can't go to school and have kids at your school influence you.
Right.
You can't let TV and music influence you. You see that? Go ahead.
Verse 21.
Uh-huh.
And all the men of his city shall stone him with stones.
We would do what?
Stone him with stones.
So let's listen up, kids. For all the kids that don't like to listen to the parents, that want to pout every time a parent tells you to do something, or because something ain't going your way, now you want to pout, now you want to cry. The scripture says that you will be stoned with a stone. Not stoned with a stone. You will be stoned with stones. This was back then. So all the men of the city, we was going to throw stones at you till you died. Anybody ever got hit with a stone? I've definitely got hit with a stone right here. Still got the scar. Rocket Holly didn't hit me in the eye. I'm surprised it didn't hit me in the eye. Everything else hits me in the eye, but it hit me right here. That sucker hurt. Now I can only imagine being hit by a stone non-stop. But this child will be stoned to death. Throw stones at the child until the child died. And you know what that would do for all the other children? They would be like, I don't want to partake in that. I don't want to catch some stones. I don't want to catch a stone with my face till I'm dead. And guess what? All the other kids will listen to the parents. But you know what's funny? I've seen kids get like we were all young. I've seen kids get their butts tore up, like crazy whooping. Mm-hmm. And when I saw that crazy whooping, that's when I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good. I don't want to get that crazy whooping that y'all just got. But see, y'all are blessed to be able to be here and hear the Most High's words, because ain't none of y'all should be getting whoopings. None of y'all. Y'all should all be obedient and listening to your parents. Because guess what? We're trying to be obedient and listen to the Most High. So why would y'all not want to be the same? Do the same with y'all parents. So go ahead, read down.
That he died.
Uh-huh.
We're at actually Deuteronomy chapter 21, verse 21, second precept.
Uh-huh.
So shalt thou put the evil away from among you, and all Israel shall hear and fear.
You see that? No. So that was one of the points. That happened so that all Israel could hear and fear. Finish this chapter. Read the verse 23. Oh, sorry.
Another thing on the word glutton. In Hebrew is halal. It means this is a primitive root to shake, as in the wind. That is to quake, figuratively, to be loose morally, worthless, or prodigal. Wow. So it's a good story of forgiveness when you get to the prodigal son. That he was worthless.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The other word for halal or zalal, is to squander, right? To be insignificant. So he went out, squandered all his goods and everything. He was this son. He was supposed to be stoned.
Yeah.
But the father welcomed him back. You know what I mean? And that's the thing is, we stoned him back then. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Obviously, Yahushua, he gave us that forgiveness of sins. He gave us that covering. Mm-hmm. So we're not putting the kids to death.
Yeah.
I'm not getting put to death for doing what y'all do. But at the same time, y'all gotta watch it. That was the curse for that. You know what I mean?
God.
That it was death. It wasn't no in between. He took them out. He put all their sins on blast. Like when it says he was a glutton and a drunkard. It's basically an example that you're putting his sins on blast. You're telling everybody this is what's wrong with him. Yeah. So he might not be a drunkard. He might just be dirty. He don't get up in the morning. He don't you know what I mean? He don't clean up the house. He don't do what I say. He smokes weed. He does this. You were putting it all out there for the whole congregation to know that this is why this dude's getting put to death. It ain't just because we don't like him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And all the other kids were supposed to know, hey, don't do that. You know what I mean?
Or he was of the son of the hated wife.
Right. Nah. This is because he was literally worthless.
God.
You know what I mean? It says worthless, insignificant. He squandered. He made light of. You know what I mean? So you were just rebellious in every type of way. You made light of your parents. You squandered their living. You squandered their goods. You basically were just a drain on their economy. You know what I mean? On their life.
Yeah.
You know, so that's when they took you out and were like, he's not going to benefit society at all.
Con.
You know what I mean?
Con.
And to get stoned like that is spooky, because the thing is you have to be so garbage that there was no redeeming you.
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's basically what that word Zalah means. It's like you're beyond redemption. There's no saving this guy. Right. There's no training we can do. We can't send him to boot camp. He refuses to be in him.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what's funny about that Hebrew. Man, I didn't look up the other one though.
I'm glad you did, man, because it brought out so much more. You know, one thing that you were saying too that I love is you were saying that he made light of his parents, right? And a lot of kids, in the truth, this is the one thing you don't want to do, is make light of your parents.
Sure.
Because what's going to happen is, being in the truth, your parents, they're doing the work of the Most High. They're sacrificing for the Most High. They're trying to strive. They're trying to put off their old negative personality traits that they came in with, and be an example for the Most High. The Most High is going to bless them. And in turn, the Most High blessing the parents, the kids get blessed too. So when the Most High blesses your parents and the Most High blesses the house, then the kids get blessed too. Yeah. And a lot of kids will take a lot of those blessings for granted and be ungrateful as hell. You see what I'm saying? So that's one thing that's another thing that the kids got to watch out for, is like, y'all don't want to be ungrateful. Y'all don't ever want y'all parents to tell y'all that y'all are ungrateful.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Because that's like, damn. You know, I'm gonna point out, you know that spoiled rich white girl, like a Paris Hilton? That's like nobody likes that. Like she gets everything. She's ungrateful. She expects to have her way. Like, that's them. Like, nobody likes a person like that. You don't ever want to have that term labeled on you, man, that you're ungrateful. You're unthankful. Like, you deserve this because my parents have this, or you know what I'm saying? You don't know what it is that your parents are doing, what it is that they go through. You don't know how hard they got to work to provide for you. So there's no way that you should want that term ungrateful on you, or make light of what your parents, the sacrifices that your parents made for you. You see that? So, yeah. Go ahead, read down.
I wanted to add.
Yeah, please.
I wanted to add to the stoning part. Now, we might not be physically getting together and making a circle around a kid or a young man and everyone grabbing the stones and bash them over the head with it. But what we do is counsel. And we'll come out in the council and a young man or brother will get stoned with scriptures. So the stoning, the reproof still happens. And since we're working on the inward man, since we're working on the spirit, it's not about to kill the flesh. It's about to kill the spirit that's on that man or on that child. Not about that we eliminate the child's life or that young man's life. So we can preserve his life by getting the spirit off of him. Mm-hmm. And then doing it openly is just doing like the scripture says. 1 Timothy 5:20. If someone can grab it for favor. Go ahead.
1 Timothy chapter 5, verse 20. Mm-hmm. Them that sin rebuke before all.
So the rebuking before all, the getting together and this child or this young man or this young person gets stoned, they're rebuked before all. They're getting the scriptures before all. They're getting chastised before all, so that the other young ones can say, dang, I don't want to be in that predicament. I don't want to end up being put on blast like he did or like she did, because dang, that's embarrassing. It all came out. Man, he pees in the bed? Oh my God. He does this? He doesn't brush his teeth? Ugh. I don't want nobody to be bringing out that I don't brush my teeth or I don't wash my butt. Like whatever little, embarrassing facts about you that you don't want to come out. And it's like, dang, let me tighten up on myself so this doesn't come out before everybody. Let me get on top of my things so I don't have to be like that person was. That stoning it don't feel good. When you start getting hit with these scriptures, you start getting chastised on your little shortcomings that you never wanted to correct because you didn't want to listen to your mother or your father. Hey, that's why it happened before all. And back then we stoned. We did the stoning so everybody else can see. All the other young men, young women can see. Hey, I don't want to be in that situation. I don't want to get put to death. But you also don't want to have all your dirty laundry get aired out too, because it comes out. And like, this is why we're rebuking you. This is why we're hitting you with these kind of scriptures. Lazy, slothful, obstinate, And I just wanted to bring that out, that angle, because it still kind of happens to a degree, but spiritually. We're working on the inward man. We're not about destroying the life individually. We're about destroying and casting out them demons.
Yeah.
Gone?
So, real quick, I wanted to hit on this question real quick. Somebody go to Tobit chapter 7 and verse 13. Tobit chapter 7, verse 13. The sister asks, do you think this is why the institution of a marriage license protected honorable wives to prevent things like this? And I'm guessing this is going back to the inheritance for the child, right?
Yeah.
If you have one loved and one not loved. The first thing that we have to realize, I'm gonna read the question again. It says, do you think this is why the institution of a marriage license protected honorable wives to prevent things like this? So remember one thing. The fact that we have to get a marriage license in America, the fact that you have to get a license to marry, sisters should never look at that like that's a good thing. Like, I gotta go to the white man to get a marriage license. That's a curse. There was no marriage license in Israel. You see that? That's a curse, that the fact that you gotta go to the white man and pay him money so that he can give you a paper and tell you that you're married. Now, to this man, that goes against the Most High. After you've already laid with this man. Now I'm gonna go, after a woman has already laid with 50-some men or thousands of men, now she can go and be like, okay, I'm ready to settle down. I'm done hoeing. Like Lizzo said in one of her songs, I'm done hoeing. Now I want to settle down. Now I'm gonna go and get a marriage license, and now I'm technically gonna be married because the white man says I'm married. Remember, it doesn't work like that. That goes against the Most High. So hold that, Tobit. The first place we're going to go is Deuteronomy chapter 28 and verse 48. Deuteronomy 28 and verse 48. And this is just to show, this is just to show, again, the marriage license, that's a curse. That's not that was not a blessing. Go to Deuteronomy 28 and 48. Read that.
Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 48. Therefore shalt thou serve thine enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger, and in thirst, and in nakedness.
Go ahead.
And in want of all things.
And in what?
And in want of all things.
So, the scripture says that we was going to serve our enemies in hunger, in thirst, in nakedness, and in want of all things. So nowadays, you can't go and tell people, I deal with that with my rib to this day. Me and my rib been together going on 10 years. And her family, and even my family, they'll be like, so when you gonna marry her? I'm like, you don't see that we're already married? What do you mean when we gonna marry each other? You don't see we've been together now going on 10 years. You don't see that we're already married? What? You don't think that we're married because I didn't go to Esau and get a paper signed and what is the thing that they call when you get that paper notarized? Because I didn't go and get the paper signed and notarized, and they tell me, okay, you're married. Because we didn't do all that and have this big wedding ceremony and make a whole bunch of vows and make these swears and all that's not even in the scriptures. Because I didn't do all that, in your eyes, I'm not married. Y'all got to see that's a worldly, Esau, Eurocentric mentality. That's that Edomite mentality. The godly mentality will let you know that this is my husband. This is my wife. I don't need a paper to say that this is my husband or this is my wife. I don't need that. You see what I'm saying? If you're thinking godly. If you're thinking godly.
100% correct.
You see what I'm saying? Do we have a marriage license with Yahweh Shai? Did Yahweh Shai like give each of us like a marriage license? And like here, like we don't technically have a marriage license. We have the promises that the Most High gave us, that Yahweh Shai gave us, but is it the Esau way? Like it's not the Esau way. You see that? So remember one thing. A marriage license, first and foremost, was a curse. Now I'm gonna show y'all something. Go to Tobit chapter 7 and verse 13. This is the one time you'll read about a covenant being written down for a marriage, right? Read that.
Tobit chapter 7 verse 13.
Go ahead.
Then he called his daughter Sarah. And she came to her father. And he took her by the hand. And gave her to be wife to Tobias.
Check this out. Go ahead.
Saying, behold, take her after the law of Moses.
Take her after the what?
Take her after the law of Moses.
Take her after the law of Moses. Not the law of the white man. Not the law of Esau. Not the law of America. Not the law of our conquerors. Take her after the law of Moses. Because when you take a woman after the law of Esau, guess what? That don't mean nothing. That don't mean nothing to people. That's why the divorce rates in America is like 60 or 70%.
Yeah.
That's why a woman and a man has been married multiple times in America. Why? Because Esau's laws don't mean nothing to you. It never did. And it don't, sure as hell don't mean nothing to the Most High. So a marriage license don't mean nothing. And guess what? The results are the results. The world shows you that. The world shows you. The world shows you that the marriage license don't mean nothing. There's only one family that I know that the marriage license worked for. And that was for my parents. But you know why my parents even did that? You know why my parents did that? Because my dad was here illegally. And my mom married my dad so that he could get his papers. But guess what? My mom never thought in the American mentality like, yeah, I gotta have this big wedding and everybody gotta see me. All my families and my friends gotta see me in this dress and saying I do and it's my day. Like, my mom never thought like that. You see what I'm saying? Or my grandma's back in the ring. When my parents came and told me they were married, you know how they told me? I ain't gonna lie to you. I was sitting, I was in the 4th grade. It was like my first year here in America. And I'm sitting down watching TV. And my dad comes home, regular. And he comes home and he's like, what's up, son? I'm like, what's up, Dad? And then he's like, he goes to his room and then he comes back out and then he's like, hey, did I tell you I put the ring on your mom's finger? I was like, no, you did. And then he was like, oh yeah, I put the ring on her finger. And I was like, oh, okay, all right. And then he was like, okay. I promise. Not even trying to be funny. I'm keeping it 100% real. That's exactly how it happened. Right? He was like, this is what it is. Right. My parents been together since they were like 12. Since they were 12 or 13. There was no marriage license that my parents needed to say to them or to make them feel like, okay, we're married. My parents always felt like from the time that they were young, like we're husband and wives. You see what I'm saying? We're together. You got to see that American mentality of that Edomite mentality of the marriage license, that's what got us into, that's what created these broken households.
Yeah.
That's what created these broken families. That's what got all these women ran through and got a whole bunch of demons and spirits on them. That way, when they finally find a righteous man, they've already been ran through, and a whole bunch of different demons and spirits is now on them, and this man was like this man was like that, a whole bunch of baggage. That's because of a marriage license. That right there is because of a marriage license. The reason why men don't care and they could hit it and quit it is because of a marriage license. Because they didn't follow Moses' law, because they followed Esau's law. That's why our households, it's screwed. That's why it's screwed. That's why there's so much problems, because we followed Esau's laws and not the Most High's laws. Because guess what? Guess what? If we would have followed the Most High's laws, I guarantee you. Let's do it again, because we did it last class. I want to see a show of hands, because it's like we have like a whole new prop in here from last class, right? When we did this. I want to see a show of hands. Who in here grew up with their actual mother and father? But nah, you don't count. You were one of them. Elijah, you don't count. You're in the church. Your pa, you don't count. Like, no, not on and off. Like, you grew up with your mother and your father, and they're still together to this day. Put the hands up. Let's put the hands up. Where they at?
There you go.
One.
My father passed away. Does that count?
Yeah, absolutely.
That counts. That counts.
That's count. Two. But from last class, there's been another one added. But look how many people are in here. Look how many people are in here. Can y'all put a 1 in the chat for those that are online? Put a 1 in the chat if you grew up and your parents separated and you were raised by a broken house, pretty much. Like your mom and your dad aren't together. Put a 1 in the chat. Chat's gonna be flooded with 1s. But think about that we're living like this. But whose laws were we following when we lived with that got us in this situation? Esau's, not Moses. Esau's law. Try it before you buy it. I'm gonna get to you. When I was working with my rib, when I first met my rib, I worked with this with this Ishmaelite, right? And me and him was talking, and he was fresh over from the Middle East to America. And he was like, yeah, man, I didn't even know you remember On was like, yeah, I didn't even know what a girlfriend or a boyfriend was. I was like, what the hell is a girlfriend and a boyfriend? He didn't know what the hell that was. But see, here in America, so he came over and he was like, girlfriends and boyfriends, wait, so y'all are just like laying with each other, but y'all don't consider yourselves married? That's how he's thinking, because where he came from, when you laid with a person, that was your wife, and he knew that. This is an American concept of a marriage license and all that. It don't work. It don't work. America I'm 100% sure that America leads the world in broken families and leads the world in divorce rates. America leads the world in all that. So women, y'all gotta, if that is still on your mind, that's not an Israelite way of thinking about a marriage license. A marriage license, that was instituted to screw us. You see what I'm saying? And because the results are the results. We've been screwed. Can I get him? And then, because he has to have a question. William?
See, a marriage contract here more or less is just a legal contract for benefits and things like that. And that's how most people look at it. That's what it works.
And that was another thing I was going to get into. All people look at like, I ain't gonna lie, I was like, man, should I marry my rib so I can get more tax return? I was like, should I marry my rib so that I can be on her health insurance? Because they wouldn't put me on her health insurance because we're not married. So I was like, damn, should I sign the paper so I could be on her health insurance and dental insurance and vision insurance that she has from her job? And life insurance?
It's a business.
I was like, should I do that? Should I do it for the more tax return money? You see what I'm saying? Like, it's facts. That's what I thought about. A lot of people in the world, that's how they think too. A lot of our brothers and sisters, like they married. Like, do you have good credit? Okay, you have good credit. Okay, let's marry each other so that now I can be on your credit and I can get the same benefits that you're getting from your job. And that's how people look at it. Like, ain't nobody in the world like necessarily. It's rare.
What can you provide?
What can you provide? I want.
It's just like the brother was saying, they instituted the marriage license so that, you know, it's again for benefits, for taxes and stuff like that, but also it gives that woman kind of an authority over the man.
Yep.
You know what I mean, it goes right along with Jeremiah 31:22. It gives her that ability to pass that man. Yep. Because if they split up for any reason, the court's always going to judge in her favor. They're going to give her the kids if she wants them. You know what I mean?
Get in the house.
She's getting the house. She's getting half your money, half of everything. You know what I mean? What Dr. Dre was going through that. Nas went through that with Khalees. So all these cats is seeing the effects of this marriage license. Because you got to think about it. They don't enforce the marriage license. You know what I mean? They see you in your rib holding hands. They don't pull you over. Hey, you got a license for that? You know what I mean? They don't enforce the marriage license. It ain't for that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's not for the purpose of making sure it's okay that you're having sex with this person that you're standing next to. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They don't come to your bedroom with the lights flashing and, hey, what are y'all doing in there? You got a license for that? You know what I mean? And I'll say anymore, because originally they used to do that. Back in ancient England and all that, that's what that was for. The license was because they were enforcing that you were okay to lay with that person. You know what I mean? But now they don't enforce that. It's just $50 for the judge.
And a whole bunch more money to divorce.
Right, $50 for the judge and the state and everything like that. If you want to get a divorce, you gotta pay that $1,400 to the lawyer. You know what I mean? Then he draws up the papers, and she gotta sign them. You gotta sign them. You know what I mean? And you gotta go through the little meetings and everything like that to decide who's going to get what. You know, and it's really just a way for, again, the woman to have authority and power over that man. You know what I mean? And keep him in subjection. And it goes, you know, for our people coming out of this world and still saying, hey, we got to get a marriage license. You're going to end up falling in line with what he said in Mark 7:6. But I want you to grab that real quick, Mark 7:6. Because this is what happened to our people. You know, when we got in Roman captivity, even when you're dealing with Tobit, yeah, we had records. We had family records. Yeah, you're married to this person, a family tree in the Bible, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Those are legally binding. Esau does that now. They don't release it as public information, but that writing in the Bible that we used to do, that's legally binding. Why? Because they took that from our laws. But what they do today with the marriage license and all that, it's not legally binding. If you want to break up with your wife, they don't be like, no, y'all married.
Right.
Y'all together. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But if you got that writing in the Bible where it's you, this is my wife, this is our kid, that's called a common law marriage. You're literally married.
Yeah.
Just by writing it in the Bible.
God.
You know what I mean? So these are things that a lot of people don't know legally.
Yeah.
And they get over on us. But what happened is our people got so accustomed to doing the customs that we left away the laws of the Most High.
Yeah.
So now it's like, oh, okay, I'm getting a marriage license for this guy after he's the 19th guy I slept with. You know what I mean? Like you were talking about. Or, hey, you know what? I'll say this one's my wife after I had 40 girlfriends, right, that I left with babies, and I'm a baby daddy 90 times over. But I'm going to go ahead and marry this one for the tax reasons. You know what I mean? I'm going to go ahead and marry this one because she's buying me a PlayStation every year, keeping me upgraded. You know what I mean? And I want to make sure that she can't go get nobody else. You know what I mean? Wow. So I'm going to lock her down with this license. When really, the laws of the Most High and righteousness was supposed to keep you together.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You were supposed to stay with that woman forever and not dump her off just because she got old or ugly or fat or something like that. She was supposed to stay with you whether you were still able to keep it up all night and do all that or not. You know what I mean?
Can I say this too?
What's that?
I don't mean to interrupt, but you know, one thing that I've heard a lot of times too was, especially from young women, and you hear it from young men too, but you'll hear a young woman say, "I'm not ready to get married," and it's like, but you're playing musical sticks.
Right.
Musical sticks.
You're literally you're getting decimated.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's true.
But you're not ready to get married. But you see that's that marriage license. That's what it does to the mind of an individual. Where it's like Beyonce. If you like it, well, you should have put a ring on it. So because I didn't put a ring on it, that gives you the right to go out and be a hoe. That gives you the right, even though I'm talking to you and I'm with you, that gives you the right to go and entertain other men.
Yeah. That's what Esau's law did. It just made it where,
Yeah.
okay, now you got boyfriend number 2. You know, now you got the guy that's like, well, I don't see no ring on your finger. You know what I mean? It's like, you ain't gotta see a ring on my finger. You know what I mean? Like, I live with somebody else.
That's right.
That should be enough. You know what I mean?
Huh.
Lower the standards of men where, oh, okay, well, if there's no ring, well, what about the fact that it's used properly? You know what I mean? What about the fact that somebody else's babies is swimming up in there? Like, you don't have those standards? Like, you're just gonna put that anywhere?
Right.
And it's the same thing with the women. It's like, okay, well, he don't got a ring on my finger. Well, what about the fact that you have his babies? What about the fact that, you know, you just lay with this man? You don't have any standards. You don't care that you're not gonna know who the baby daddy is if you sleep with this other man and this other man and this other man. You know what I mean? You're gonna be on Maury trying to figure it out.
Yeah.
Then running crying.
The camera right on you.
If we had someone that could take the camera, we would have ran behind him.
Everybody keep up with you every step you take.
God.
But no, people got stuck in that mentality, man, and that's exactly what Yahweh was trying to talk against, man.
God.
Y'all ready to read that?
Mark chapter 7, verse 6. He answered and said unto them, Well hath Isiah prophesied of you hypocrites, as it is written, This people honoreth me with their lips, but their heart is far from me.
See, you said that was hypocritical. That, wait a minute, you're not counting me as married because I don't have a license? You know what I mean? Look at the hypocrisy in there. They don't enforce the license. You're only asking me because you're stuck under the white man's rules. And do you follow the laws of the Most High? You know what I mean? You're trying to enforce man's laws, but are you following the laws of the Most High? You sit here, you pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, picking your teeth with crab shells in between your teeth.
Yeah.
Asking me if I'm married to this person that I have kids with. Just because I ain't got a ring on. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, are you enforcing the Most High's laws and then man's laws? See that? Because the Most High, his laws say, yeah, you gotta do man's laws too. You know what I mean? Stop at stop signs. Don't just run through crosswalks and everything like that. You still gotta use wisdom.
Yep.
But man's laws don't say you gotta honor the Most High. And that's the problem. Go ahead.
Verse 7. Howbeit in vain do they worship, teaching for doctrines the commandments of men.
See, they teach for doctrines. They teach for doctrines the commandments of men. But where's the laws of the Most High? That's right. Where you're enforcing man's laws, but not the Most High's laws. These are commandments of men to get a license. And you have to get licensed to be married. How do you need to be licensed to be married? It's not a test. That's why I said it's not like they enforce it. If I want to get a driver's license, I got to take the driver's test. I got to read the driver's manual. And then pass that test. You know what I mean? But when you go to get married, they don't be like, okay, you sit over here, you sit over here, don't cheat off each other, and make sure you can answer all the questions correctly. Hey, you know what I mean? Oh, look, right here where it says if she gets loud, you're gonna hit her in the mouth. You failed. Y'all got to take the test all over again. Come back in 30 days. They don't do that. You know what I mean? But if you fail that driver's license test, you got to go back and do it again later. Yep. See that?
That is an extremely good point.
Yeah, so it's hypocrisy. They don't enforce that marriage license. So what are you getting it for? You're getting it so the woman can take half when she gets bored, or when she gets a Sancho, or when she gets a side nigga, whatever, right? she could go ahead and take half and be stable. You know what I mean? She ain't gotta go get a job because she took half your stuff.
Can I say one thing?
What's that?
Bro, there's a basketball player named PJ Washington. This dude's 19 years old.
Yep.
There's this Instagram chick that he got with named Brittany Renner. He's 27. She groomed his butt, married him, had his baby, all to take his money. And this is what the child support, this is what the marriage license, this is what the custody and all that was put in place for. He's a perfect example. And she waited until she had this guy's baby. And right when she had his baby, this is like an 18-year-old, 19-year-old kid that just got out of high school. Young man, because he's not a kid. And right when that happened, that's when she went and filed for divorce secretly. He's thinking he's in a happy life. I'm a basketball player. I'm fresh from high school. I signed a $4.3 million contract. Got a beautiful wife, got a kid.
Yep.
He's thinking it's all good.
Right, flying high.
She has his baby. 1 week later, she files for divorce and he didn't even realize that she was even in the process of doing that. And then she separates. Now it's hitting him for child support. So not only is she going to take half his money in the divorce, but now she's going to take $200,000 a month from this young kid.
Man, that's rough.
Do y'all see, like, y'all see it wasn't, that's why we always say it. We're coming back, and I'm getting you, sis. We always say it. We're trying to come back to the what? We're trying to come back to the laws and the ways of the Most High. We're trying to come back to the laws and ways and judgment of the Most High. This judgment is decision making. You see what I'm saying? We're trying to come back to that in the thought process. We're trying to come back to our culture and our heritage and our everything that we lost. That's what we're trying to come back to. And that, like the sister's saying right here, Shalom, not just with a marriage license. I learned the hard way. If you don't have custody papers, like what the hell is a custody paper? Right. If you don't have a custody papers on your kids, even if it's not a problem with the father, in my state, you don't have custody of your children. What the hell is what is a custody paper?
It's like they're not your children if you don't have the custody.
My kids that I pushed out, if I was a woman, that's not my kids. These states does so you have to get custody papers just to protect your children from going with them. If anything happens, I thought that was crazy when I was told that by a police officer. Oh, and don't need cash assistance. I know plenty of women that had to put their kid's father on child support just to get the assistance and have no issues with the fathers, but it was a must he be on it. So you can get your food stamps, so you can get your housing, so you can get all these different things. And they push that on our people. So y'all got to see, like, you had your hand up, and then
well, now I just thought of something else because I don't know if they do that here, but like in New York State, if you're a mother and if you're on DSS, like if you're paying your rent or whatever, and if the father does not live in the house, he automatically just gets put on child support because he's not in that household. Like, you know what I mean? And if you're not working or none of that, and if DSS is giving you your health insurance and they're paying for your rent or whatever, they're gonna automatically put him, if they're giving you food stamps, they're gonna automatically put him on
child support.
It's crazy. And then this is just like really so true. And it makes me think of the movie Acrimony. Have you ever seen that movie Acrimony with Tobit? And she divorced him. She wanted a divorce because she accused him of cheating. And after she divorced him, his invention took off, and he became a millionaire. And he gave her back the ownership of her mother's house that he like sold off, and he gave her a $10 million check. She still took him to court and wanted everything. She wanted everything, and she was like pissed. It's just so crazy. That movie, and then how the states are with the child support, and it's crazy.
God.
Yeah.
God. So, but back to the question real quick. It says, Do you think this is why the institution of a marriage license protected honorable wives to prevent things like this? You got to see the marriage license that Esau instituted, because Israelites didn't have a marriage license. Esau ain't doing nothing. Esau ain't instituting nothing from the Bible. If they were following, they're not following the Bible. It's put clear as day. Gays can get married. You see what I'm saying? So that's first and foremost. They didn't institute a marriage license for anything for the Bible. If you pay attention to Esau does everything for money. Everything is a business for them. They're carnal as hell. Everything that they do is for a carnal reason, not for nothing spiritual. You see what I'm saying? Not for nothing righteous. Everything that they do is based off of carnality and based off of confusion.
Now I'll say this again. Originally, yeah, the marriage license had a purpose, and the thing is, Esau didn't come up with it. They took our laws. You know what I mean? And it had some kind of purpose. But now, the only reason Esau keeps certain things from the past is because it benefits him now. It benefits him monetarily now.
Yeah.
So they don't. That's why I said they don't enforce the marriage license like they used to. But they kept the marriage license. Why? Because you still got to pay $50 to the judge. You still got to pay the $1,400 to the lawyer when you get divorced. You still got to pay the court fees. You know what I mean? You still got to pay for all the paperwork and give that to the state. Your kids can now become wards of the state if you didn't have the proper paperwork done.
Yeah.
Like she's saying that if you don't have the custody papers, right? So now they can take your kids. They have all these reasons to do those things. Why? Because you put yourself on papers. And that's what it says. I told you to grab Daniel 8:25. The whole purpose of marriage license, the whole purpose of a lot of these things that have to do with marriage, even divorce court and all that stuff. Like, there shouldn't be a divorce court. In the scriptures, that's your wife.
Done.
You cannot put her away all your days. You know what I mean? And if you do, you go to the priest. That was divorce court. There wasn't no, you just go to some random guy and give them money and then boom, you can divorce. You know what I mean? That's a bribe.
And it's cold too. If I don't have the money, that means that we're not divorced.
Right.
So not only do I have to go to you to tell me that I'm married and pay you, but I also have to go to you and pay you to tell me that I don't need to be with this woman anymore.
Divorced now.
My dialysis nurse, her husband, basically he's an adulterer. He goes around sleeping with women that are married and everything like that. And they split up, you know what I mean? But they weren't divorced until the papers were done. And so she signed the paper like, yeah, let me get rid of this dude, you know what I mean? But he wouldn't sign the papers because he was still benefiting off her. You know what I mean? So he drew that out and everything like that. So it was like, okay, until we pay and get these papers signed and all that, because she had to pay money out of her pocket for her side of the papers. You know what I mean? So until we pay to get these papers signed, then we're not divorced. When the Most High was like, okay, if she cheats, stone her. That's it. You're divorced. You know what I mean? If you're being an adulterer or whatever, if you're going out doing all these things and you're being wicked, then yeah, she can leave you. That was his way. You know what I mean? And then if you're doing the adultery, you're gonna get stoned anyway. So that was his way. The death was the only thing that parted you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Well, Esau turned it into this. Go ahead.
Daniel chapter 8 verse 25. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hands.
See,
sure did.
So they made policies and little institutions. That's what they call it, the institution of marriage, right? Now they got these little policies and institutions. So now they can enforce the things that make them money. Because you got to think about it. If y'all get in a fight, they don't come to amicably make sure you guys get back together, right? If y'all fighting, the cops don't come to be like, okay, let's sit down and talk about this.
It's counsel.
Right? They whop him over the head, whether he's the cause of the problem or not, and he goes to jail so they can get more money, right? They don't ask, hey, where's your marriage license? Why are you guys living together? You know what I mean? They don't do any of that. And then there's no attempt to reconcile it. When we have marriages in the scriptures, Y'all had a problem, you went to the priest. Oh, I think she's cheating on me. Okay, go to the priest. Oh, I can't handle him. I think he's doing this. Okay, go to the priest. Any kind of problems, y'all have to go to the priest. Take it. You got to be ready to take it to them, and that priest was going to help y'all work it out.
Yeah.
But they don't try to do that anymore. Why? Because that doesn't make them money. You know what I mean? If it does, okay, if you do want marriage counselors, you gotta really want it.
Yeah.
I gotta really want to be with this woman because that marriage counselor is gonna hit me for $300 an hour.
Yep. Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like if he leaves the toilet seat up and I got a problem with it, we gotta work it out, or we gotta go to a $300 an hour marriage counselor. You know
So
what I
you
mean?
see, it's all about money.
It is.
Yeah.
Like, you don't charge $300 just to counsel me on my marriage.
Right.
Like, you should
know
be
what
able.
I got a license for.
You should be able to go to a church. You should be able to go to a church and your pastor or your priest, you know what I'm saying? Counsel or your deacon or your bishop or whoever's in your church counsel your marriage. You see what I'm saying? For free, because that was supposed to be his job.
Right.
But hey,
Read that again.
Daniel chapter 8, verse 25. And through his policy also he shall cause craft to prosper in his hand.
Right. So the other thing is it causes that craft. You know what I mean? It causes the woman to get crafty. Okay, I can use the court against this man. You know what I mean? Whenever I don't like him, whenever he does something I don't agree with, if he tries to enforce the laws of the Most High, I can use the court as a weapon against him. You know what I mean? I can even use my kids as a weapon against him. You know what I mean? And then on the man's side, he can get crafty.
yeah.
You know, oh, okay, well, as long as I don't put a ring on her, she's not my ring. I can do what I want. You know what I mean? Or as long as she ain't got a ring on her, I can sleep with her, even though I've been seeing her walking around the town with another man. See that?
Yeah.
It causes people to get crafty. And that's all these laws do, man. It's like when you go to jail, you learn how to do all kind of wickedness. You go there on a speeding ticket, next thing you know how to cut crack out of toothpaste. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know how to do all kind of wickedness when you get out. And it's the same thing with their laws. It's like they want it to where you become a criminal.
Yeah.
You know, oh, okay, so the law says this. Now I can do this. And it's like the laws of the Most High, what Paul said. He said, I didn't know sin until the law came, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do. Is like they put those laws down, those policies down, but they're so flawed that our people are like, I know how to cut around that. You know what I mean? And then we become more wicked. And that's what the laws of the Most High made it so what? Okay, if you're looking for loopholes, yeah, you might find it, but you're wicked because you did that.
Yep.
But the laws of Esau are like, oh, you found a loophole? Damn, you got us.
Right.
You know, the Twinkie told you to kill 12 people? Well, damn it. Well, instead of putting you to death, we're gonna give you a nice cushy cell with pads on it. You know what I mean? Yeah, or you go to a country club jail. Why? Because they got loopholes. And they inspire our people, they inspire anybody to go ahead and find a loophole around it and become more of a criminal than before.
Correct.
It causes craft to prosper.
God.
You know what I mean?
Can I say on this too? Like, can I get one scripture?
Okay.
Let me get this, because, bro, I'm glad you pulled that. Go to Psalms 94 and 20. Go to Psalms chapter 94, verse 20. And then, go ahead.
Psalm chapter 94, verse 20. Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee?
Y'all see that? Now this is another thing that y'all got to ask yourselves. Shall the rulership of iniquity, right, should that have fellowship with you? We're trying to have fellowship with the Most High and how the Most High does things, not how Esau does things. Remember, when you found the truth and you started coming, hold that. Give me Jeremiah 17 and 4 real quick. Jeremiah 17. Quick. Read that.
Jeremiah chapter 17, verse 4.
Williams, read it.
And thou, even thyself, shalt discontinue from thine inheritance.
Go ahead.
That I gave thee.
Go ahead.
And I will cause thee to serve thine enemies in the land which thou knowest not.
So we discontinued from the heritage that our power gave us. You see what I'm saying? That our Father gave us. Go ahead.
For ye have kindled a fire in mine anger, which shall burn forever.
And then we ended up having to serve our enemies in a land that we knew not our friends, our enemies. The Most High is righteous, our enemies wicked as hell. You see that? And then it says that this fire that we kindled is going to burn forever. So if you don't want the fire of the Most High to burn forever, you don't want his anger to burn forever against you, then the things that you learned from your enemies needs to be completely washed away, washed out of you. So when you found the truth and you found out, like, damn, I listened to you for my heritage, I lost this, I lost that, you should be wanting to come back to your heritage, not like hold on to the heritage of your oppressors or the heritage that your oppressors gave you. You see that? Now read Psalms 94 and 20 again.
Psalm chapter 94, verse 20.
Go ahead.
Shall the throne of iniquity have fellowship with thee?
And we've been having fellowship with the throne of iniquity since we came over here, since we got conquered. So now that we found the scriptures, everything about the throne of iniquity should be cast out. You see what I'm saying? And everything of the throne of righteousness, which is the Most High's laws, should be instituted into us. And if you don't want to institute it, if you want to hold on to the throne of iniquity, then guess what? The throne, the anger that we read about in Jeremiah 17 and 4, that's going to burn forever. Read on.
Which frameth mischief by a law.
You see that? The throne of iniquity, it frames mischief by a law. So why would you have fellowship with that when it says that it frames mischief by a law? So their laws is all mischievous. It's not for your benefits. You see that? Now, one thing I wanted to talk about too, because this is another thing about, especially like when Israelite women come to the truth, this is another thing that usually a young Israelite woman has to deal with. In the world, from a young girl growing up, right, you were taught it's your day, it's your wedding day. And a lot of women coming up, if they've never experienced that wedding, that marriage, that I do, that dress, that wedding cake, if they've never experienced that, they want to experience it.
Come.
You see what I'm saying? So when you come into the truth and it's like, oh yeah, you lay together, you're already married. They're like, damn, so I don't get to get that day? That day that I've been trying to achieve or trying to experience since I was a child, I don't get to get that day. You see what I'm saying? But now I want y'all to ask yourselves. I want y'all to really ask yourselves, what is it about that day? Especially now that you're in the truth. What is it about that day? Why is it so important to you? You know why? Because it's just like a birthday, in a sense. It's just like a birthday. On that day of your marriage, it's all about you. You see what I'm saying? Your family, and don't get me wrong, in the scriptures, your marriage and the ceremony and all that, it was all about you. We did the ceremonies. You see what I'm saying? Nothing wrong with the ceremonies. But sisters now in the truth, they crave that ceremony. Why? Because the family and the friends, they now say, okay, you're married. In their eyes. You see what I'm saying? And you get the approval from them instead of getting the approval from your brothers and sisters in the truth from the Most High. You see what I'm saying? Now, because I married you and I did all this and the family and the friends saw it, now in their eyes, you're finally approved. Now in their eyes, you finally had that wedding day, so we can accept it. Y'all see how it works? Yeah. So, yeah, man. But just back to the question real quick. Was it protected to honorable? Do you think this is why the institution of marriage license protected honorable wives to prevent things like this? You got Esau's marriages, and you got the Most High's marriages. This was about just being righteous. You know what I'm saying? Because think about it, in Esau, you can't even Esau. This the question wouldn't even apply in Esau's kingdom, because in Esau's kingdom you can only marry one woman. So 2 women ain't going. You can't marry 2 women. You can't be with 2. So the marriage license wouldn't even matter in this instance if we were living in Esau's kingdom.
That's true.
You see that? So yeah, man. Spirit definitely took that one. That needed to come out though. That needed to come out. There's a lot of young sisters that's in the truth, a lot of young sisters that's watching, and a lot of young sisters deal with this. A lot of young brothers deal with this too. You see what I'm saying? And I will say this though, like if you have money, the scripture says that we celebrated a wedding or a marriage for like what? Like a week. So if you have money, you got it like that, and you gave to the Most High, you gave to brothers and sisters. There's nothing wrong with like having a ceremony. I wouldn't, me personally, I'm not signing no paper. You know what I'm saying? But I'd have a ceremony, because guess what? That ceremony, anytime we have any get together in the truth or unity in the truth, it's always for each other. You see what I'm saying? So I would have a ceremony. Why? Because I will know that that ceremony is not just for me and my rib. It'll be for all of us in here. You see what I'm saying? It's going to be a time when we can all get together and just enjoy each other.
Okay.
But when you look at the ceremony in the world, that ceremony is all about you. You taking pictures, a whole bunch of money being dropped.
Okay.
No, you know it's all about you? Because you go and you spend a whole bunch of money on a dress that you'll never, that you should never wear again.
And you only wear it once.
You only wear it once.
$700.
That's a cheap one.
Like a ring,
That's cheaper.
that ring,
Mm-hmm.
that ring, if that ring ain't hitting, if that ring isn't like a lot of money, like come on man, you have women that think that the amount of money he spends on the ring shows how much he loves me.
Right. Yep.
I've heard that. Y'all see what I'm saying? So let's move on in the reading. Listen, y'all. When I was like 16, I watched my neighbor and my wife and his wife go at it. I don't know. I was probably like 14. My neighbor and his wife went at it. She was mad because we had a party, and we're Jamaican, so we had a party. He's Jamaican. She was like Trinidadian, and she got mad because he came over to our party. He was just partying. And she got mad that he did that when she told him not to. And this was a good man, y'all. And we all sat there and watched this woman lose her mind and throw all his clothes out of his house.
Dang.
He was the mechanic. He was the one that owned the mechanic shop. He was the one that paid for the house. You see what I'm saying? He was the one that paid for the cars. He was the one that was the breadwinner. And we all watched this woman go with the drawers, the dresser drawers. And it was raining. It started raining a little bit. All his clothes got wet. And then, to make matters worse, she went by her door. She didn't do it from the inside, but she didn't do it from the outside, but she did it from the inside. And like started chipping at the door lock. So when the police came, and this is what screwed her. This is why she ended up not getting the house and all that during the divorce. When the police came and stuff, she told the police that he was trying to break into the house because he wanted to assault her.
God.
But then the police was like, "You're lying, because these marks that you made at the door trying to say that he was trying to break in, you did that from the inside of the house, not the outside of the house."
Idiot.
Yeah, right. See that? True story. And they ended up divorcing. He ended up keeping the house, and he actually ended up keeping the car. But that right there that she did, that kind of screwed her. You see what I'm saying? But it brings up another point. The marriage license, like Dahawan was saying, gives the woman an opportunity to have some type of control over her man.
Yeah.
You see that? Where you have a grown man and woman, and this grown woman is like, "Don't go over there. Don't go over to that party. If you go over, we're done. We're divorced."
Bags, baby.
So, yeah, but let's get back to the reading. Let's get back to the reading. So we left off at Deuteronomy
21 and 22.
Uh-huh.
And if a man have committed sin worthy of death, and if he be to be put to death, and thou hang him on a tree,
Uh-huh.
his body shall not remain all night upon the tree.
Uh-huh.
But thou shalt in any wise bury him that day.
See that? So if you put somebody to death by hanging them on the tree, you were supposed to take that body down at the end of the day. Go ahead.
For he is hanged.
For he that is hanged.
For he that is hanged is cursed of the Most High.
Uh-huh.
That thy land be not defiled.
Uh-huh.
Which the Lord thy power giveth thee for an inheritance.
Con. So y'all see that? You know what's cool about this? I've seen 2 people get hung. I've seen 2 people hung themselves, I should say.
Yeah. It goes with the Numbers 30, 35 and 33, I believe. Let me look at that real quick.
So the body, you don't keep that body up all day. Think about Esau. What does Esau do?
Yep.
What does Esau do? Esau let that body hang. Strange fruit. Strange fruit hanging from the something tree. I forgot how that song goes, right? But it says that if you hang, if an individual gets hung, they're accursed from the Most High. So, yeah, that's it for that chapter. Let's go to chapter 22.
Deuteronomy chapter 22 and verse 1.
Go ahead.
Thou shalt not see thy brother's ox or his sheep go astray, and hide thyself from them. And thou shalt in any case bring them again unto thy brother.
God, you see that? People ain't living like that though. People don't live like that. They'll see. It's like my neighbor, right? My neighbor's lights, they left their lights on their car. I went, knocked on the door, hey, look, you left your lights on your car. I guarantee you they wouldn't have did that for me.
Oh, God.
They would have let my battery die. Ain't nobody looking out for each other. That's why the Bible instilled in us the moral and civil laws on how we're supposed to deal with each other. There's no civil laws in America, and y'all know that. Y'all know if you left your car on with your lights on, with your keys in there, your neighbor might take it. You see what I'm saying? Ain't nobody looking out for nobody here in America. William, you had your hand up?
Yeah, I can say a question.
What's up?
So like, I never really, I've seen this before, but I've never really paid attention to it. So like when they say that there's sins, and in the scripture it says thou shalt be put to death, you didn't necessarily have to be stoned, they could hang you or do whatever, put you to death any kind of way?
So, if you're gonna get stoned, like usually it tells you like what kind of punishment the person
When it
gets.
says that man should be put to death, they can hang him or do whatever, just put him to death any kind of way?
I mean, it says hung.
But hanging.
This one says hung, so I guess if you're gonna hang him, you can hang him. Tawam, what do you think? So his question was when the scripture says to be put to death, right?
Yeah,
You just gotta put him to death.
Yeah, it was whatever way, stoning or hanging was generally it depended on the offense though.
Yeah.
Because the scriptures tell you curses every man that hangs on a tree. So you had to do something, a curse-worthy offense to be hanged.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The stoning, like I said, you had to be the most worthless type of child and unredeemable to get stoned. Or you had to be defiled, like if a woman committed adultery. She was defiled. There was no redeeming that. You can't go back or I'm sorry that. You know what I mean? So they stoned her to death. And if you were homosexual, you got stoned. There were certain things that it depended on the offense, but you were to be put to death for that offense. If it didn't describe how to put them to death, then you did whatever was more convenient, I guess. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like if it said, if a man sleeps with another man as he sleeps with a woman, they have committed abomination. You know what I mean? They shall both be put to death. It didn't say how to put them to death, but obviously they did something that was abominable to the Most High. So it's more than likely a curse-worthy offense. So you would hang them. You understand? Or again, it was unredeemable. You had to put that sin out of Israel, so you were stoned. So it just depended on what the priest determined the death should be.
Yeah.
If they had to make a public example, generally you got hung or stoned. You see that? So, because why? Other people had to see that. You know what I mean? And there were certain offenses the Most High said, stone them. Why? Because all Israel had to partake in that. You know what I mean? You had to have a hand in picking up one of those rocks and taking that guy out. Why? Because you had to experience that and know you didn't want to be on the other end of that. See that? And then at the same time, he was making all Israel accountable for that offense, but also for that enforcement. You know, because it's easy now for people to be like, oh, we want the death penalty. Of course, you're going to sit outside the fence of the prison.
You're not going
while
to see
that
it.
guy's in a little room getting injected with needles. But if you're the person that got to throw the switch and smell his body cooking on that electric chair, you ain't going to be so quick to throw the switch. You might say, you should forgive this brother. You know what I mean? You might not be, if you got to hold that rock and launch it into a guy's skull, you might be quick to be like, you know what? We should forgive this brother. See that?
Yeah, you ain't gonna be like, I can't wait to do this.
Right. It was only in times like a con where people were like, you know what? I really want this guy dead. You know what I mean? When Achan took that, he took that robe and that gold wedge, and all of Israel's, brothers were dying on the battlefield and got embarrassed in battle, fighting their enemies. Then it was like, yeah, we got to get rid of this. He's causing other people to die. So we were quick to stone him. But in other instances, you gotta imagine there was probably people that got let off. Why? Because nobody want to stone him. Look what happened with Yahushua. He was like, okay, eat this without sin, cast the first stone. And what happened? Everybody's conscience convicted. And they were like, do I want to be on the receiving end of this for what I did? And they left. You see that? I can guarantee you that happened in the early days of those stonings and all that. Was like, you know what? Let's examine this more closely. And then Israel started getting bloodthirsty, and then it was like, yeah, let's stone them for anything. Like in the time of Susanna, right? Susanna was like, hey, y'all really just gonna stone a woman of Israel for just anything with no witnesses? You know what I mean? Off of two guys that said that she did it. Y'all ain't gonna examine this any further? This is a child of Israel. We got bloodthirsty where we were just like, let's kill him for anything. But the thing is the Most High, he had instituted these certain deaths so that we would have time to think. You know what I mean? It was supposed to hit your conscience, everybody's conscience. Is this person really worthy of death? Do we fully investigate this like we should have? I don't really want to bludgeon a guy's skull in with rocks. Let me go ahead and make sure there's a thorough investigation done. Y'all see that? Did this woman really cheat on her husband, or is he just capped? Let's thoroughly investigate this and have the priest do the thing and give her the water and do all that and see if her thigh rots before we stone her. So that I don't gotta hit this woman and beat her to death with rocks.
Right.
You know what I mean? You gotta think, remember, our women were beautiful. You know what I mean? Like, okay, it's easy to, you put an ugly person to death, but, you know what I mean? Put naked good out there and be like, I don't know.
Let's
forget
You think there might have been instances where, say, a man may have been righteous his whole life, but he committed a sin worthy of death, but it wasn't described how, that he could request, like, can y'all kill me quick, not stoning or something, like, could he request, like, just kill me quick, get it over with?
I'm sure he could. I don't really see any instances in the scriptures of it. But like, there's that one instance where the man was picking up sticks, right? To answer your first question, the man was picking up sticks, and they had to put him in ward until the Most High gave them what to do with him, right? Okay, we put him to death. How you want us to put him to death? Stone him, right? So he gave them the judgment of exactly how to do it for that man. So there's other instances where the judgment was left up to the Most High. Hey, I'm gonna open up the earth and swallow it. You ain't got to stone him. You know what I mean? There's other instances where he said, listen, take them out here and burn them with fire. Like a witch, right? A witch is supposed to burn them with fire or whatever. It was different instances for different occasions, right? He told for certain cities, he was like, look, cover the whole place with stones and don't let anybody who live in it. This one, burn to the ground. All right, so it was all, we always counsel with the Most High, and he gave us the judgment. So it wasn't really like, some offenses were just, like obviously the one with the child, the rebellious child, stone. That was stabbed. See that? But other ones, it was just left up to either the priest or the Most High. All right.
Gone. Back to
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 2. And if thy brother be not nigh unto thee, or if thou know him not, then thou shalt bring it unto thine own house, and it shall be with thee until thy brother seek after it, and thou shalt restore it to him again.
So, like, the whole morality and looking out for each other, the sense of community, you know, like a real good example that you could see today is if there's like a dog running around the neighborhood. You take it up, it's like saying, oh, okay, grab it up, just keep it at your house, and then when they come looking for it, because you don't know whose dog that is, but it's probably one of your neighbors, somebody that, you know, that's in your community. When they start saying, hey, have you seen this dog? Or they put up the lost sign, it's like, oh yeah, I got it. It's right here. You know, instead of saying, oh no, this is a nice looking pit. I'm gonna breed it. I'm gonna make some money off of this. I came up with this one. Nah, it's supposed to say, okay, when they start to look for it, it's like, oh yeah, I've been holding it for you so it doesn't get hurt. So it doesn't run to the street and get hit by a car or anything like that. Here you go. You restore it to them. And you're not doing it for the reward or because they said they're going to give you some money for it. You're just doing it because it's a sense of community. You're looking out for your neighbor. Read on.
First, my neighborhood, one of my dogs, I can't even let my dogs out to take a dump, man. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah, snatch them up.
Yeah, my mother let one of our little puppies, we had a little puppy, man. She let him out to just use the bathroom. Somebody in a white car came by. That thing was gone. I never seen him again. Wow. They act like dogs in that neighborhood are just free for them.
Con. Yeah, don't be in Chinatown or let your dog loose. But yeah, it's just you know, a sense of community, bro. If it's not yours, well, look out for the next person. So whoever it is, they can get it back safely. If you know who it is, give it back to them. Look, I found this. Or I seen your kid running down the street. I grabbed him up and I brought him to your house because he's too young to be that far away from home. Whatever. Or you know what? I seen your car in an awkward spot. Is your car missing? Oh yeah, someone stole it the other night. Yeah, I found it. It was over here. Looking out for your neighbor. And I'm bringing it out like that because none of us is running around with oxen or sheeps or what else to use? Ass. You know, we don't have these animals, but we do have different things that we use today that may turn up missing. You might have left your kid might have left their bike in the front yard, but then ends up at the park. Oh yeah, I know this was your kid's bike. I grabbed it. Here it is. No one does that, sir.
I was gonna say the laws of the Most High made it for a perfect world.
Con.
You know what I mean? Because you know people want to throw away the law of the Most High, but then you watch these shows and you're like, I can't believe people act like that. You know when they showed the little girl getting kidnapped on the street?
Uh-huh.
They staged it and the guy's like kidnapping her and nobody's doing nothing. Yeah. I can't believe no one's doing anything. Well, they ain't got no law, jackass. Mm-hmm. There ain't no law telling them, listen, if your ass falls in a ditch or if your neighbor's ass falls in a ditch, pull it out.
Right.
You know what I mean? Look out for your neighbor. There's no law telling them that. So they like, I'm gonna mind my business. Like, while a little girl's getting kidnapped in front of everybody, they just, you know what I mean? you want that to happen to your daughter? You want that to happen to your son? Because that's the land we're living in now, because we don't have no laws. We don't have the laws of the Most High. And it made for a perfect world. Everybody was watching out for somebody.
That's right.
You know, I mean, these laws weren't just for the benefit of the donkey. Like Paul says, did the Most High care for oxen? It wasn't just for the benefit of the animal. It was the benefit of your neighbor and the benefit of your community, that you had somebody looking out for your stuff. You had somebody looking out for you. You know what I mean?
Someone else actually cared about you.
Yeah, as opposed to when you got to Yahushua's time, niggas will look at you hurt and bleeding and walk to the other side of the street. You know what I mean? And a Samaritan had to come and finally be the one to help you out. And your own brother and sister, your own priest was ditching you on the side of the road. You know what I mean? Well, this made for a perfect world, man, where everybody looked out for somebody.
That's right, and that's how it's supposed to be.
Yeah, you didn't have no white vans rolling through. You know, it was beautiful. I seen it. I don't know if it was a Chicago thing or what. I seen a clip, but these cats rolled up on this dude. He was sitting in a white van for too long, and these Judite brothers got up in his face, man. Like, what are you doing here? Why your van locked from the inside? Why this? Why that? They was all over this dude, chasing him up out of there. I think they grabbed him out and started beating him up and everything, but they knew, like, you ain't gonna be parking no damn white vans with our kids running around this neighborhood. And they enforced that. But that's a perfect world, and everybody will cheer for that, but won't want to bring back the laws of the Most High, which instituted that.
That's right.
Which made that normal, so ain't no white vans rolling through your neighborhood and your kids end up disappearing. It's crazy.
Fact. Sis, you have something?
Yes. How he said that, like, they just stand there and, like, watch the person get kidnapped. Nowadays they do it worse, but they're just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, they record it.
Like, damn, look, this kid's getting kidnapped.
That's what happened. That's how we was able to get that video.
World star.
That's exactly what people do. They just record.
Yeah.
So, yeah, man. All right, so we're gonna go to the second reader. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 3. In like manner shalt thou do with his ass, and so shalt thou do with his raiment, and with all lost things of thy brothers, which ye have lost, and thou hast found, shalt thou do likewise. Thou mayest not hide thyself. Thou shalt not see thy brother's ass or his ox fall down by the way, and hide thyself from them. Thou shalt surely help him to lift them up again. Verse 5. The woman shall not wear that which pertaineth unto a man, neither shall a man put on a woman's garment, for all that do so are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. If a bird's nest chance to be before thee in the way in any tree, or on the ground, whether they be young ones or eggs, and the dam sitting upon the young or upon the eggs, thou shalt not take the dam with the young. But thou shalt in any wise let the dam go, and take the young to thee, that it may be well with thee, and that thou mayest prolong thy days. When thou buildest a new house, then thou shalt make a battlement for thy roof, that thou bring not blood upon thy house, if any man fall from thence. Thou shalt not sow the vineyard with diverse seeds, lest the fruit of thy seed which thou hast sown, and the fruit of thy vineyard be defiled.
It be what?
Defiled.
Now, when you read this, think about all the GMO foods and the splicing that Esau does. It's like every time we're going through the law, every single time, I kid you not, I think about, it's like Esau just purposely goes into the Bible and says, what does it say not to do? Okay, let's do that. It's like, who comes up, who thinks to do counter? It's like, let's find out what it says we're not supposed to do and do exactly that. Let's not separate the crops. Let's let them all grow together. Oh, let's take, I was watching the video when it was talking about not pruning, but grafting in branches. Now it was taking branches from like a pear tree and putting it into another tree. And I'm like, okay, that's cool. Well, this dude took like 3 different types of fruit and grafted into one tree. And I was like, bro, I didn't know you could do that, but it worked. But the scriptures are saying, don't do that. Don't start doing odd and what does it call it? Defiled things. It says that fruit will be defiled. You're not supposed to do that. Gene splicing, GMO foods and fruits and vegetables. You ain't supposed to be doing that. That's why the plagues are coming upon the earth right now. That's why the plagues won't be removed. That's why Esau's the end of the world. Because they purposely go against everything of the scriptures. Read on.
Thou shalt not plow with an ox and an ass together.
Why? Why don't you plow with an ox and ass? Well, one is more, let's get it, and the other one's like, I'm gonna move when I feel like it. They're unequally yoked. One's gonna be keep pushing forward, the other's gonna be being dragged behind. It don't make sense to do that. Why would you do it? Read on.
Thou shalt not wear a garment of diverse sorts, as of woolen and linen together.
Why? Because wool was designed to keep you warm, and linen was designed to keep you airy and free. Why do they want to mix things? Just like the society. They want to mix and blur the lines of things. That isn't just a fabric thing, it's a spiritual thing.
Yeah.
Look at the American society, the American way of life. They want to blend and blur the lines of everything. Everything is good, everything is bad. They'll come out with a study and say, oh, study says that eating eggs is heart healthy and beneficial for you. And then have another study, eggs causes high cholesterol and clogs your arteries. It's like, well, which one is right? It's good and it's bad. They want to blur the lines of everything. Oh, marriage is only between a man and a woman. Oh, you know what? Marriage now can be between a man and a man, or a woman and a woman. Oh, now marriage can be between a tree and a man, or the ocean and a woman. It's like, what? You can marry like items now? Yeah. They start blurring the lines. Everything is okay. So on this one, when it's saying wool and linen, well, it's designed for one purpose, and another one's designed for another purpose. Well, let's blend them and make them for the same purposes.
God.
It's confusion.
Like wool, you put wool on so you could stay warm. Linen was supposed to keep you cool.
Con.
You know, also too, like what we just read, right? Like back in verse 9, where it says you're not supposed to sow diverse. Thou shalt not sow thy vineyard with diverse seed, right? You got to look at that too on the spiritual side. Like, you're not supposed to be sowing your seeds with these other nations. You sow your seed with Israelite women for the men, right? And then when you look at verse 10, the spiritual side of verse 10, thou shalt not plow thy ox with an ass together. You got to see it like we're all working together. So you can't let like one brother be an ox and you're like, you know what, I'm going to be an ass. So me and him supposed to be working together, but you going to carry all the weight. You see what I'm saying? And I'm going to just do nothing because he's doing everything. Mm. Or I don't have to do anything because she's doing everything. You see what I'm saying?
Okay.
So y'all got to see it. Y'all got to see it on the spiritual side as well. Yeah, that's all. Go ahead.
Verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt make thee fringes upon the four quarters of thy vesture, wherewith thou coverest thyself. If any man take a wife and go in unto her and hate her,
go ahead,
and give occasion of speech against her, and bring up an evil name upon her, and say, I took this woman, and when I came to her, I found her not a maid.
Go ahead.
Then shall the father of the damsel and her mother take and bring forth the tokens of the damsel's virginity unto the elders of the city in the gate.
Go ahead.
And the damsel's father shall say unto the elders, I gave my daughter unto this man to wife, and he hated her. And lo, he hath given occasion of speech against her, saying, I found not thy daughter a maid, and yet these are the tokens of my daughter's virginity. And they shall spread the cloth before the elders of the city.
Go ahead.
The elders of the elders of that city shall take that man and chastise him, and they shall immerse him in 100 shekels of silver, and give them unto the father of the damsel, because he hath brought up an evil name upon a virgin of Israel, and she shall be his wife. He may not put her away all his days. But if this thing be true, and the tokens of virginity be not found for the damsel.
So you take a wife as a man, right? Pretty much what it's saying is you take this woman, you lay with her, and then now you don't like her, and you're like, you want to talk mess about her, and then you're going to be like, oh yeah, I didn't find her to be a maid. I didn't find her to be a virgin. Well, guess what? The father, he's going to take that white cloth, because back then, whenever you actually did the marriage, it's funny because we're going over marriage now. When you actually did the consummation of your marriage, y'all did it on a white bed sheet. That white bed sheet got the blood from the lady when her hymen was broken, and that blood, that blood that's on the white sheet was given to her father, and he held on to that as that token or as the receipt that yes, my daughter was indeed a virgin. You see what I'm saying? What you gave the shekels of silver for, that money that you gave, she was indeed a damsel. Yeah, she was indeed a virgin. Now, he wants to put her away because what is up with our men? Our men is always like this. Want to put away the woman for no reason.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Hit it and quit it. So this was to protect her from that. That was to protect the damsel from that. So when you read verse 20, it says, but if this thing be true, and the tokens of her virginity be not found for the damsel. So if everything that he's bringing up, the accusations was true, and the father did not indeed have the white sheet. Read on. Let's see what happens.
Verse 21. Then they shall bring out the damsel to the door of her father's house.
Woo, go ahead.
And the man of her city shall stone her with stones, that she die.
You see that? Why? Because she did this. Go ahead. Read down, and I'll get the scripture. Go ahead.
Because she hath wrought folly in Israel, to play the whore in her father's house.
Go ahead.
So shalt thou put away evil from among you.
You see that? So check this out. Go to Ecclesiasticus. Go to Ecclesiasticus and go to chapter 42, and we're going to start at verse 9. Verse 9. What was that? Oh, I was like, what the hell? All right, go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 42 and verse 9.
Ecclesiasticus chapter 42, verse 9.
Go ahead.
The father waited for the daughter, when no man knoweth.
Go ahead.
And the care of her taketh away sleep.
Go ahead.
And she is young, lest she pass away in the flower of her age. And being married, lest she should be hated.
You see that? Because that's what happened right here. She became married and she became hated. Why? Because she passed away the flower of her age. You see that? When the husband paid for the wife, he thought he was getting a virgin. He goes, he lays with her, and then he finds her to not be a virgin. Why? Because she passed away the flower of her age. You see that? And she ends up being hated. Read down to verse 10.
In her virginity, she should be defiled, begotten with a child in her father's house.
She, in this instance, she didn't get a child, but in her father's house, she's in her father's house, and she's laying with another man. You see that? That's not supposed to happen. And I want y'all to think about, just on like this whole conversation of marriage that we were having earlier. How many sisters, y'all don't have to put yourselves on blast or anything like that, but just think about it. How many women do y'all know that passed away the flower of their age or lost their virginity, but they were still living in their parents' house? I would say that's like probably 95 to 98% of all women. 95 to 98% of all women. So this scripture right here, but guess what? It's 95 to 98% of all women, especially here in America, right? But think about it. There's a marriage license that Esau instituted. So it showed me that marriage license don't mean nothing. Even they don't mean nothing to anybody. You see what I'm saying? So she goes, she passes away her flower while she's still living in her father's house. Go ahead. Second precept of verse 10.
And when she is married, she should be barren.
And it says, in having a husband, lest she should misbehave herself, and when she is married, lest she should be barren. Why? Because why would she be married? Why would she be married? Well, because she played the harlot. She passed away her virginity to a man that wasn't her husband. You see that? So let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 23. You're at 22, right? Yeah, my bad. Deuteronomy chapter 22. Yeah, Deuteronomy 22, 21.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 22. If a man be found lying with a woman married to a husband, then they shall both of them die, both the man that lay with the woman and the woman. So shalt thou put away evil from Israel.
See, that's adultery. If a man be found lying, the man got caught, they're found with the woman, and she's married to a husband and he's lying with her, bro, they're supposed to be put to death. And you know why that sucks? Because that's all that happens now in America. Yeah. That's all that happens now in America, man. It's disgusting. But it says that they should be put to death. And you know what's cold is a lot of times when we're reading this, like for instance in verse 21, it says, you put her to death, so shalt thou put evil away from among you. Because this ain't happening, that's why evil is just spreading like wildfire throughout this place. That's why now they have the balls to go and make music about it. You see that? I'm gonna show y'all something. Go to Proverbs real quick. Go to Proverbs. There's one in Job too, but I'm gonna go to the one in Proverbs. Give me a second, let me find it. Go to Proverbs 16. Hold on. Oh damn. Don't have to wait. It's Proverbs, man. It says that like whoever commits iniquity hates himself. I mean, whoever commits adultery hates himself. I know it's in Proverbs. It says he hated himself. It's go to Proverbs 6 and 32. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 32. Yep.
Proverbs chapter 6, verse 32. But whoso committeth adultery with a woman lacketh understanding.
So you go and you commit adultery with this woman, it shows that you lack understanding. Same thing with a woman. You go and you commit adultery against your husband, you lack understanding. Why? Go ahead.
He that doeth it destroy his own soul.
Yeah, man, you destroy your own soul. You made yourself unpleasing in the eyes of the Father. You're a man and you go and you sleep with another man's woman. Bruh, that's a heinous crime. That's a heinous crime. That shows that there's no morality. That shows that there's no care. That shows that you're literally like an animal. It shows that you're literally like a beast. You see what I'm saying? Why? Because you have no self-control. You're a woman and you go and you lay with a man that's not your husband. It shows, man, that you're beastly. It shows that you hate your own soul. Why? Because it's showing you right here in Deuteronomy 22 and 22 that whoever commits adultery was supposed to be put to death. So you literally hate your own soul if you will let your flesh make you do something You'll make your lust make you do something that'll have you put to death. You see that? Let's go back to Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 23.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 23. If a damsel that is a virgin be betrothed unto a man, unto a husband, and a man find her in the city, and lie with her, then ye shall bring them both out unto the gate of that city, and ye shall stone them with stones that they die.
You see that? So if a woman is betrothed, if she's betrothed to an husband, right, and a man find her in the city and lie with her, she's supposed to be put to death. Why? Because it says, then ye shall bring both of them onto the gate of the city, and ye shall stone them with stones. I'm sorry, not just her. Both of them get put to death. Why? Because that's something that as a man you should be doing if you talk to a woman. Is she single? Are you single? Well, yes, I'm single. Okay, well, we can talk. Are you not single? Okay, you're not single? Okay, we can talk. You see what I'm saying? But if you're, I mean, I'm sorry, not you can talk if you're not single. If you're not single, let me leave you alone. But see, this woman is supposed to tell. It's like I was saying this yesterday in class, right? About the stages of adultery.
Yeah.
The stages of adultery, like you don't slip and fall and, oh my God, I'm on it. It don't happen like that. When you slip and fall and, oh my God, I'm in it. There's a stage, there's a process that happens. So yes, you will put both of them to death. Why? Because this stage and this process, it happened. The talking. First of all, y'all meet each other. You ask her, hey, are you single? The betrothed woman is supposed to be, no, I'm betrothed. I'm promised. And then he's supposed to back away. You see what I'm saying? He's supposed to inquire. So yeah, you put both of them to death. You put both of them to death, man. Go ahead.
The damsel, because she cried not, being in the city. And the man, because he had humbled his neighbor's wife.
You see that? So she was supposed to say something. You were supposed to say something. You were supposed to, as a woman, say something, not keep your mouth shut. Y'all see what I'm saying? Like as a woman, if you have a man that comes up to you, you're married and you have a man that comes up to you and asks for your number, you should let your husband know. You should be like, nope. But then guess what you do? You go home and you let your husband know too. It ain't like a nope. And then you don't tell him. You're supposed to say no and then go home and let your husband know. Bring that to his attention right away. Y'all see what I'm saying? Go ahead.
So thou shalt put away evil from among you.
Unless y'all want evil among y'all. Unless, as women, y'all like when men keep approaching y'all when y'all are married. You're supposed to say something.
Yeah, you made me think about, what's his name? Was Steph Curry's woman?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How she said she just likes the attention of other guys.
Terrible.
If you're married, like. You have your hand up, sis?
So what if the man asks the woman and she lies that she's not betrothed?
That's why she got put to death.
So how would they know she lied? And like, let's say she doesn't say anything like she said.
Because as a man, you're not supposed to like just meet a woman in the city and be a whoremonger and just lie with that.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? So if I meet in the city, say this was me in this situation, and she's lying and she's like, no, I'm not betrothed. I'm not betrothed. You can have me. I'm not betrothed, right? Then I'm still supposed to go through a betrothal period to court this woman to see, okay, are you lying or are you not lying? Because women definitely do lie about this. What's going on with you? I should be going through this courting stage and talking to her during this courting stage and picking up and seeing. I should be learning her during the courting stage. So guess what? If she's a liar, I'm going to be able to see that in the courting stage. You see what I'm saying? If she's actually betrothed to a man, and it's like you on the phone with her, but every time you get on the phone with her, She's like, oh yeah, hold on. I'm getting another call. Who's calling you? Oh, just my mom. Just my dad. Oh, but aren't you in your mom and dad's house? You see what I'm saying? Who's calling you at these hours at night? Just my friend Lakeisha or Lucretia. Lucretia. Like Lucretia. Right?
Lucretia.
Well, okay, as a man, I'm gonna know that, okay, well, you have girlfriends, friends that are women that's calling you this late. I'm not really messing with that, because as a man, what we hate is when we're trying to talk to a woman and that woman has her friend all in her ear. We went over that scripture yesterday in class too. Yep. Right? That's a great scripture. You know? So either way, if this woman is actually single and she's not betrothed, you can tell. You can tell when she wants to be courted. Think about it, especially us in these times. Think about when you're a man and you just start courting this woman. You just start talking to her. She loves nothing more than for you to talk to her. Like, you text her, she gets the text message, she reply. Like, it didn't even take a minute. Like, she replies right away. But then you get the message back and you're like, you know what? No. Let me give it like 5 minutes. I don't want to seem thirsty. So you're like, I'm gonna wait. But they'll know. And they get mad when you don't reply fast enough. Why don't you reply fast enough? They do that. And then you call them. As soon as they call, yeah, so what's up? What you been doing all day? They answer like real quick. When they call you, you about to do it too in the betrothal period. You about to answer real quick, and you like, nah, let me ring it. Let me let it ring like 4 or 5 times. I can't see thirsty. You know what? Let me let it ring, and I'll just call her back. Yeah, so what's going on, babe? Caking, right?
Is that your Mac Daddy voice?
Nah, it's just a voice. I don't have a Mac Daddy. My Mac Daddy voice like this. I'm playing. But nah, you'll be able to see why, because it was supposed to be a courting period or a betrothal period. You see what I'm saying? So if she was betrothed to another man, then that man will always be trying to see what's up with his woman that he's about to betroth. You see what I'm saying? It's a learning. So if you as a man, you're trying to get in with this woman, but you can't learn nothing about her. She seems mischievous, like she's always hiding something, like she's strange. Bro, I'm leaving that. Yep. I'm like, nah, I'm gonna have to leave that alone. But as men, you can tell when like a woman is interested in you. You can tell when she's not. So you hit her up and you trying to do that whole betrothal thing. You text her. She texts you back in like 7 hours. It's like, oh yeah, she ain't feeling you. You text her, she wait 2 days to hit you back. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I ain't hit you back in 2 days. She ain't feeling you. You might as well not even respond to that. You see what I'm saying? You call her and she never answers. You can tell. You see what I'm saying? So, verse 24, you put both of them to death. Where'd you leave off at 24?
I read 24.
Okay, yeah, 25. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 25. But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and a man force her, and lie with her.
You see that keyword force. Keyword force. She's betrothed, and you force this woman. Hey, William, you have your hand up? Before I forget, you have your hand up, right?
Oh, God.
What's up? What did you have?
I had a friend when I used to work in the ward, she was a nurse. And he got hooked up with this other nurse. She was from Jamaica, but she was down there on contract.
Yeah.
And they was only going out for a little while, and he wound up, buying her this expensive engagement ring and all this. And when she was going back to Jamaica, like, she said she was going back to tell her family that she was engaged. But she was just adamant about him not going with her. And he said he went anyway, it was going to surprise her to find out she was married and had like 4 or 5 kids already. He said he could have outed her, but he just told her he just wanted to bring her.
Damn.
Dang.
Jesus. These hoes.
Dang.
Most of these niggas go broke for these hoes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to do it. But no. Listen, y'all. The betrothal period is very, 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 very important. Extremely important, man. Because I'm glad you mentioned that. You know, a lot of the times we talk about wicked brothers. Listen, man. Women are very wicked. Give me any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman, right? Because, bruh.
Give me any sorrow with the sorrow of the heart.
Give me, and where does the sorrow of a heart come from a man? Usually it comes from a woman. You see that? So, sisters, y'all do got to see, man, like, y'all got power. Y'all got some power. So y'all got to be able to, y'all got to use y'all's powers righteously. You see that? Let's go back. Let's read verse 25.
Verse 25, last precept. Then the man only that lay with her shall die.
So, hold on, read verse 25 from the top.
But if a man find a betrothed damsel in the field, and the man force her, and lie with her,
go ahead.
Then the man only that lay with her shall die.
Because listen, y'all, there's no raping in Israel. There's none of that. So let me make that 100% clear. Like when you read in the other scriptures where it talks about if a man find a damsel that's not betrothed and lie hold on her, that's in like Leviticus or something like that, right? Oh, no, we're going to go here.
Yeah.
We're going to go there. It's Deuteronomy 22 and 28. We're going to go there. So let's read down before I speak on it. Go ahead.
Verse 26. But unto the damsel thou shalt do nothing. There is in the damsel no sin worthy of death.
You see that? Why? Because she was forced. Go ahead.
For as when a man riseth against his neighbor and slayeth him, even so is this matter.
So when you rape a woman, that's like you killing another man. That's like you killing another individual. So guess what? You die. You're dead. Why? Because it's like you killed her. You see what I'm saying? Read.
Verse 27. For he found her in the field, and the betrothed damsel cried, and there was none to save her.
Yeah, not only did he find her, but she was screaming. And that didn't even trigger nothing in you. You didn't even think about your own daughters. You ain't even think about your sisters. You ain't even think about your mother. But you went and raped. You see what I'm saying? And there was none to save her. It's like you killed her. Now, let's read verse 28. Go ahead.
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed,
go ahead,
and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found,
go ahead,
then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver.
So you see that in verse 28 when it says, read 28 again?
If a man find a damsel that is a virgin, which is not betrothed,
go ahead,
and lay hold on her, and lie with her, and they be found.
That sounds like, the way it's worded, you would think that that's rape, right? But common sense would make you see what we just read. That, okay, it can't be rape. Common sense should make you know, okay, the Most High is not about rape. That's just common sense, flat out. You see what I'm saying? Read verse 29.
Then the man that lie with her shall give unto the damsel's father 50 shekels of silver, and she shall be his wife.
Go ahead.
Because he have humbled her. He may not put her away all his days.
You see that? So it's not like, oh yeah, I'm gonna just go rape this chick, and then here you go, father. Here's some money. It don't work like that. When it says, if a man find a damsel that is a virgin, right? So you're at work, you're at wherever, and you find this damsel, and you're talking to her, and your heart inclines onto her, right? And she's not betrothed, she's not promised to anybody, she's not talking to anybody, and you lay hold on her, that doesn't mean like you're like you're like a brute beast animal. When it says you lay hold on her, what it's talking about is you're the one that is now macking with this woman.
Right, you're just spitting game.
You're the one that's talking with her. You know what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, we haven't like established anything yet, but me and her talking. We're courting. You lay hold on her, like, yeah, we're not together, but we're talking, we vibing.
Seeing how it goes.
Seeing how it goes. You see what I'm saying? And then y'all end up lying with each other. It says, and lie with her, right? Y'all end up lying with each other. It's not like you're forcing her. Let me say this for brothers and sisters that's in here. Ain't there times when you're like, you'll be with your wife, right? And it's like, it's your wife. And y'all are vibing, y'all are talking, and then one thing leads to another, right? That's what this is talking about.
Consensual.
It's consensual. Y'all are talking, y'all are vibing, one thing leads to another. But that's your wife. That's how it goes. Now, this man, that happened with this woman. He did not rape her. He did not force her, right? So that happens, and they be found. Well, guess what? Well, me as a righteous man, listen, Pops, I know you're probably pissed off right now, but I just want you to know, I didn't force her. I did not rape her. We were just talking, we were just vibing. One thing led to another. It was not planned, like one thing led to another, and this is what happened. Here's 50 shekels of silver. Huh? Kind of like Mary and Joseph, huh? Kind of like Mary and Joseph. Because guess what? In this instance, you got to think about it. We were righteous men. You didn't just meet a chick on the first day and then, whoop. That didn't happen. So your heart inclined and you started talking to her. You see what I'm saying? You betrothed. You betrothed. You see what I'm saying? You're trying to, when you're a single man, or when you're a man in general, single or not, and you start talking to a woman that's not single, you're trying to start a betrothal period, if that's who you want. You see what I'm saying? That's what you're trying to do. You're trying to start that betrothal period. So if she's not single and she's feeling you and y'all are vibing and then something happens, then you just didn't go through the betrothal period all the way like you should have. You see what I'm saying? Or get the clearance from the father.
If she's not married.
If she's not married. Let me reiterate, if she's not married. So, like the brother said, kind of like Mary and Joseph. You see what I'm saying? So, somebody go to 2 Samuel chapter 13 and verse 12. There wasn't no rape. Like, Most High didn't tell us to rape anybody. That's wild. That's wild, man. Somebody go to 2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12.
2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12.
Uh-huh.
Therefore I said, the Philistines.
Hold on. That's 2 Samuel 13 and 12?
Oh, I'm sorry.
2 Samuel 13 and 12.
2 Samuel chapter 13, verse 12.
Go ahead.
And she.
Go ahead.
2 Samuel chapter 13.
Yeah, 13 and 12.
And she answered him, Nay, my brother, do not force me.
Do not what?
Do not force me.
Do not what?
Do not force me.
You see that? Go ahead.
For no such thing ought to be done in Israel.
For no such thing ought to be done in Israel. Go ahead.
Do not thou this folly.
Because what? It's a folly, man. It's stupidity. It's beastly. It's beastly. And it's worthy of death. You see that? So let's jump back. Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 30.
Deuteronomy chapter 22, verse 30.
Uh-huh.
A man shall not take his father's wife, nor discover his father's skirt.
And I mean, that's for the most part, that's straight to the point. That's how Reuben messed up. Let's go to Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1.
Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 1.
Go ahead.
He that is wounded in the stones, or have his privy member cut off.
His privy member.
Privy member cut off.
Go ahead.
Shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
So y'all see this? So a transvestite, that you're a man. You want to become a woman, and you cut your privy member off. You cannot enter into the congregation of the Most High. Or you are out in battle and you end up getting hurt there, you can't enter into the congregation of the Most High. You can't be bleeding everywhere. You see what I'm saying? Most High is very cleanly. Go to verse 2.
A bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
Go ahead.
Even to his 10th generation shall he not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
You see that? So a bastard shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High, even unto his 10th generation. But what is the bastard? What is it talking about? Well, let's go down. Let's read.
Verse 3. And Ammonites
Mm-hmm.
or Moabites shall not enter into the congregation of the Most High.
Go ahead.
Even to their 10th generation shall they not enter into the congregation of the Most High forever.
You see that? So now, an Ammonite and a Moabite, they can't enter in onto their 10th generation, just like a bastard can't enter into their 10th generation. So, what is Ammon and Moab known for? How did they come to be? Incest. Yep. Incest. So what you're seeing here that the scripture is talking about in the 10th generation is that a child that is born from incest can't enter into the congregation of the Most High. That's right. Incest. Because think about it. What usually happens with that child? Deformities. Majority of the time it's deformities. Yep. Or if they're not deformed physically, they're deformed mentally.
Right.
And spiritually.
Yeah, that's true.
So you can't have you see how everybody in class now can keep some form of order. You can't have somebody that was born from an incest relationship inside a class and expect them to keep order. You can't expect them to stay clean. Mentally, they're not all going to be there. Physically, they might not all be there. And guess what? We read about when you have certain physical deformities too, you can't enter into the congregation either. So, had to speak on that because they like to go into a mixed child. They like to go in. This is where the whole mamzer thing comes from.
Oh, really?
Where if you have a mixed child, the mixed child can't. All you gotta do is just read. Read down.
Verse 4. Because they met you not with bread and with water in the way. When ye came forth out of Egypt.
Go ahead.
And because they hired against thee Balaam the son of Beor of Pethor of Mesopotamia to curse thee.
So this is way back. This is way back when we read it in the Exodus. When we gathered, when Esau didn't want us to walk through their land, and Moab and Ammon, they didn't want to either. But not only did they not want us to walk through their land, but they went and they tried to curse us. Yeah. This is where you get the saying, nobody can curse Israel. Go ahead.
Nevertheless, the Most High thy power would not hearken unto Balaam. But the Most High thy power turned the curse into a blessing unto thee.
Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Very important scripture. When you see these nations, they try to put a curse on us, the Most High will turn that curse into a blessing for you. You see that? You can't ever just look at, oh yeah, Esau wants to do this. A perfect example. This whole vaccine, right? The whole jab, the whole shot. They're going to make it where we already know where it's headed. Where it's everybody, that it don't matter where the hell you work at. you're gonna have to get this jab to get to have a job. That's where they're headed with it. We can all see it, right? And you can look at that like it's a curse, but is it really? Is it really? It's not. It's a blessing. It would be a curse if you're not thinking and if you don't have faith. But it's a blessing. Why is it a blessing? Like, think about it. When they say, okay, your kids can't go to school unless they're vaccinated, right? Is that really a curse or is that a blessing? That's a blessing. Why? Because what is that going to force people to do? Educate their own kids. Or, listen, we can't let our kids go to y'all school, so now it's time for us to form our own damn schools. See what I'm saying? Simple as that. Like, oh, we can't watch movies no more unless you're vaccinated at a movie theater. Well, cool. If I still want the movie theater experience, let me buy a projector or a stupid dumb big TV, and guess what? Let me invite everybody. Kids is always eating popcorn anyways. Now let's eat popcorn for an actual reason. Let's invite everybody and let's all watch a movie together. One big house. Where we don't have to worry about people talking behind us. People that won't shut the hell up during the movie. No movie etiquette. Right? Where you're getting charged $10 for a box of popcorn. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You're going to lose a job. Okay, cool. Let's come together and make our own jobs. Let's come together and work with each other. Let's come together and deal with each other. Cool, like, yeah. Y'all gonna screw yourselves. Y'all trying to curse us, but what do they end up doing? It says, it's a blessing unto us. It says, read that part again.
But the Lord thy power turn the curse into a blessing unto thee, because the Most High thy power loved thee.
You see that? So the Most High will change the curse. Well, no, I'm sorry, not change the curse. He'll turn the curse into a blessing for us. And guess what, y'all? He has. Because you know how they like to say, that the Black and Latino population is the most susceptible to this virus, right? Mm-hmm. Well, when you check the numbers, I was seeing something where they said that like only 10% of black people actually died. 10% of the people that died were actually black people. The majority of the people that died is actually like Esau. Yep. Then how are we the most susceptible? So they threw a virus out there to try to get us, but who are they getting? Themselves. The majority of the time, sir.
I was watching this little report, and they were saying that in Israel, they have like a 97% death rate from coronavirus or something.
Oh yeah, he's
wiping them out.
They
yeah. And then because they were doing the parallel, because in like somewhere like it was like Pakistan or India or something like that, they in a certain part of India where they just usually like eat raw vegetables, and most of their diet is, you know, it has herbs on it. You know what I mean? They don't cook the herbs before they put it on the food. They put it on after they eat, after they cook the food.
Yeah.
And they eat a certain way, and they don't even bother with the COVID vaccine or nothing like that because they don't need it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Their immune system is good. But over there in Israel, you know what I mean? Obviously they're eating what they're eating, but at the same time, is most sides just wiping them out, man. They've got a nice, and they're vaccinated.
Yeah, they're like the highest vaccinated country.
Yeah. Yeah. So they're the highest one, and then they're the ones dying from it the most.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And then I guess Moderna, or not Moderna, but Pfizer.
Pfizer, yeah.
These guys are going all over the earth, basically trying to hold up and stick up these nations under this coronavirus thing. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. They're like, I think it's only Brazil and like Argentina or something down there in South America that haven't sold out to them. But basically, in order for them to give you the virus or to give you the vaccine, they're telling you gotta like sign over sovereign lands. They're making these deals with these countries that they gotta give over land. They gotta give them. Basically, they're gonna end up owning most of these countries in South America.
Damn.
Because they own the land and everything like that, just to give them the vaccine.
Wow.
So it's like the bad guy used to do in the movies, right? Like I'll just infect everybody with this type of deadly disease, and then I'll be the only one with the cure, right? And then they'll have to pay me $1 billion to get the cure. That's what Pfizer's doing right now. in real life. You know what I mean? And nobody's seeing it. It's like, y'all, nobody's gonna say nothing.
Yeah.
Like, and another thing is on the corona thing. This dude won a case in Canada. It was something that had to do with the coronavirus that he told them, well, if you can prove that there's that the coronavirus is real, then I'll pay this money or whatever, I'll be under whatever you say. They couldn't prove to him that the coronavirus was real.
Damn.
So he got off. His case got thrown out because they couldn't prove in court that the coronavirus is a real thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, and that's documented now, that's in court now, you know what I mean? So it's like, wait a minute, all these people going there, you know, when you do the studies, you find out the people that are dying of coronavirus, they had underlying issues anyway.
Yeah.
And they died of something else and they called it coronavirus, you know what I mean? And so it's like, they're doing all this just so they can stick up nations, man, so they can make money. It's all about money.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just like when they go and they offer you, they call it an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah.
So when they come to you and they offer you, like for instance, like China will go to Jamaica, right? And they'll offer Jamaica, because they actually did this. They offered them like this loan of this money, and then you'll be like, oh yeah, we can get this loan from China, we can build up Jamaica, create jobs, all that, right? But in the loan, the interest rate is so damn high that you'll never be able to pay off that loan. So you end up becoming a slave to China. You see what I'm saying? Because the interest rate is so damn high on the loan that they gave you, you'll never be able to pay it off. And what ends up happening? Well, China ends up running your land. You see what I'm saying? And that's what America did with a lot of different countries too. Before even this virus thing, they did that with a lot of countries, and if you didn't take the loan, well, you got sanctioned, or we're not messing with you. You see that? But yeah, that's cold. That's cold. So real quick, somebody asked, Brother Gavin said, isn't the Sabbath based on new moons, on a new moon? So therefore the Sabbath day changes accordingly. So let's go to Genesis chapter 2 and verse 1. Genesis chapter 2, verse 1. Isn't the Sabbath based on new moon? Go ahead.
Genesis chapter 2, verse 1.
And then somebody give me Ecclesiasticus chapter 43, verse 6. Genesis 2 and 1. Go ahead.
Thus the heavens and the earth were finished, and all the hosts of them. And on the seventh day, God ended his work, which he had made. And he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had made.
So the Most High, we should all know this, but the Most High, he did all his work in 6 days, right? And on the seventh day, it said that he rested, right? Go to verse 3.
And God blessed the seventh day.
God did what?
Blessed the seventh day.
So the Most High did what? One more time.
He blessed the seventh day.
So the Most High blessed the seventh day. Go ahead.
And sanctified it.
And sanctified it, meaning he set it apart. So the seventh day is set apart and it's holy. Go ahead.
Because that in it he had rested from all his work, which God created and made.
So the seventh day, or the Sabbath day, that's the day that the Most High ordained. You see what I'm saying? So isn't the Sabbath based on new moon? Well, the Sabbath at first was based on, according to Genesis, the seventh day. Dawam, do you want to speak on this? I know you want to speak on it. Or do you want me to hit this Ecclesiasticus 43 first?
Yeah, we can go all day on that. But you know, since we're right there in the neighborhood, Genesis 1. Start at the beginning.
In the very beginning.
Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, let there be light. and there was light.
Right.
And God saw the light, that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness he called night. And the evening and the morning were the first day.
All right, so how many of us were there when this happened?
Do you want me to say it a little louder so they can hear?
Yeah, how many of us were there when this happened? Because that was the first day.
God.
So if you're able to count from that first day, 6 days after was the 7th day officially, right? Now check this out. That was the first day. Read.
Mm-hmm.
And God said, let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters.
Mm-hmm.
And God made the firmament and divided it so. And God called the firmament heaven.
Hold on. You're going to jump down to verse 14.
Verse 14. And God said, let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs, and for seasons, and for days and years. And let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven, to give light upon the earth, and it was so.
Go ahead.
And God made 2 great lights, the greater light to rule the day,
which is the sun. Go ahead.
And the lesser light to rule the night,
which is the moon, right?
He made the stars also.
Right. Okay. So let's see. Jump down to verse 19.
Verse 19.
When did that happen?
And the evening and the morning were the 4th day.
Okay, so if the moon determined the 7th day, then how come it wasn't made until the 4th day? See, the Sabbath is basically the 7th day. If the moon determines it, the moon wasn't made until the 4th day.
Right.
All right?
Yeah.
So, just to make it simple for you, you'd have to be there on the first day the Most High created anything. When he separated light from darkness.
Yeah.
You'd have to be there to say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, today's the Sabbath. And from now on, every day, 7 days from this is the Sabbath. Right? So since we weren't there, we don't know. Now we do get in Exodus, when we came out of Egypt, and the little heads were popping up on the wheat, he said, this will be the beginning of months to you. That's what he told Moses, right? So our calendar didn't technically start till we got out of Egypt. Thousands of years after the first day.
Yeah.
Got?
Gone.
Right. And then, of course, like I said, since the moon wasn't made till the 4th day, it obviously wasn't the determining factor on what days were what. All right. All it did was separate the day from the night. That was your sign. Oh, the moon's out. It's nighttime. Right? Now you don't even know anymore. You go outside in the middle of the day, you can see the moon.
That's true.
Right? So even to this day, the moon is not the determining factor of what's day and night. The moon is not the determining factor of our calendar.
Mm-hmm.
All right. The moon is there for a sign. You're supposed to say, oh, okay, cool. Now I have something to guide you when it's pitch black outside. Now there's a big light in the sky, so I can walk around.
Yeah.
You see that? But otherwise, it wasn't a determining factor. The determining factor was the 7th day. And that means even when Esau did what they did in Daniel 7:25, where they changed times and laws, you counted 7 days because the Most High knew they were going to do that.
Yeah.
You would count every 7 days, every 7th day, in whatever calendar you're in, Gregorian, Roman, Greek, whatever calendar you're in.
Yeah.
The 7th day is the Sabbath. So in this calendar we're stuck in right now, that he knew we would be cursed under and be stuck in.
Yeah.
Saturday is the 7th day.
Yep.
Friday night sundown to Saturday night sundown. I mean, that's
simple.
And can I can I go to 2 Corinthians?
God. All of it.
I'm gonna go to 2 Corinthians real quick.
We've done this class a lot of times.
Yeah.
I said we should do this till the end of class.
Let's go to 2 Corinthians real quick. And in 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3.
2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 3. But I fear, lest by any means, as the serpent beguiled Eve through his subtlety, so your mind should be corrupted from the simplicity that is in Christ.
So remember, man, this is simple. This is simple, and I love the point that Thawan was making. Like, we've been under so many different captivities, and when you read the Daniels, it tells you that they were going to seek to change times, right? Which they did. So, with that being said, the simple way to do it is just count what's the seventh day and the time that you're in, and then you follow that. You see what I'm saying? That's the simplest way to do it. It's, a lot of times when you look at the truth, man, a lot of brothers and a lot of sisters, and I'm not saying that this is you, but a lot of brothers and sisters try to go deep into things that is not necessary. You see what I'm saying? They try to go deep into things that they can't even really prove like that. And that's all that they're stuck on. But the things that they should be stuck on, the things that they should be focused on, that's not what they're focused on at all. And again, brother, I'm not saying that this is you, but you do have brothers that'll come and be like, oh yeah, you don't follow the new moons, screw y'all. And it's like, Khan, is that a reason to not want to, you know what I'm saying?
Gather.
Because guess what? This is another cold thing. You have some Israelites that say the new moon is when it's completely dark, and some that say it's completely bright, right? So then you have the other scripture that says, let no man judge you off of the new moons or off of the feast days, right? But see, when brothers, and I'm not saying this is you, let me keep reiterating that, brothers will come and they'll judge you off of that when the scripture says don't judge each other off of that. Can we actually go there? Can you find that for me? What is it, Philippians or Galatians, right? Isn't it? It's in Corinthians. But the scripture says this, man. It's simple. It's simple. A lot of times, man, this is a stray fly. A lot of times, man, we get, it's Colossians 2:16. I'm actually right here. A lot of times, man, we start looking into things that's too deep. You see what I'm saying? So for us, bro, we just keep it simple. We just keep it very simple. 6 days. The seventh day in this calendar is on a Saturday or today, so we just follow that. You see what I'm saying? Go to Colossians 2:16.
Colossians chapter 2 and verse 16.
Read on.
Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of an holy day or of the new moon.
Or of the what?
New moon.
Or of the who?
New moon.
Go ahead.
Or of the Sabbath days.
You see that? Don't let nobody judge you off of the new moon or the Sabbath days, and we shouldn't be judging people off of that either. So again, brother, I'm not saying that this is you, but brothers and sisters do that. You see what I'm saying? And the cold part is, it's in the Bible. It's in the Bible too, showing you that brothers and sisters was doing it even back then. So why now in this time, if we can read it and see that brothers and sisters was doing the same thing back then, you would think that brothers, especially when they come into the truth, will be like, okay, let me not do this. You see what I'm saying? Let me just keep it simple. So yeah, got another question online. It says, why do the people in the Middle East look white? I know you want to get that.
It's the whole class, man. Again, I just did that the other day where I was talking about what Isiah did. But,
yeah.
That's the Ottoman Turk Empire.
Yeah.
When you get that 13th tribe, and you'll know all about that.
Yeah.
You get that 13th tribe, you'll know all about their migrations, how they went. How Esau went from basically Mount Seir to China, became the Huns. How they went north from China and went up into the Caucasus Mountains. How they started taking over the Ugyars, Magyars, the Gauls, the Gus, and all these people up in Russia, the Rus, and all those people in Russia. and became those people. Then they traveled from there down south to the Middle East to try to take over the Arabs, to try to take over the Roman Empire and everything that Judah, our people, had taken over. You know, in about what was it? I think it was like not 1492. It was like 193 AD to like 1453 AD was where we were ruling. Where we ruled we ruled Europe. It was called the Holy Roman Empire. But then they came down and they retook Constantinople. They took that from us and took over Rome and Europe and everything like that. So all these people in Rome, in Greece, in the Middle East, they're originally dark-skinned people or black people. But when they took over, they kicked out the original Franks or whatever, and called themselves French. They took over the Gauls and they called themselves the French. They took over the people that were in Spain and called themselves the Spanish. You know what I mean? They took over the people that were originally in Italy and Rome, the Etruscans and stuff like that. These are originally dark-skinned people, and they called themselves Romans, right? And they gave themselves a whole other history. And said that they came from Romulus and Remus, two little boys that were sucking on a wolf's breast and raised in a cave, and said that they came from those two men, right? You know, and this is their mythology that they did to wipe out the original people that were there in the original history that was there.
Yeah.
So that's how they became these people in the Middle East. The people you see in the Middle East, they still Esau too. They're just Islam worshiping Muslim Esau. You know what I mean? And then you gotta go into like the back alleys and the south side of Arabia or Afghanistan or any of these places to find the original dark-skinned people. For some reason, they're always on the south side. I don't know why. America, in the Middle East, Egypt, you gotta go to southern Egypt to go get the original dark-skinned Egyptians with the froze and all that.
That's funny.
You know what I mean? The ones that Paul was mistaken for, but who's generally in Egypt? The lighter-skinned Ottoman Turk people that mingled with them, and the Romans, the remnant of the Romans that were down there when Mark Antony and Cleopatra were alive, conquering Egypt and ruling Egypt. They end up infesting them places. So now you got to go to the back alleys and the ghettos of most of these places to find the original dark-skinned people, but they're still there. You know what I mean? But look at Esau's characteristics. By the sword thou shalt live. Who's that?
Esau.
So-called white man here. And how is the Arabs live? What you call Arabs? How are they living over there? By the sword.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Same way.
They're just keeping Muslim and Shiite law. But the original dark-skinned Arabs ain't there. Those are white people. Those are Esau. They're red and hairy all over, like a garment, right? Cats look like you'd have to wear goat's fur to mimic them. You know what I mean? They're hairy all over. They bearded and everything like that. They live by the sword. They murderers of people. That's their nature. So all you got to do is see Esau's characteristics and read about Esau's characteristics and find who's acting like that.
Yep.
You know what I mean?
Very true.
You go over there, homosexuality is rampant, right? They just keep it on the low. Sex with little boys is rampant.
That's
They just keep it on the low, just like the Roman Empire and the Greek Empire. All you got to do is look at Esau's characteristics throughout history.
Yep.
And that fit the Khazars. You know what I mean? And it fits the Greek and Roman Empire now, and it also fits the Arabians that are over there right now. You know what I mean? They're doing all that stuff. If you want to get into prostitution, they made a loophole for it. They wickedly make a loophole in Islamic law so that you can go over there, marry a woman on paper for a night. But once you leave the lines of the country, you're not married to her anymore. Wow. So you can go there, you're married to her, you can have sex with her, do whatever you want, and pay her, right, the dowry. And then when you leave the country to go back home, she's no longer your wife anymore. Wow. So that's how they legalize prostitution. Right? That's America ways. Oh, let's find a loophole in God's laws and make policy, make craft to prosper.
Yep.
Y'all see that?
Done.
So yeah, it's the same people, man. Those are the Ottoman Turk Empire, the remnants of the Ottoman Turk Empire. All Turk meant back then was the same thing cracker means right now. Means you were a pale-skinned white person.
Yeah.
Yeah. It didn't mean you were necessarily from Turkey. A Turk was a white person. It was a derogatory term for white people back then.
God. So, chapter 23 verse 6.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 6.
Uh-huh.
Thou shalt not seek their peace, nor their prosperity, all thy days forever.
Thou one said, did you want to come up, or did you want to come up? With the read?
One second read. We're on the second read.
We're going to the third right now.
Yeah. I don't want the class to take it long.
The third. I do have to bring this truck back too. I can type it up too. Tahawam Mayam Shabbat Shah Yahuda Banya Sha'ala Menavizra Amani Right.
Yahweh Shem El Shabbat
Yahweh Shem El Shabbat.
All right, next reader. Excuse me. Man. Elijah Shabbat Shah Yashkar Banya Sha'ala Ben Abizra Amadi Barak.
Yahweh Shem El Shabbat.
We are at Deuteronomy chapter 23, verse 7.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 7.
Hold on, real quick. So the brother said, and this is why, and is this why, and slack it, and is this, oh, that's why. And is the reason there is no peace in Israel because we, the Hebrews, are not occupying Israel.
God, that's exactly why. Go to Isaiah 2 and 1.
Yep.
Yeah, that's exactly why there's no peace in Israel right now, because that's not their land. Somebody else get 2 Kings 17 verse 22.
Isaiah chapter 2 verse 1. The word Isaiah, the son of Amos, saw concerning Judah and Jerusalem. And it shall come to pass in the last days that the mountain of the Most High's house shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be exalted above the hills.
Right, so in the last days, when it says mountains and hills, it's talking about kingdoms. All right, the mountains and hills represent kingdoms. So the Most High's kingdom is going to be above all kingdoms. All right, and we're the kingdom of the Most High. Israel is the kingdom of the Most High. Go ahead.
And all nations shall flow unto it.
Right, so those are the real people that are over there right now in Israel. How come all nations aren't flowing to them? How come not everybody's trying to be like them? Y'all see that? I mean, think about it. When's the last time it was like nationally established that if you didn't bump dreidel, you wasn't on point? Right? But if you ain't got the new Drake album, where you at?
Right.
You know
Right?
what's funny? Like that's literally the only song that we even know about them.
Yeah.
That's literally it. And I've never heard the song. I didn't know nothing about it until I came into the truth. And I still don't know nothing about it.
I still don't know.
Or if you ain't bumping, see, I know. If you ain't bumping Hava Nagila, do they even say anything about you? Like if you don't turn on your radio and Hava Nagila ain't playing, they like, oh, you a square, right? Nagila, right? If you ain't doing that, you ain't on point.
I've heard that one.
But if you ain't bumping the newest Judite music, where you at? Right? Like if you ain't got even if you was bumping Lil Nas X, you more on point than if you was playing Hava Nagila. Right? You more current, you more up to date, and you got more style and more fashion if you're doing something that Judah's doing. Right? But see, that's to show you it's not the land, it's the people that he's gonna raise above all nations. Y'all see that? And all the nations are gonna float to those people. Because nobody's, come on, man. You make sure you got a 2022 yarmulke yet?
Yeah, mine getting
But
fresh.
when Kangols was fresh, right? When LL Cool J and everybody started rocking Kangols and everything, if you wasn't rocking the Kango, it was like, you alright, man? You know what I mean? See, our headgear became fashion for the whole world, right? And even to this day, right? Oh, you ain't got your fitted? Yeah, you ain't got the snapback? What's wrong with you? Right? But if you don't got a fox fur black round hat on, does anybody give a damn? Nah, right? If you ain't doing the dance where you get on your knees and kick your feet out, does anybody give a damn? Yeah, but you better know how to dunk it. You know what I mean? You better know how to electric slide. You better know how to do those dances.
You gotta be able to sea walk.
God.
Sea walk.
That's worldwide. Things we do is worldwide. Even if you're a damn cholo, man. You know what I mean? In Korea and parts of China, they dressing up just like you. They dressing up like cholos, man. If you ain't rocking that Issachar style, you ain't on point. But where's those Israelite people's style going? To funerals? That's the only time the niggas dressing in all black. Funerals or a damn dress up party or something like that. But you ain't dressing up in no fox rim hat with a yarmulke on and little curls right here. Ain't nobody doing that. Dressing up like a damn rejected Amish person. That's over there. But see, when the Most High raises his kingdom up, this is going to happen. Read.
And many people shall go and say, come ye, and let us go up to the mountain of the Most High.
Right. Since when are many people trying to go flow to Israel right now? Shoot, people trying to get out of Israel. Them niggas got COVID. Y'all got cooties. Nobody want to go over there. Yeah. Nobody want to go over there. Y'all got gay clubs in the Holy Land. Nobody want to be there. Y'all see that?
Nobody respects them either over there.
Yeah, there are laws. Ain't nobody worldwide trying to establish the laws that are in Israel right now.
The only place that respects Israel is like America like that. Nobody else like really even cares.
And that's because they part of the cover-up.
Yep.
That's because they part of the cover-up. Hey, we got to make it so white people were Israelites. We got to make it so white people were the chosen. That's the only reason they back in Israel right now. Yeah. Y'all see that? Right. But the scriptures tell you this. Read.
To the house of the God of Jacob.
Go ahead.
And he will teach us of his ways.
Right. Nobody's going to Israel saying, hey, we need to learn the ways of God. Nobody's flowing to them for that. Why? Because half of them are coked up. 97% of them got cooties, and then the rest of them gay. Who the hell want to learn that?
They're definitely coked up.
They're definitely gay.
Go ahead.
And we will walk in his paths.
Right, go ahead.
For out of Zion shall go forth the law.
So what's going to happen when the real Israelites are in power? Out of Zion will go forth the law. Go ahead.
And the word of the Most High from Jerusalem.
Is that coming out of Israel right now?
Nope.
Go ahead.
And he shall judge among the nations right, and shall rebuke many people, right, and they shall beat their swords into plowshares.
They're gonna beat their swords into plowshares. You're gonna turn your weapons into utensils for farming. Is that happening right now? Since those Israelites got over there, so those Israelis got over there in 1946, 48, something like that, there has not been any kind of peace over there. That's all that's been happening, is it? I mean, I don't care if they got to throw rocks at each other. There has not been peace over there. If it comes down to, hey, there ain't no weapons, there ain't no guns, there ain't no bullets, okay, we're going to throw rocks at each other and swing on each other. We're going to strap bombs to ourselves and jump in a bus. There has not been peace over there. So how are those people ever being the people that fulfill this promise? That's not them. Go ahead.
And their spears into pruning hooks.
And their spears are going to be in pruning hooks, right? So again, they're going to take their weapons and turn them into farming utensils. Now you think about it. Everywhere you go into any Judite neighborhood, right? You can have peace. We're not those type of people that's like, we got to just kill everything we see. You know what I mean? We got to come invade your privacy and find out what the hell you're doing. That's not our people. Yeah, we got a high crime rate because we're stuck in the middle of our enemies, right?
Yeah.
But when you go to a neighborhood where mostly Jews live, you're gonna have brotherhood and unity. Before they screwed up Harlem and J. Edgar Hoover flooded it with drugs and made everybody crazy, we had peace. You could walk through Harlem and be like, hey, what's up, brother? You know what I mean? You can walk through the worst neighborhoods in Chicago, what are worse today. Hey, brother, what's going on? Hey, brother, hey, I'm living good, man. Hanging loose like a hubcap in the fast lane. You know what I mean? You could rap with a brother now because of Esau's rule. What do you got? Mask up, social distance, don't touch me, don't talk to me. Yeah, I don't want cooties, right? I was at the gas station. I was like, it's so normal now. It feels like it's like everybody's just in their own little bubble now. You know what I mean? I got out the thing, saw a person was outside. I was just like, go ahead and do my gas. You know what I mean? It's like, I was like, wait a minute, that's not who I am. That's what society's programming everybody to be. Because they did the same thing. They saw me turn the other way. You know what I mean? It's like, damn, that's who we are now. And then what's going to happen? When the cops get out and beat my ass down, that other guy's just going to be over here, just minding my business. He ain't going to help. You know what I mean? My daughter's getting kidnapped. He's just going to be over there, up, social distance. You know what I mean?
Or like when my house is getting broken into.
Yeah. War. It's war since they started. You know what I mean? But in our neighborhoods, our nature is to take care and welcome. How you think that little white boy shot up that church in North Carolina? Killed 9 people. Because they let his ass in. It wasn't like, oh, white boy, nah, what are you doing here? You know what I mean? No, it was like, oh, come on in. We love everybody. Right? That's our nature. So when that's established back on earth, when we're established back on earth, that's what nature is going to rule. Even after slavery, right after, you have brothers that still have the whips in their back. Sisters that still have the whips in their back.
Fresh.
Raising these little white kids. With love. You know what I mean? Like treating them like they were their own sons and daughters. Right? How many movies you seen from them days, man, where the white boy grow up and he, Coon number 3, he been taking care of me since I was 2 years old. And he took care of my granddaddy. You know what I mean? Yeah, Django and all that, Clarence and all that. Come on, man. You have brothers with whip marks fresh in their back from that nigga's daddy and was taking care of that boy like he was his own son. Y'all see that? But you can't even move into their neighborhood and pay good money for a house, and they sitting there. I was just watching the video. Karen was at his door in the middle of the damn night, and she tried to open the door like dude, you ain't even gonna knock? She tried to just open the door just because he was moving in. And she was heated. You like, where the hell you get the gall, man?
Right.
That's their nature. That's how things have been since they've been ruling. When the real people are ruling, there's going to be peace on earth. You're going to beat your swords into plowshares. Read on.
Nation shall not lift up sword against nation.
See that? This is going to be a worldwide thing. You're not going to have Chinese versus Russians or Chinese versus nobody or Koreans want to mount up missiles on nobody. Nation is not going to lift up sword against nation. So if they're the real Jews, why is there not peace on earth? Why is nation still lifting up sword against nation? Because that's not them. Go ahead.
Neither shall they learn war anymore.
We're not even going to learn war anymore. There ain't going to be no Art of War by Sun Tzu. It ain't going to be no 38 laws of war. What is it?
48 laws of power?
Nah, the other one, strategies of war and all that stuff. It ain't going to be none of that. You're not going to need to learn war tactics because you're going to let everybody mind their own business. Oh, the Chinese over there in China making breeding silkworms and making silk. That's beautiful. Have them ship some to us and we'll ship them some gold. What are they doing over there in China? It don't matter. As long as they bring in that silk.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah, as long as we don't hear that they breaking the laws of the Most High, let them do them. Hey, we're gonna go over there and invade China. Why? They got it. They still farming and making crops and making that bok choy over there. Let them do them. We don't gotta invade them. Just like we did back in the day. We minded our own damn business. Oh, a Chinese man want to come through our land? Cool, as long as he gets circumcised. And you know, if he ain't circumcised, he can't eat the Passover with us. But he welcome to any of our feasts. Right? That's how it's gonna be. Peace. Y'all see that? From there, what was the other scripture? 2
Kings, chapter 17, verse 22.
Uh-huh.
For the children of Israel walked in all the sins of Jeroboam, which he did.
This is what happened. Go ahead.
They departed not from them.
Uh-huh.
Till the Most High removed Israel out of his sight.
See, he removed the real Israelites out of his sight. His sight is on the land of Israel. He removed the Israelites out of that sight. Go ahead.
As he has said by all his servants, the prophets, so was Israel carried away out of their own land to Assyria unto this day.
Right? That happened in 933 or 722 BC. All right, y'all need to know that because there's no more important date on all of Google than 722 BC. There's no more important geographical location than Israel at the time of 722 BC. So if you want to look up 722 BC, even right now, you're going to find out all it's going to talk about is Israel. I'll do it right now for you. Yep. Y'all all got smartphones, so I don't have to lie. Oh, I don't have to. What's it? What's the? You can do it on your phones up. You can type in 722 BC, 933 BC, when the kingdom of Israel split, and that's all it's going to list back to back is what happened to Israel, the Assyrian captivity of Israel. Y'all understand? Why? Because this is what happened to that land when the original Israelites were taken out. You're going to keep reading. Yeah, go ahead.
And the king of Assyria brought men from Babylon.
So what happened to the original Israelites? We were taken out unto this day, right? This is the northern kingdom. The 9.5 tribes were taken out of northern Israel, all right? And he put people from Babylon, which is basically Africans, East Africans as you know them today, or Cushites, or Ethiopians, or Eritreans. These are the people that inhabited our land. That's why to this day, they're going to say, oh, we have the original first Bible, and it's a bunch of Ethiopians standing around this 1,500-year-old Bible. Those are Ethiopians. They're called Falasha Jews, which means false Jews. All right? This is when it happened. So no, the Ethiopians are not Jews. The Ethiopians are Jewish. They have Jewish customs, passed down to them by our priests, as we're going to read.
And from Kuthas, and from Ava, and from Hamath, and from Sepharvaim.
Right, Sepharvaim. So these are places he took these people from and put them in Israel. Go ahead.
And placed them in the cities of Samaria instead of the children of Israel.
Right. So that's the key word. Instead of the children of Israel. Not along with the children of Israel, but he took the Israelites out to Assyria, over the Jordan. He took them away. And then he put these people in their place. This is a cover-up. Y'all understand? So when all these Hotep niggas jump up and y'all niggas ain't got no proof that y'all Israelites. Of course we don't. There's the cover-up. It's in black and white. Y'all see that? This man covered up our nationality. This was in Psalms 83. They've been planning to do this since David's time. All right? They covered up our nationality with these other dark-skinned people and made them say they were the Jews. Go ahead.
And they possessed Samaria and dwelt in the cities thereof.
Right? So Samaria is in northern Israel. Go ahead.
And so it was at the beginning of their dwelling there, that they feared not the Lord.
So they didn't fear the Most High. These people that got put there didn't fear the Most High. The place was still called Israel. All right? So going according to his question, why isn't there not peace on earth and stuff like that? Well, because if the real Israelites aren't there, that peace comes with us. It's not about just the place. The place and the people got to be one. Y'all see that? It's like when they made those King Arthur movies. That's real, but it has nothing to do with England. Right? It's about Israel. The place and the people got to be one for there to be peace on earth.
Yeah.
But they tried to steal that. Esau stole that and tried to make it about England. Right? Which in the original England at the time of King Arthur, when we were running the show, that's exactly true. All right? Because the English were the angel sons of Isaac, Anglo-Saxons, right? It was originally Jews running England, or Angel Land. So that was us too, and the people and the land had to be one for there to be peace. So at the time of the real King Arthur and the Knights of the Round Table, there had to be the people and the land together. In the original Israel, the people and the land have to be united for there to be peace on earth. It's a supernatural occurrence. It's not just a physical one. You understand? The people and the land got to be united for there to be peace on earth. But if you notice, wherever the people are, there's generally peace. You know what I mean? It's generally a peaceful type of people, unless we're trapped in a captivity that causes us to be at war. Y'all see that? Which is why the nation and the people got to be together. See, y'all getting it? Like, we could be here and still be like, yeah, what's up, brother? You know what I mean? Stuff like that. But we still gonna be under the curses because we're here. So we're still trapped in this I gotta chase money environment created by Esau, so that we end up being at war with each other. But when we're back in our land, and it's not you gotta chase money because you got everything. You got gold, you got spices, you got everything you could want. Olives and everything like that, right? Your food is good, healthy, and everything like that. You don't want to kill your brother. When we're united back in our land, we're going to be back in our natural condition of, I got everything. I don't need to steal from you. I got everything I need. The Most High gave me hectares of land, olive trees, olive oil, gold in all my coasts, right? I got to rob you. See? So there's going to be peace. Oh, let's go invade this nation. For what? We got everything. We got everything a nation could want right here. And if we don't got it, like Solomon did, we'll give you some of what we got, and you give us some of what we got. Fair trade. Y'all see that? And hey, if y'all lacking, you know what? Like Solomon did for Africa, I'll feed you. Just give me some trees. Bring your carpenters over. Do some work. Right? What Joshua did with the Gileadites, right? Oh, okay, y'all tricked me. Okay, y'all got me. we're not gonna kill you, but y'all gonna be hewers of wood and drawers of water for life. All your generation gonna be servants for the house of the Most High. Y'all see that? See, there's gonna be peace. And the nation and kingdom that won't serve the Most High, that won't serve the house, they'll be killed. Isaiah 60 and 12. That's gonna be peaceful. Y'all see that? Oh, y'all Edomites getting out of hand? Y'all about to riot and everything? You got guns? Oh, okay. We're gonna send legions of angels over there, wipe all of y'all out, replace y'all with another nation that's more peaceful and agreeable to the laws of God, and then there's still gonna be peace on earth. Because Yahushua says he's gonna rule with a rod of iron. He ain't playing that. Oh, y'all tripping over there in China? Or y'all don't like the laws? Oh, okay. Y'all want to get circumcised and stuff like that? Okay, cool. Oh, y'all want to go back to eating octopus and doing all that? Okay, cool. We're going to send legions of angels over there. Or we're just going to send Israelites over there, the Israelite army, and a bunch of niggas is going to wipe y'all out. And then there will be peace on earth. Y'all see that? This is going to be easy solutions to all that. Cool. You don't want to serve? Then you die. And somebody that will serve will be over there shortly. Y'all see that? Or Numbers 24 will kick in, and our seed will be in many waters. We'll go repopulate your part of the kingdom for you. Y'all see that? Oh, okay. Y'all didn't want to do it right? Okay, there ain't no more Chinese then. We're going to go repopulate China black again. Make China black again. Oh, yeah. Ain't going to be no America. They still going to be smoking at this time. Right? It's just going to be smoke from all the way in Israel. We're going to see that. So we ain't going to worry about them. You know what I mean? They're going to be over here playing Walking Dead if there is anybody alive. We ain't going to be worried about them. But, y'all tripping in South America? Oh, okay. Well, we're going to go repopulate that over there too. Make it all righteous. That's all it's going to be. That's going to be the solution. So there will be peace on earth. But what's happening? How do you know that they're not the real people? There's not peace on earth. Isaiah is not being fulfilled. And what we're reading here in 2 Kings, that even when the people weren't in Israel, when the real people weren't in Israel, they instantly had these problems. Watch, read on.
Therefore, the Most High sent lions among them.
They got lions going in there among them.
Which slew some of them.
Right? Remember, the Most High said he got spirits sent out for vengeance. Ecclesiasticus 38, right? So there's spirits that are sent out for vengeance. He sent lions on them. Oh, y'all ain't serving me? And you gonna perpetrate like you the people? I'm gonna kill y'all. Go ahead.
Therefore they spake to the king of Assyria, saying, the nations which thou hast removed and placed in cities of Samaria know not the manner of the Most High of the land.
Right, they don't know the manner of the God of this land. Go ahead.
Therefore he hath sent lions among them, and behold, they slay them.
See, so they knew it was supernatural. They understood it was a supernatural thing. Damn, either the people got to be here, or the God got to be watching over the people. Y'all see that? It ain't about we just get to live here. This ain't just another geographical location we get to live. The God of that land don't like the people that are here because they ain't serving. Go ahead.
Hold on. William, give me 1 second. You got this guy that came, so he asked, are we keeping the Sabbath today? I said, Khan, we are. He asked, why?
Why are we keeping the Sabbath today?
Why are we keeping the Sabbath today?
The Most High told us, again, going back to what Genesis 2, or going back to, in Exodus, he told us we were supposed to keep the Sabbath day forever. Exodus 20, right? We're supposed to keep the Sabbath day forever. So every seventh day, we give honor to the Most High and thanks and praise to the Most High. We go over the reading of the law, and these are the statutes he told us to keep forever. And it's not a bad question. I mean, the thing is the Most High gave us the law because he said, if your kids in time to come should ask, why do you do this? You'll be able to explain to them.
Yeah.
Right? Mm-hmm. So he's coming as a child, which is how Yahushua said, come as a child, right? Why are you doing the Sabbath? We do the Sabbath because the scriptures tell us to honor the Sabbath day forever. Somebody get that in Exodus chapter 20.
I'm already here. You want me to read?
Let's go.
It's Exodus chapter 20, verse 8. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Right. So we keep the Sabbath day holy or sanctified and clean and pure. So this is the one day of the week you get to let your gonads rest from having sex with your woman. You get to say, you know what? I'm gonna chill today. I'm gonna let my body rest.
So
and replenish itself.
So he asks, so how do you know this is the actual seventh day?
Okay. Let's get it. Do we gotta get a calendar or? I'm not gonna accuse you of being a smartass, but you have a calendar. Sunday is designated by the Roman and Greeks as the first day. The calendar you have to abide by. When your boss says you're coming to work on Monday, you don't get to say, well, how do we know this is the first day of the work week? No, you bring your ass to work on Monday or you're fired, right? So, since they're the ones in power, and again, we can pull Daniel's 7:25, they changed times and laws. The people in power, the wicked that are in power, they changed the times and laws. So no, we don't know it's the seventh day because we just went over this earlier.
So you have the guy that asked the question earlier. He said, according to scripture, it changes according to the new moon. So,
what scripture?
That's what I was going to say. What scripture can you pull?
Post the scripture, brother. Post the scripture that says the new moon is the Sabbath. All right. There's no scripture that I tried to do it myself. I was trying to prove it to a brother that had left, and he was like, "Well, show me the scripture." And I was like, "Wait a minute, damn. There ain't no scripture like that. We just been keeping that like a custom. That's a custom that you guys learned from what they call Ashkenazi Jews. The fake Jews do that.
Yeah.
All right. The fake Jews keep that new moon is the Sabbath thing, and you guys learned that from them. You learned what you know of Judaism from them, and so you're thinking, oh, I got to keep this. The new moon is the Sabbath. That's their customs that they instituted. And they thought they were keeping it from us because we used to have a celebration on the new moons, but it was not a Sabbath. When you read in Kings, Saul and Jonathan and everybody, they got together for a feast on the new moon. But it was not, it was just a party, bro. We black people, we always came up with reasons to party. That did not make it a national holiday.
And
you understand?
God.
That's like backyard boogie and backyard barbecues aren't national holidays. But if you don't make it, you're square.
You know,
right?
You know also too, whenever you read like the Torah, right, and you're reading about the laws in the Torah, the Most High is very detailed and specific, especially when it comes to things that He expects you to do. So when it comes to like the Sabbath, you would have seen when you're reading about it in the law, where He would have been like, yeah, the new moon Sabbath. You would have saw it.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You would have saw it, and it wouldn't have been. It would have been without a shadow of a doubt. You see what I'm saying? But that's how you know that. That's how you know, like what you're saying, like it's a feast.
Right.
But he said,
you know, even in even going historically, Ahaz, the king, he made a sundial, not a moon dial, a sundial. That was how you determine the hours of the day. For the nighttime, you just had watches. You know what I mean? Oh, shepherd number 1 is nodding off in his sleep. It must be the second watch. All right? And you had another shepherd, switch him out, watch over the sheep until he started nodding off. It wasn't no time. Why? Because the sun wasn't there to throw a shadow on the sundial. All right? So even in that, we didn't use the moon we didn't use the moon for much, but the time of the month.
yeah.
You understand? Like he was going to go over in Ecclesiasticus 43, the moon just told you about what time of the month it was. Mm-hmm. All right? And it every 30 days, the moon disappeared, and you knew, okay, the month is starting again. That was it. And some of us celebrated it. Why? Because we were an agricultural people. So as the months went by, we knew, oh, damn, we're getting closer to the crops coming in and new food coming in, right? Instead of eating the old store, we're not eating dried up food no more. We get to eat the sweet corn. You know what I mean?
We get that good stuff now. But we didn't use the moon as like the Sabbath day. The new moon wasn't a Sabbath.
God, can I say this too? It's because so he put the first thing. Remember, he had asked, show us a scripture that says the new moon is a Sabbath. So we're still waiting on that. Then he says he just put the book of Enoch. We don't read the book of Enoch here, but remember, we asked you, show us a scripture that said the new moon is a Sabbath. The Bible says prove all things. So you're gonna have to be able to go into the Bible and show us where the scripture says the new moon is a Sabbath. If you can't do that, then you can't come on here trying to teach. Right. If you can't prove what it is that you're teaching. You see what I'm saying? And then, so Yah says the sun is the ruler, not the moon. You calculate time by the sun. It's scripture. Again, show us the scripture. You see what I'm saying? Then you need an accurate solar calendar to calculate the actual 7th day. Otherwise, you won't be in true harmony with the universe. So again, I'm going to say this. Show us the scripture where I'm going to be in harmony with the universe.
No, listen. Once again, I'm not an arguer anymore, all right?
Yeah.
I used to bust my blood vessels arguing with brothers. I'm with you, brother. So, again, why I brought out Genesis chapter 1, when you can show me that you were there with the Most High on the very first day, not when the sun was there, not when the moon was there, but on the first day, when light and darkness were created, and then you have calculated from that day to now, every 7th day, I'll be right there with you, brother, because I would like to be in universal harmony and one with everything.
Yep.
I would like to be in tune, right? Truly in tune. So if you do it, if you make that calculation, I'm with you. Why argue?
He says when the sun and the moon. He says when the sun and the moon connects in the firmament.
When the sun and the moon, but the sun and the moon weren't there on the first day. They weren't created till the 4th day, brother. So when you find out the 7th day from light and darkness, that is the true Sabbath day. That's how you read it in Genesis chapter 1. 7 days from when the Most High created light and darkness is the first Sabbath day. Every consecutive 7th day from there would be this true, in tune, universally accurate, vibrational frequency, toned Sabbath day. Harmony. Until then, there's just chaos. Except that we have in Exodus, when we came out of Egypt, that the Most High said, this will be the beginning of months to you. We call that month Abib. And so we started our calendar from there. All right? And every 7th day from that day he said that is now the Sabbath.
Yeah.
See, because the Sabbath simply means 7th day. It doesn't mean every Saturday. It doesn't mean every Sunday. It doesn't mean every Monday. Those days weren't invented yet. It means every 7th day. All right? So you got to know when the Most High created everything, 7 days from there, that's the true in tune 7th day.
Yeah.
Or you got to know the one from when he rescued us from Egypt, when the barley harvest was just barely popping up. That is the first day of the first month of the first year, and every 7th day consecutive from that. So either one of those calculations is good if you want to do that, but we're not going to judge you in what you do on the Sabbath day or nothing like that. Likewise, the scriptures command you not to judge us. We're in a Greco-Roman calendar, so according to the Greco-Roman calendar, every Friday night to Saturday night, mixing that, of course, with the scriptures, the evening and the morning are the first day. Every Friday night to Saturday night is a Sabbath day, the 7th day. All right, and it's as simple as that. It's not really much to argue about.
Hey, so we're definitely not gonna argue, y'all. So, brother, so Gavin, So Yah and Gavin, yeah, man, just relax. It's all good.
What are they saying?
Nah, they're like, I guess they're like responding against each other now. So Yah told Gavin to say you need to stop.
Just on that, y'all fell for it, man. Because these are the things that cause division in Israel, man.
Yeah.
It's the new Sibboleth and stuff like that. That y'all instead of unifying, y'all getting caught in strifes of words. Y'all getting caught in respect of days and things like that. You think Yahweh Shai is going to ask y'all that when he gets here? That's going to be the first question, or is he going to ask, were you unified like he commanded you to? Because see, our first commandment at the beginning of everything was be fruitful and multiply.
Yep.
Our commandment as we got scattered was Zephaniah 2:1. Gather together, O nation not desired. The point was gathering. You can worry about doctrine, and you can worry about the little crybaby nonsense and the differences in opinion after you get together. Y'all see that? Like your family ain't a family while they're bickering and crying about every little thing. Oh, I ain't going over there because he combs my hair like this, or she dresses like this, so I ain't gonna get over there with them. Until they can say, you know what, forget all that. Let's all get together because we're family and we blood. See that? See, we don't have a big enough purpose of why to gather together right now. The Most High ain't kicked our ass enough. That's why y'all bickering over days. You see that? Because you got to think about it. When the stuff really goes down, the enemy of my enemy becomes my friend. God. It don't matter what we arguing about. Ain't that what Esau teaches?
Yep.
They're French, Italians, Spaniards, they're all these Norwegians and all that. Until Hitler came to power, right? Then they were the UN. We're the United Nations. What? They're all of that, all those different things until what? Negroes start coming into power. Then they're what? United Nations against niggas.
United.
Right? Yeah. Now, no, we're not the French, the Romans, the Germans, the this, the that. We're Pfizer. We're Moderna. We got to kill these niggas. They unite because they got a big enough reason to put all them little petty differences aside. Ugh, you speak like a gay man. You speak like too harsh. I don't know. They don't do that. They unite. Y'all see that? But niggas still want to argue over days because the Most High ain't kicked your ass enough. He ain't gave you a big enough reason to say, you know what, who cares? The Hotep community's learning that right now. When the cops was rolling through New York beating everybody's ass, it wasn't I'm Hotep and you're an Israelite. Hell no, we black. We black and they blue. They learned that in Cali when them race riots and everything started kicking off. When Reginald Denny and all them cats was getting their ass whooped, Rodney King and all that. Mm-hmm. They learned real quick. It ain't we ain't Crips, we ain't Bloods. We black and they blue. Y'all see that? But the Most High ain't kicked your ass enough. And you spoiled. That's why you arguing over days. Because you're spoiled. You got time and nothing but opportunity to sit there and argue about some damn days. But when they come through, when the troops come through, y'all gonna be arguing over days? Or you gonna let that brother into your house, regardless of what day he celebrates as the Sabbath? Or you gonna kick him out to the curb and sell him out like what's his name did, the Black Panthers?
Yeah.
You gonna be Judas because he doesn't believe what you believe? That's what Judas sold out Yahweh Shai for.
Yep.
Because he didn't believe what he believed. Oh no, you were supposed to come and bring salvation to Israel and put us back on top. No, the hell I wasn't. That's not what the prophecy said. The prophecy said I was supposed to get my ass whooped and die to cover your sins. But you don't believe what I believe. That's why you sold me out. What you do it quickly. If you still arguing over that BS, man, it's because you're spoiled. You are too damn spoiled, man. Like I said, when them cops roll through your hood, when the cops roll through my hood, the dark nigga across the street, he ain't even African. It ain't even a matter of are you Hamite or anything. You dark. And I know they gonna come whoop your ass. And if I was in the same situation, I would want you to open your door to me. Y'all see that?
Yeah.
See, we done lived in places where a brother got shot in his stomach and he looking for a place to just let him in. And when he banged on the door to our brother's house, it wasn't no, well, I don't know, brother, do you believe in the Sabbath day? Nah, brothers let him in. You know what I mean? Yeah. Brothers tended to him and things like that. Things that happen, we weren't sitting there worried about what religion and what nation and all these things like that. Nah, because the same thing we did for that brother, we would hope he would do for us. Just knowing that we all in the same situation. You're ignorant of what your people are going through. If you sitting there arguing about days, you ain't going through enough. You ain't in the struggle if you sitting there arguing about days. That's your brother. Why the hell would you argue with him? Make up, shake hands, and realize we got a bigger struggle, man. Yep. We got to unify. All these little things are what are devices of Satan. Satan causes division. He's the one that causes division. He's the adversary causing division. Divide and conquer is the oldest tactic in the book, and y'all falling for it over a damn day. Over a Sabbath day, Yahushua killed all that. He said the Sabbath was made for man, not man for the Sabbath. The Sabbath was made to unify Israel. If you're dividing over the Sabbath, you're defeating the whole purpose of the Sabbath. Don't matter what day it is. That's why we said we were doing the lunar thing. And, okay, so 7 days from that. Okay, so this year the Sabbath day is on Tuesday. But brothers in another state was like, we're still celebrating it on Saturday. In another state, it was like, well, because it was the next day, because it wasn't the disappeared moon, and it's the crescent moon. So we celebrated on the next day, Tuesday. And it was like, damn, so we going to have a Sabbath on Saturday. Y'all going to have a Sabbath on Tuesday. Y'all going to have it on Monday. Where's the unity? Let's do this. What's the 7th day of our calendar right now? Yep. Saturday. So all of us universally, in unity, have the Sabbath on Saturday. The 7th day. Yep. We put all that stuff aside because there are bigger issues than the day of the damn week. There are bigger issues that we're facing as a nation. You got niggas packing up our women in white vans and driving them off to God knows where. There are white people eating our people. They got warehouses, they're eating our people. And you want to bicker over a day? The hell out of here, man. You ain't an Israelite. You're causing division. You're a sellout. So, no, we ain't going to argue with you. You be right. But you going to be alone. When that white van roll through your hood, you're going to be by yourself. You're going to be sitting over there in the closet in the dark talking about, it's the Sabbath today. And not unified with your people. And so there ain't going to be nobody to watch your back because we all here on Saturday. We ain't in the streets.
You know, when you look at it too, man, you got to see, like, I'm not on the social media. Everybody knows that. But whenever I'm on the social media with Israelites, all you see is arguing and bickering. But you know, one thing that I did notice is that usually the people that argue and bicker on social media all the damn time, that's all they do. Yeah. So, and you know, until
the Most High brings it down.
Yeah.
Until there's a Sandra Bland or Eric Garner, and then everybody's, or a Haiti, right? Yeah. Then everybody got a Haitian flag. Nobody cares what day it is. God. Everybody got a Haitian flag, right? When the Most High start bringing that ass whooping, that's when everybody start, we need to put down these little differences. You know what I mean? And you think that faggots that's marching down the street with that damn rainbow flag, you think they sitting there arguing over who's black, who's white, whose day of the week is what? Nah, they fighting for their rights, man. Mm-hmm. They fighting for the rights to do daisy chains and bending each other over and pillow biting and all that. They fighting for their right to live. So they sitting there like, we gotta fight for gay rights. Black, white, brown, day of the week, whatever. Mm-hmm. Your birthday, my zodiac sign, that don't matter to them. They're unified, and that's why they're getting rights. Yep. That's why they're getting all the things they're getting. They're getting all their little tax breaks and marriage and all that. They're having progress in their struggle. You know why? because they don't give a damn what your religion is. As long as you like sex in the booty, me too. Okay, let's get some rights.
You know,
that's what they think.
You know too, sir. Like it's even like the way. It's like even like the way like both came.
Yeah.
It's like instead of like sitting back and seeing, it always goes negative. You see what I'm saying? Like I'm gonna show you how my mind would have been. Like when if I see brothers gather together teaching, or street speaking, or flyers, you know what my mind is? Barakatayah. There's work being done.
God.
You see what I'm saying? It's not no.
Bro, when they said that they were outside, right? Well,
Yeah.
they're right outside the school teaching. Cool.
Yeah.
Now we could keep teaching in here, and they could be teaching out there, and that's 2 zones getting hit at the same damn time.
It wasn't like a. It wasn't like a like for instance like it just came on like.
Right.
Or is this the Sabbath? Are y'all following the Sabbath? Yeah, we're following the Sabbath. Why are y'all following the Sabbath? That shouldn't even be a question coming out of an Israelite mouth.
I mean, I try to give them the benefit
Like,
of the doubt.
why are you celebrating the Sabbath? That's like, first of all, the Sabbath is in the law. That's like me going to this brother and asking, did you commit adultery? And he's like, no. And I'm like, why didn't you commit adultery?
No.
You're keeping the dietary law? Wait, why are you keeping the dietary law? You see what I'm saying? Like, for me, it's like, I understand that it's simple. You see what I'm saying? Like, I've read this book, I'm reading it, and I'm seeing that it's the simplicity. It's the simplicity at the end of the day. Because when you start moving past the simplicity, that's where stuff like this happens. Right. You see what I'm saying? But brothers and sisters will know it's the simplicity of brothers and sisters who's actually doing works. You see what I'm saying? You would actually see that, damn, this is simple. There's more things that matter. There's more important things that matters than whatever it is that I believe in or wherever the hell my mind is at. You know what I'm saying? It's like I was saying, we did a class here recently, right? Where I said that we're spoiled and we're ungrateful. You know what I'm saying? Because the Most High, he's taking care of us, but you have people that's really dying. You have people that's really suffering. You see what I'm saying? We take it for granted. We're ungrateful as hell. And the way brothers and sisters move that's in the truth, it's a very ungrateful spirit that they move in. When it's like, you see what the scriptures say, but you can't do what the scriptures say. Gather together. It always has to be beef. It always has to be drama. Like, we know that that's what they coming from in the world. But it's like you find the truth and you come in to the truth, and it's like you keep that same energy and that same vibe as if we were Crips and Bloods. That's why you have so many camps that's divided and separated. A lot of people come into the truth and find out they're Israelites, and they're like, wait, why is there so many camps? Why y'all believe in this, and why do they believe in this? Well, it's that same spirit and that same energy that y'all came in, why there is so many camps, and why they believe in this and they believe in that. It's like nobody's gonna see that it's Satan.
See,
no.
it's not all Satan. It's also a device of the Most High, because at the end, you're not gonna have an excuse. If you don't want to roll with our camp, cool. We're not. That's why I said we're not arguing. We're not gonna sweat you and be like, well, then you ain't Israelite. No, there's camps that do that lunar Sabbath, so you will have no excuse for why you didn't gather together on the Sabbath.
But it's cold. If I can say this, you have the Light of Zion. They do the lunar Sabbath, if I'm not mistaken, right? But guess what? We're cool with the Light of Zion.
Yeah,
we're cool with the Light of Zion. We can have a little bit of a difference, but we're still cool with the Light of Zion.
When we go to Florida,
we're with the Light of Zion.
Oh, today's the Sabbath on Tuesday. Okay, today we're gonna do the reading. It ain't no, it's not. No, we're not doing that. Let's go through the scriptures. No, we just say, okay, Khan, when are we doing the reading? Because we're gonna go ahead right in line with you. We got bigger issues that we got to deal with than let's argue over this stupid ass day.
Yep.
Right? And I mean the day, like as in
what day it is. Not that the Sabbath is a stupid ass day. All right, but what day it is and what today is and what it's not. Y'all celebrating the Sabbath? Cool. We got another reason to party. Bet. We got another reason to unify. Got another reason to be together and have a unified front if Esau should come through here. The more times we're together, the bigger threat we are. Black Panthers learned it. Islam learned it. Malcolm X learned it. Martin Luther King learned it. The Marcus Garvey, he learned it. All these cats learned that the more times we're together, the bigger threat we are. But you got that Isaiah 53:1 syndrome. You ain't learned it yet. The ass know his master's crib. Is that 53:1 or 3? 3:1. The ass know his master's crib, but Israel don't know. They don't consider.
Or is it 1 and 3? It might be 1 and 3.
1 and 3? Yeah. You don't consider. You don't think, damn, I got bigger problems than arguing with my brother.
It's like
if I argue with my brother, who's got my back when the enemy shows up? If I'm arguing with my brother and somebody's trying to mac on my rib, but he's arguing with me, he sees it going on, who's gonna protect what's mine? Who's gonna jump over there and be like, sis, who the hell's this nigga? That ain't your husband. Right? Like my son does that. You know what I mean? My son, somebody was looking at my rib. He was like, Mom! You know what I mean? Loud and ignorant as hell. Like, Mom, what's going on? Or what are you calling Dad? You know what I mean? Like, damn, straight up blocking. You know what I mean? Like, that's done. But what if it was a brother there? You know what I mean? I would want that brother to be able to do the same thing. Hey, sis, your husband just hit me up, and you know what I mean? Why? Keep that nigga off of her. Protect my investment. But if you're arguing with your brother, he's your enemy. Who's gonna watch your back, man? Who watches your investments? This is why we have no unity. This is why we have no Black Wall Streets. This is why we have no Black Panthers. This is why we have no nothing, man. We don't have no unified nation. Christ couldn't get 12 niggas together, man. Because of stupid differences like this. Yeah. Or are you gonna bring to us the kingdom of Israel? Nah, not right now. Well, I gotta sell your ass out and destroy the entire movement. Over what? Because I ain't gonna do it right now? It don't mean I ain't gonna do it. It just ain't the time right now. And you felt like it should be. Black Panthers got destroyed over $300. And not even $300 a month. That nigga spent 8 months selling out his people to get paid $300. That's why he killed himself. Like, that's shameful, nigga. You could have worked at the gas station and made $300. You know what I mean?
Con, bro.
You sold your people out for $300 damn dollars.
For 8 months.
And for your own right to live comfortable.
In 8 months, you got paid $300.
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Bruh, like, come on, bro.
The whole course of him selling them out, they paid him a total of $300.
That's not even like $1 a day, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, 365 would be $1 a day for the year.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
So he was just short of that. He didn't even get paid $1 a day per year.
That's what he was worth. But that's how Satan do us too, though. Because then at the end of it, if you don't make it over something small like that, you're gonna be looking at like, damn, this is what I.
That's what I sold out for?
Yeah. Can I get 2 real quick?
Of course.
Let me get 2 scriptures, man, just so everybody can have a clear understanding of something real quick. Somebody go to Isaiah chapter 52, verse 8.
And this is not because you don't believe in the Sabbath day as we believe in it. This is because you don't believe in the unified Israel as we believe in it.
Come. Yep.
And as the scriptures say.
Read Isaiah 52 and 8. And then somebody's going to give me Matthew chapter 10 and verse 5.
Isaiah chapter 52, verse 8. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice. With the voice together shall they sing.
You see this? The watchmen, like we're watchmen, right? These different camps, these different schools, we will lift up the voice and we will all sing together. But when? Read.
For they shall see eye to eye.
Because guess what? We don't see eye to eye now, but that's okay. We weren't supposed to. But the scripture is showing you that we will lift up the voice and sing together, and we will all see eye to eye. But when will we all see eye to eye? Read.
When the Lord shall bring again Zion.
When the Lord shall what?
Bring again Zion.
So, when the Lord brings again Zion, we're doing our job as watchmen. And we're trying to get the Most High to bring again Zion. But with us doing this work, we're not all going to see eye to eye. We're not all going to sing the same song and be on the same tune. You see what I'm saying? But that don't mean we don't try. We are trying, but we're working. But the scripture is showing you, when the Lord brings again Zion, that's when we'll all see eye to eye. Now, in the meantime, since that hasn't happened yet, this is what we're doing. Go to Matthew 10 and 5. Because this is what he told us to do. Now, we might not see eye to eye all the way in doing the work, but this is what he told us to do. Peter and Paul didn't see eye to eye, but they still did what they were commanded to do, what they were supposed to do, which is this. Read Matthew 10 and 5.
Matthew 10 verse 5.
Go ahead.
Verse 12, Jesus sent forth and commanded them, saying, go not into the way of the Gentile, and into any city of the Samaritans, enter ye not.
Go ahead.
But go rather to the lost sheep of the house of Israel.
Now, my question is this. Are y'all going to the lost sheep of the house of Israel? Do y'all have works? You see what I'm saying? Or is the works hopping from YouTube channel to YouTube channel to try to cause some strife, some division? Or hopping from social media debate clubs, Clubhouse, Facebook to start to get in some type of, I don't know, argument? Is that your works, or is your works this? Read.
And ye.
And as you go, verse 7.
And as ye go, preach saying the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Are you doing this? Read.
Heal the sick.
Are you healing the sick?
Cleanse the lepers.
Hold on. Are you healing the sick? Brothers and sisters are sick. You see what I'm saying? Our people are sick. Our people have addictions. Our people have battles. They grew up fatherless. They grew up motherless. Are you trying to heal the sick? Are you trying to heal the brokenhearted? Are you trying to heal our brothers and sisters that they're mentally, they're not there? Their environment made them the way they are, and they need help. Are you doing that? Because that's what we were told to do. Heal the sick mentally. Read.
It's like my brother, he calls himself Moses the prophet on the internet, but he asked the dudes that were pushing that homosexuality stuff. He said, you know what, I'm not gonna argue against homosexuality and bisexuality and all that stuff. I just want to know, what does homosexuality and transgenderism do? What does it benefit the black community? And none of them Hotep niggas can answer. You know what I mean? None of the great scholars can answer, because there is no benefit. What they did was they tried to run him off a bunch of inventors that turned out to be gay. And it was like, wait a minute, did him being gay contribute to that invention? No, he was just a person that invented something and happened to be gay. You know what I mean? His gayness didn't make that invention, didn't make the elevator. George Washington Carver being a eunuch didn't contribute to him inventing 1,000 ways of using the peanut. You understand?
Yeah.
He got castrated, but nobody's like, man, we would not have the blood transfusion today if that dude had balls. Nobody cares about that. What's going on in his pants or in his bedroom? They worried about what came out of his mind.
Yep.
Y'all see that? And it's the same thing here. It's like, y'all causing all this division and everything like that. Y'all part of the reason I didn't want to argue is because y'all part of the COINTELPRO. That kind of stuff comes from a COINTELPRO divisive mind state, where they come in and they whisper in somebody's ear, and do you agree with that? Satan did that to Eve, caused the division of the original family. Why the hell would we still keep falling for that? Yeah. Why would you keep falling for that? Why do you think we're stupid enough to fall for what you fell for? You let some dumbass whisper in your ear, probably from some COINTELPRO agency, to tell you to argue about the Sabbath. Yep. You think we're dumb enough to fall for that? We already seen everybody else get taken down for that divisive nonsense. Yep. We ain't doing it. If you want to celebrate the Sabbath on a damn Sunday, I ain't arguing with you. I just wish you would be here with us on that day.
Because that's what we see. We seek a unified Israel.
That's right.
There ain't gonna be peace on earth or anywhere else until there is a unified Israel.
Yep.
So if you're doing it on Sunday, cool. I'm gonna be at your house on Sunday. Make sure you got things ready. See, when we call your bluff, you don't want to answer then either. Give me your phone number, give me your address, because I'll put my phone number and my address right out here. And I'll tell you when I celebrate the Sabbath, and you're welcome to come through. I do it on the internet. When niggas want to argue, here's my address. Come find it. Don't be a keyboard warrior. Come unify with me. Come see me face to face. Because I had an adversary, the only one person that ever did it. He ended up being a member of the class for a while. You know what I mean? He came to see me. Like, okay, boom, he right there in the front row. He sat there and got taught. We didn't argue. We didn't have to. Why? Because we're unified. All that stuff, the Most High commands the blessing in unity. So all of a sudden, you ain't worried about bickering no more. So if y'all really want to argue the Sabbath, come see us face to face. What's the address?
231 FM 1092, Stafford, Texas, zip code 774.
And if you said it too fast, we'll put it on the screen for you. And it's on all the videos we done did on YouTube.
Kind.
All right, it's in black and white. It's on print. I'm pretty sure it's on Yelp. I'm sure it's on Google Maps. You can find us. Come see us. All right, if it's that big a deal for you. All right, and if you're ready to kill over it, that's even worse on you. But we're willing to die over it. We're willing to die to unify Israel.
That's right.
Con.
Just like the apostles before us, just like Yahweh before us, we are willing to die to bring unity to Israel. He let Judith sit at his same table.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing exactly what he was going to do.
God.
It's facts, man. Can I finish this? And then we head out. It says, so verse 8, right? Heal the sick. Go ahead.
Heal the sick. Cleanse the lepers.
And remember, man, leprosy is a curse. So when it says cleanse the lepers, cleanse our people that's still in the cursed state. Go ahead.
Raise the dead.
Raise the dead, man. Our people are dead out here. Let's raise them up. Can these bones live? Hell yeah, they can live. Go ahead.
Cast out devils.
Cast out devils, man. Our people that got spirits on them, that they got to battle, that they got to fight, that it's hard for them to overcome. We're here to help each other cast those spirits out. Go ahead.
Freely ye have received, freely give.
And that's what it is, man. We received this freely. We didn't choose this. Yahweh Shai chose us. We didn't choose him. We didn't choose this. He chose us. So we got to give freely, just like we didn't deserve this. We don't deserve to be here. So we got to do what it was that we was commanded to do. You see what I'm saying? So when Yahweh Shai sent out his disciples, this is what he told them to do. And this, we being disciples of Yahweh Shai, this is the same thing that we should be doing. This is the same thing that we should be focused on. Healing our sick brothers and sisters, cleansing our cursed brothers and sisters, raising them up out of the dead. You see what I'm saying? Help them cast off the spirits and the demons that they battling. That's what all this is about. That's the weightier matters of the law. You see what I'm saying? So, yeah, man. Let's get back to the reading.
Some y'all in unity, y'all need to make sure y'all send up prayers for people that are asking for prayer instead of arguing over the Sabbath.
But
we're gonna get back to the reading and conclude the Sabbath day.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 7. Thou shalt not abhor an Edomite, for he is thy brother. Thou shalt not abhor an Egyptian, because thou wast a stranger in his land. The children that are begotten of them shall enter
when he says you're not to abhor an Edomite, that's exactly what it says. And that's exactly what we follow. We don't gotta hate nobody. We're not to really hate anybody. You understand? But know this, we don't have no reason to hate white people. All they were doing was the job the Most High told them to do. Now they overstepped. So what happens when you overstep at your job? You do something your boss told you not to do. You get corrected by your boss, not the other employees. Y'all see that? They overstepped. They were supposed to check us, but they went over and now they, kidnapping our kids and raping them and eating them and all that stuff. That's crazy. That ain't what the Most High commanded you to do. So he's going to check them. Vengeance is his. He will repay. All right? And he's going to do it better than any of us could ever dream of. You're going to see things happening to them that you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy anyway.
Right.
So let him do that. We ain't got to stress. We ain't got to raise our blood pressure. That's killing our people anyway. Hypertension and all that. You stressing over when your enemy's going to get vengeance is killing us. Let's calm down, right? Let our little veins stop busting, and let's worry about things that actually matter because they're already taken care of. You know what I mean? You trying to,
The suicide rate's already getting high.
Yeah, you try to control the outcome of a book that was already written. You know what I mean? This ain't choose your own adventure. They lose at the end. We ain't got to sit there and try to manipulate the storyline. They lose. We ain't got to form no militia. We ain't got to throw no guns, no bombs, no nothing. They lose. All right? So why hate them? Why sit there wasting time on hate when you should be loving your people? All right? So we don't hate Edomites. We don't abhor Edomites. The children of, we don't abhor Egyptians. All right? It wasn't our way. Joseph didn't do it. Abraham didn't do it. Our forefathers that were righteous did not do these things. They didn't waste time hating. They spent time loving their people. All right? Shoot, Abraham even prayed for the Sodomites in Sodom and Gomorrah. So we don't go out bashing homosexuals. If our forefather prayed for them, why would we do that? He prayed for them. But the Most High still took vengeance. Huh? Lot didn't say one bad word about the Sodomites, even though they was about to rape him, even though they was about to do his guests wrong. But the Most High took vengeance. If it's wrong in the Most High's eyes. Wrong is wrong. He gonna take care of that. It ain't your job. So we don't bother hating anybody. Y'all see that? It tells you don't hate. It pulls out these two nations specifically because these were our worst earthly enemies at the time. Egyptians and Edomites. They hated us the most. And he said don't even hate them back. So if you're not to hate them back, hate is not for anybody. It's not for your brother. It's not for your sister. It's not for a nation. It's not for who respects a certain day or who don't. Huh? All right, go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 23 and verse 9. When the host goeth forth against thine enemy, then keep thee from every wicked thing. If there be among you any man that is not clean by reason of uncleanness.
See, I want to address that topic right there. He said, when the host goeth forth against thine enemies, then keep thee from every wicked thing. We're not supposed to be among these nations doing what they do. Marriage licenses, worrying about what day is what, all that stuff is of the nations. We're not supposed to be, when we conquered our enemies, we didn't go in there and, oh, look at that, they involved themselves in bestiality, let's do that. No, we stayed away from everything they had to do with. So do it here while you're in America. Stay away from everything they got to do with it. If it don't line up with the laws of the Most High in Christ, don't do it. Y'all see that? Don't try to push it on other Israelites and try to act like they got to do it. Hey, how come y'all don't use marriage licenses? Because that's the ways of the enemy. How come y'all don't celebrate Christmas and Easter and Halloween? Because that's the way of our enemies. Why would I do that? Why would I want to be like my enemy? That's why they're my enemy. You know, see that? It's funny, we'll do it with each other, right?
ugh, I ain't going over their house ever. Why? Because they do this. Okay, so they're your enemy. You ain't even gonna go over their house. But you sitting here in America doing all the ways of America? That's because you don't know who the enemy is. Where we at? Go ahead.
That chanceth him by night, then shall he go abroad out of the camp. He shall not come within the camp.
Right, so 23 verse 10 was talking about nocturnal emissions, as you call them, wet dreams. If that happened, the man was supposed to go ahead and go wash himself and be unclean until the evening. All right? Does everybody understand what that is? Okay. Go ahead.
Verse 11. But it shall be when evening cometh on, he shall wash himself with water, and when the sun is down, he shall come into the camp again.
So he didn't sin, he was unclean. There's a difference. All right? You're ceremonially unclean, you're not supposed to be around people, stuff like that. Why? There's a smell, and with smells bring memories, right? We say it all the time when we were selling oils, but scent is the strongest sense tied to memory. So I don't want a person that smells like sex coming around the congregation because I don't want people thinking about sex. Y'all see that? So you wash yourself, got that smell off you, that odor off you, and then you were able to come around the congregation later on. You see that? Why? Because we want people's thoughts on holiness. We don't want them thinking about duking out their girl while they're supposed to be in the mind of the Most High. All right? So that's why a person was ceremonially unclean. It didn't mean they were sinning. It meant they were unclean. Y'all get that? All right, go ahead.
Verse 12. Thou shalt have a place also without the camp, whither thou shalt go forth abroad, and thou shalt have a paddle upon thy weapon, and it shall be when thou wilt ease thyself abroad, thou shalt dig therewith, and shalt turn back and cover that which cometh from thee.
Right, so what you did was, all right, we didn't have bathrooms sitting in the middle of the place where we were going to sit there breathing. All right, that's Edomite stuff. All right, you want to breathe in your own dookie, breathe in your own urine. That's Edomite stuff. That's nation stuff. All right, Slumdog Millionaire type of stuff. All right, India and all that. You'd do somewhere, right? Because you were eating agricultural foods, things with seeds in them. Wherever you pooped, a tree would grow, right? Something would grow there, but you covered that up. So that uncleanness, that smell, those particles, anytime you smell something, it's particles of that thing in the air, right? So you weren't inhaling doo-doo, all right? You would cover that up with a paddle. And then, again, the way the Most High, the reason I'm bringing that out is because the way the Most High orchestrated everything, it was perfect. It made a perfect homeostasis. You doo-dooed somewhere, a tree grew, fresh air came from that tree, you breathed out carbon dioxide, the tree ate the carbon dioxide, spit out oxygen for you, you breathed in oxygen, you lived, right? And you made that tree with your own poop. Okay? And then something might have grew off that tree. Whatever you pooped out, it was able to grow into another tree of that kind of fruit or that kind of vegetable or whatever, right? So you were able to eat off that tree, right? The circle of life. Now, you doodle in a toilet. This is your circle of life now, under the curses. You doodle in a toilet. You flush that with a bunch of water, clean water, right? That goes into a sewer system, into a plant. They treat that water. They send it right back through your faucet. You go get a cup. You open that water faucet. You drink that water. And so we are all connected in the great circle of life. That's what kind of system we're in. But people said, oh, the law's done away with. Okay, well, guess what? So is that perfect system. Now you get to eat your own poop and drink your own piss, like the scriptures say.
It's sick, man. Go ahead. Where you at?
Verse 14.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord thy God walketh in the midst of thy camp to deliver thee and to give up thine enemies before thee. Therefore shall thy camp be holy, that he see no unclean thing in thee.
So the most important reason was because also the Most High wanted a dwelling place with us. He wanted to be able to walk through with us and hang out with us. And he didn't want to smell poop when he did that, or see poop when he did that. He has a standard. Y'all get that? So if he has a standard, he wanted us to have a standard. Do you want to walk through your house and there's a big pile of doo-doo right there in the middle of the floor? No. That's why you go to the bathroom, right? So it's out of the way. That's what the Most High wanted. All right? In all our dwellings and our camps, he wanted a separate place for those things. Right?
And turn away from thee. Thou shalt not deliver unto his master the servant which is escaped from his master unto thee.
So if you found a runaway slave, you didn't turn him back into his master like they did to us in slavery. That was against the laws of the Most High. So anybody to tell you they use the Bible to keep us in slavery, they're idiots. Because there's a law specifically against runaway slaves, or specifically for runaway slaves. And they did not use any part of that when they were turning us in. And don't let them fool you and say, oh, the North and the South were different. No, the people in the North would capture you and sell you back to the South. Right. The so-called abolitionists and everything was making money off you, just like they do with Issachar today. They get the so-called Mexican, let them work for them, and then on payday, they call ICE in and have them round them all up and send them back for $3,000 a head. So they not only keep the money they had to pay them for labor, but they also make an additional $3,000 a head off them for turning them in. That's against the laws of God. Y'all see that? Those people ran away. They came to you for security. They came to you for a better life and everything like that. And then you're going to turn them in and send them right back to the life they were in? That's off. Y'all see that? Remember, the way we kept slaves and servants, we kept it where they wanted to live with us. So if you had a slave that had ran away, he was under some kind of condition of life-threatening urgency, or you were doing something wicked in your house. You know what I mean? That slave was running away because you was going to rape his kids, or you was trying to marry his daughter at a way too young an age, or something like that. Or trying to get with his son, or some wickedness was going on in your house. Where something life-threatening was happening, where he was like, no, I can't live with him. I got to go. And you going to turn that man back into that same person? You got to ask yourself, wait a minute, hold on. Why are you running away? That's what we would do. Why are you running away? Well, my master's like this. Oh, we got to bring him to counsel. There's some wickedness going on in that house. Y'all see that? Because in any other condition, a servant would be ready to have you put his ear up to the thing of the house and put a nail through that mug just so he could say he was part of your household. He loves you so much. So if a servant is running away, it ain't because we were sitting there trying to castrate, hey, we're going to castrate you today. Or no, it wasn't because he was being treated so well. It was because he was doing some wickedness like Esau be doing. We're going to sit there and cut your nuts off today. Why? I don't want you trying to jump in my woman. Well, then just let me go. You know what I mean? I don't really want your nasty white woman, but you could just let me go, bro. Go get you another one that ain't trying to get at your woman if you think that's what it is. Y'all see that? Castrate her. What the hell? Y'all see? None of those situations would have popped up if we kept these laws. If Esau kept these laws, slavery wouldn't have went the way it did. So they did not use the Bible to keep you in slavery. Slavery would have got you, the Bible would have got you out of slavery. Y'all understand? That's why so many of them were drunks. They knew they were going against the laws of the Most High. Read on.
Verse 16. He shall dwell with thee, even among you, in that place which ye shall choose, in one of thy gates.
See, he was your servant now. You didn't turn him in back into
back into the wickedness he just escaped from. No, he just became your servant and you treat him right. Go ahead.
Where it liketh him best, thou shalt not oppress him. There shall be no war,
no whore
of the daughters of Israel, nor a sodomite of the sons of Israel.
Okay, so we didn't have whores, we didn't have our women. We didn't have our women going out and selling booty for money. We didn't have TikTok whores, Instagram whores. We didn't have none of that. Alright? Our women weren't up there showing their ass for likes, twerking for likes and hearts. You understand? We didn't do that. No whores of the daughter of Israel and no sodomites. When it says the word sodomite, it says kodash. Alright? And not kodash as in holy. But in this case, kodash means a male temple prostitute. Because in order to honor the gods of these other nations, you would have to do some type of prostitution. Alright? So the Most High didn't want nothing to do with that. So he said, listen, no prostitution of males or females. Alright? Where are we at? Go ahead.
Verse 15. Thou shalt not bring the hire of all poor, or the price of a dog.
Alright, so right there, you didn't bring the hire of a whore. You didn't go out there and sell your booty for money and then bring it in like a tithe or an offer. I'm giving this to the Most High. No, where has that been? Alright, you didn't do that. And it says or the hire of a dog. Now that's not just talking about a literal dog like an animal. Alright, where you sold some puppies and you brought that and paid tithes out of it. It's talking about a male temple prostitute. So that's what a dog is. It's a kalab, or a male temple prostitute. A male or a male cult prostitute. Y'all get that? Alright, so that's what the dog is. So it's not talking about if you sold a pit bull and paid 10% out of that. It's talking about you giving your booty up to another god and giving the money off of that. Alright? Y'all with me? Go ahead.
Verse 18, second precept. And to the house of the Lord thy God, where any vow, for even both these are abomination unto the Lord thy God.
And that's the key. We know because he's put the word abomination on there. He didn't just use the word abomination lightly. You understand? For something to be an abomination, come on, the money that you get from selling puppies, that's an abomination? Like having sex with another man, being a man is an abomination? It's the equivalent? Nah. Male temple prostitution is the equivalent of a man having sex with another man. Or a woman having sex with somebody that's not her husband. You understand? Or a woman laying down with a beast. That's the equivalent. So we got to look at the words he uses to connect certain things. That word abomination has to do with abominable acts, really filthy, disgusting acts. Selling puppies is not an abomination. You understand? You're going to do that with any kind of animal, right? But he don't want the money that you made from prostituting yourself as a man or prostituting yourself as a woman. He don't want that. So when these chicks go up there and they're flashing their money that they just made on the stripper pole, and then their next thing when you scroll over is they posted a Bible scripture, he ain't honoring that. You made your money from prostitution. You see that? You made your money from being abominable and filthy. Don't post no Bible scripture after that. Don't try to act like you represent me. That's blasphemy. You understand? When you in the club twerking all over some nigga on Saturday night, and then gave it up to him for a drink, and then you come in Sunday church with your big hat on, and you throw in your money in the collection plate that you made on the stripper pole. Nah, I don't want that. You're gross. Y'all see that? We got standards. Where we at?
Verse 19.
19. I think you read beyond. Yeah. Wait, no. No, you stopped at 24 verse 5. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not lend up usury to thy brother.
So we didn't lend upon usury, meaning you didn't lend with interest. If I loan you $10, I get $10 back. I don't say, well, it's 10 days later and I compounded that at 50% interest, so you owe me $15. No, I owe you 10. I borrowed 10, I get 10. We didn't do that to our brothers and sisters. Yeah? All right. We did it with the nations. You could do that if you want to, but we didn't lend that. We didn't do like that to our brothers and sisters. Go ahead.
Usury of money, usury of victuals, usury of anything that is lent upon usury.
So you didn't get to put that usury. You didn't put interest on anything. You know what I mean? Hey, remember when I gave you a sandwich way back, nigga? I think you owe me 2 sandwiches. What? I mean, it's been a long time. Hey, you know what? You owe me $50 for that sandwich I fed you way back when you was at my house. Why? Because I compounded the interest. What? Nah, bro. No usury. No, if you lend, whatever you lend out, that's what you get back. Huh? But
Verse 20. Unto a stranger thou mayest lend upon usury, but unto thy brother thou shalt not lend upon usury.
see, this is how you know Paul had a thorough understanding of the law, because he said it. Is it not right if I reap your carnal things, if I sow unto you spiritual? I mean, ain't that a fair trade? I'm not asking for usury. We're sowing to you spiritual, right? Brothers up here, we sow to y'all spiritually. Is it not right if y'all pay tithes and help keep the school? I mean, it's not like, even if we wanted to use it for our own personal, which we don't, would that be wrong? We're giving you spiritual. Y'all see that? When we ask for tithes and alms and things like that, we're doing that so to keep your school open. We already know this. We don't need a school. Huh? We do it to keep your school open, your lights on, things like that. So, is that wrong? Are we wicked for that? Nah, because the scriptures just told us not to lend with usury. We don't sit here and be like, yeah, sis, remember when I helped you with your marriage? You owe me your firstborn. You know what I mean? Like, well, your daughter looking kind of right. I want to marry her. You owe me. No. That ain't how that works. That's usury. You understand? Spiritually, you don't lend with usury. You don't give of yourself and then act like you deserve something back. Whatever you give, that's what you should give back. You know what I mean? You should expect that. You can expect that with us. If you gave a ride to somebody, be sure when your car breaks down, you're going to have a ride. That's how our camp works, right? Hey, if you were the type of person that ever opened your door and let a brother live at your house, be sure if something bad happened to you, you would have a place to stay in me. You know what I mean? You could come to my house and live there. No problem. No questions asked. Why? Because that's how Israelite brotherhood and sisterhood works. Huh? It was commanded by the Most High. But there's no usury in it. You know what I mean? It's no, I'm expecting something that I didn't give out or more than I got back. You know what I mean? Because brothers and sisters do that. They come into class and act like, well, I showed up. Y'all owe me the world. Like, what? We don't owe you jack. You know what I mean? You came here and got knowledge, bro. If anything, you owe us. But we don't require that. But yeah, brothers and sisters have come in here and they act like, well, you owe us something. When I came in, man, you would work and not even get paid because you knew your pay, what you were doing for work was going to the school for everybody. You know what I mean? Like, hey, let me go ahead and sell these oils, man. Let me sell as many as I can. Why? Because it keeps the school open, man. I learned from there. Brothers and sisters can learn from there. Israel can unify there. We have a place that facilitates our unity. Let's go ahead and do this. Now brothers come in and get a class and act like, yeah, and I need a place to stay, and I'm hungry, I ain't got no job, Like, wow, we thought you were going to be an asset. You're a liability on several fronts. We got to pay you to be here. Nah, bro, you supposed to be the widow woman giving your last 2 mites. You're supposed to be contributing to the treasury of Israel. Huh? Where we at?
Verse 20, second precept, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all that thou settest thine hand to in the land whither thou goest to possess it.
Right, so this is how you got your blessing. You didn't expect more back than you gave. So the Most High blessed you more than you deserve. Y'all see that? Now, why aren't you getting what you deserve? Or more than you deserve? Because you don't give. You know what's funny? If you listen to the richest gurus in the land try to tell you how they got rich, you know what they tell you? By giving. You can't reap what you don't sow. They'll tell you that. They'll say, listen, I gave money. I gave money away. The richest cats, you'd be like, how'd they get so rich? Because they gave most. You understand? If you don't put nothing in the ground, you can't expect nothing out of the ground. Even money, even time, even your spirit. If you sow sparingly, you'll reap sparingly. Huh? So if you're not rich, why are you not rich? Because you don't give. Y'all get that? If you want a perfect example, watch a movie called Miracle on 34th Street. Old movie, black and white, James Stewart, right? He was always giving and giving and giving and giving. He even worked at a bank, but he was loaning money and everything like that. People fall on hard times and be like, it's okay, give me an extension, da-da-da-da, right? But he was always giving of himself, his time, his future. He wanted to go travel the world and everything, but he got stuck working at the bank, helping out the community. Well, one day he fell on hard times. Some money got lost for his bank, and he needed money to keep the bank open. And he's like, man, what happened to the money? And it turned out his right-hand man had lost the money, had misplaced the money, and his adversary stole the money when they found it. So he was short, right? Everybody in the neighborhood that he had ever gave to came up to his house and started throwing money in a hat. It was so much money they couldn't even count it no more. Why? Because he gave. He gave money. And so when it came down to he needed money, they had it to give him. He planted it and it grew back. Y'all see that? But if you sit there like, I ain't gonna give, guess what? You ain't gonna get. You can't give. There's nothing out there to give or to give you. So what he's showing you is like, that's how you're going to get your blessing. You give without expecting to get back. Y'all see that? And the Most High will be the one to bless you. That's in the law. You were supposed to understand that from the law, not wait till the New Testament came around and you get told explicitly. No, the law told you that. That was the understanding. Any questions? No? Okay, go ahead.
Verse 21, when thou shalt vow a vow unto the Lord thy God, thou shalt not slack to pay it, for the Lord thy God will surely require it of thee, and it would be sin in thee. But if thou shalt forbear to vow, it shall be no sin in thee. That which is gone out of thy lips, thou shalt keep and perform, even a free will offering, according as thou hast vowed unto the Lord thy God, which thou hast promised with thy mouth, when thou comest into thy neighbor's vineyard, then thou mayest eat grapes thy fill at thine own pleasure.
See, this stuff was perfectly neighborly. Hey, listen, if you go into your neighbor's field and there's some grapes, you can eat some. You know what I mean? Like me, it was always natural to me. When I go to the grocery store, I see the grapes, I pop one off. You know what I mean? Like, I ain't gonna take the whole bushel. You know what I mean? I want to taste that grape. You know what I mean? Somebody's looking at me funny, like, what? It's right there. You know what I mean? What's the problem? You know what I mean? Mom's paying for all this food. You know what I mean? Like, I can get a grape, can I? You getting money. But some of these grapes gonna rot off and fall on the floor anyway. Let me get a grape. See that? But the greedy go in there and they like, oh, I'm gonna throw a whole bushel in my pocket. Nigga, you only need like 1 or 2 grapes to get rid of that feeling. You know what I mean? If you go through somebody's field and there's grapes all over the place, you can smell them, you can practically slobber in and everything like that, get a grape. But don't be a niggard and go in there and cut their whole branch off, you know what I mean? Cut the whole vine down and drag it back to your house. That's niggardly. How are they supposed to have for the next poor person to come? Y'all see that? So see, the Most High made all this for a perfect brotherhood, perfect unity, perfect utopia, man. But we threw that away. It was too good for us, I guess. We threw all that away. Now what? You go to your neighbor's house, they side-eyeing you from the jump. Make sure you put away the good silverware. Right? The niggards are here. You know what I mean? Like, damn, really? I gotta eat with the plastic fork? For real? This fork? You gonna do me like that? Why? Because niggas is niggas. Right? We threw away the law, and now this is what we got left. We got chaos. Niggardry. Y'all see that? You come in the store, they looking at you from the jump. As soon as you come in, like, damn, I got a wallet full of money. You looking at me. Damn. You know what I mean? My credit cards ain't even maxed out yet. You looking at me like I'm gonna steal something. I came in here ready to pay. Meanwhile, some white boy over there stealing PlayStations, they ain't even looking at him. Right. But what? That's what we instituted. When we said we don't want this law, that's what we threw out. We threw out the brotherhood. We threw out the unity. We threw out the compassion. Y'all see that? So now there's no compassion. Before, person grew grapes. You was wandering through their field. Oh, okay, go ahead and grab me some grapes. I ain't tripping. No, we got plenty. Bruh, we drinking old wine. Take a grape. You know what I mean? Matter of fact, like Boaz did with Ruth, you know what? Take a whole bunch of grapes. You know what I mean? Go ahead and get you a basket. You can come through, whatever. That's where the brotherhood got to when we gave enough. We got enough. So we could give more. Y'all see that? But now we ain't got that. Now people side-eyeing you as soon as you come in their house. Go ahead.
Verse 24. When thou comest into verse 25. When thou comest into the standing corn of thy neighbor, then thou mayest pluck the ear with thine hand, but thou shalt not move a sickle unto thy neighbor's standing corn. Chapter 24 and verse 1. When a man had taken a wife and married her, and it come to pass that she find no favor in his eyes, because he hath found some uncleanness in her, then let him write her a bill of divorcement.
Right, so our people got hard-headed. They like to skip that word then. After all these things have happened, then he can write her a bill of divorce. There gotta be uncleanness found in her. Meaning she cheated on you, or you found out, she's a leper or something like that. There gotta be uncleanness in her, then you can write her a bill of divorce. It ain't, she talks through her nose like the Kardashians, and I don't like that. Like, nigga, you hit it, and you didn't like the performance, and now you want to blame it on her voice. You know what I mean? Or you're bored, and you want to move on and get some new in-house, so now you want to move on. Stop that. That's your woman for life. Y'all see that? The law tells you, then you can write her a bill of divorce. Not just before any cause. Like they came to Yahweh, hey, is it okay for a man to divorce his wife for any cause? No, nigga. That's not what you read in the law. What did Moses tell you to do? Well, Moses said we could write her a bill of divorce. Yes, he did. When you found uncleanness in her. Stop playing games. Y'all see that? Sisters, No, you don't get to just leave because you don't agree with him no more. Well, he's over there always telling me what to do. Yes, he's your husband. He's supposed to tell you what to do in righteousness. Did he tell you to prostitute yourself? No. Well, okay, what's the issue, sis? Well, we always celebrated Christmas, and he doesn't let us. That's because it's wicked, sis. You don't get to leave your husband over that. You know what I mean? Well, bring it down a notch, right? Well, he's telling me that I gotta wear fringes on all my clothes and I can't wear pants anymore. Yeah, sis, that's what the law says. He's telling you to do things that's the law. Don't do that. Well, he tells me that he only is gonna eat once a day and I have to make his food like this. Well, that's not the law, but that's his own personal preference, and you're supposed to serve and reverence your husband. That's the law. Oh, so there's really no way to get to divorce this nigga? No, not unless he dies. All right? Or you find some uncleanness in him, like he's beating your ass repeatedly, right? He's or at all. He's prostituting himself. You can leave. He's gay on the low. You can leave. We don't want you to catch AIDS. You know what I mean? He's molesting your children. Leave. He's beating your children excessively, above what the law allows, right? Because the scriptures say, spare the rod, spoil the child. He's beating your children. Your kid put the toilet seat down. He punched him in the face. Leave your husband. All right? There's ways, there's rules that, yeah, you're going to leave, but do you get to just leave him for any cause? No, there got to be some spiritual or physical uncleanness in him. He got AIDS because he's doing gay things. Leave. Y'all see that? You don't got to stay around him for that. But him just having a certain preference that is a pet peeve of yours, no, you don't get to divorce your husband. All right? She having a preference or something that is a pet peeve of yours, your job as a man is to correct that, not leave her. All right? For those that have wives and those that don't, these are the rules. Where you at?
And give it in her hand and send her out of his house. Verse 2.
So you didn't get to go through a lawyer and then sign some papers like a coward. No, you told her to her face what was wrong with her. And you gave her the bill of divorce in her hand. You didn't do by proxy, some other nigga told her, little 5th grade kindergarten stuff, you know what I mean? Hey, go tell her. Nah, you did that to her face, and you were a man about it. You understand? Look, you're unclean, you're nasty. I seen you worshiping other gods. I ain't putting up with it no more. You go to the priest. Here's a bill of divorce. I can't stand you. Be a man. You know what I mean? Don't go through a lawyer and, yeah, I paid a lawyer and then a delivery boy to come deliver you some papers. Get the hell out of here, man. That's gay. That's effeminate. You understand? But like I said, look at the society we're in. Now you get to be a coward. You know what I mean? Oh, well, she'll beat my ass if I tell her that. Wow, really? You shouldn't have been with her in the first place. Scriptures say don't make yourself an underling to a strong man. You know what I mean? You went beast mode and got you a woman that could beat your ass? What happened to the tender and delicate? You know what I mean? You should have got one of those. Where we at?
Verse 2. And when she is departed out of his house, she may go and be another man's wife.
So after you manfully kicked her out your house, she can go be another man. You didn't have no more say so in that. You understand? She can go be another man's wife. You don't get to go begging, baby I'm begging. You don't get to do that. You don't get to be, well listen, we'll have a love triangle. I want you back, but you're with him. So you'll be with me on the low, and then you'll be with him. Like, no. None of that. No confusion. No STDs. Get the hell out. You're gone. You're done. I'm on to the next one. If there is a next one. If I can stomach that. And she is gone out of your sight. It ain't no damn, man, I miss what we used to do when she used to suck on my toes. Right? Let me write her. Let me text her. No, she gone. That's it. You done. You understand? This society is disgusting, man. Like, like you wouldn't do already been chewed food when you was in school, right? Remember kids used to play that, you know what I mean? Oh, it's ABC food, ABC gum, all right? It's already been chewed, you can't touch it, you know what I mean? Why would you do that with a whole person? You know what I mean? Some other nigga nibbling on her earlobe now. You want to go and slob behind that? Gross. We can let that go. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 3. And if the latter husband hate her and write her a bill of divorcement.
See, because that's one thing you can guarantee yourself. If you found a reason, a godly reason to not like her, the next nigga will too. The next godly man will too. Y'all see that? She ain't gonna escape that demon that she got on her. So you ain't gotta worry about what you missed. You ain't missing nothing. The next nigga gotta deal with it. she didn't, you know, in America they do that. The woman she'll go lose her 300 pounds, get all slim and sexy for the next dude. Yeah, it's okay. He's gonna open that package up soon enough. You know what I mean? She gonna be sitting on the couch eating bonbons in a week. As soon as she get comfortable. As soon as he let her get comfortable, it's gonna be the same problem you had. Don't worry, you ain't missing nothing. If she didn't conquer that demon with you, she ain't conquered it for the next brother. You know what I mean? She might have did it temporarily. Oh, I'm gonna hit the gym, do squats, I'm gonna get all sexy, and I'm gonna make him jealous. But when she get in that dude's house, she gonna gain 300 pounds all over again. You know what I mean? She might have got a facelift, but ugly don't laze her off. You understand? She gonna get ugly. The same bad habits that made her ugly for you is gonna make her ugly for the next dude. You ain't missing nothing. Sisters, that man that's beating your ass, that man that's treating you like ungodly in an ungodly way and against the laws of the Most High, you can leave him. You ain't missing nothing. Because he gonna have that same problem with the next chick. You don't gotta be jealous over, but he's gonna be with another woman. Yeah, but he's gonna be that same nigga. When he goes with her, he's still gonna beat her ass. Better her than you. At least you can get with another man that won't beat your ass. Y'all see that? Take heed. Because these are things that go on in this country. These are things that go on while we're in this captivity. These are things that go on in camps. You got a sister be calling up another camp like, this dude is beating my ass and the elders told me I had to stay with him because it's the law. No, it's not, sis. That's not the law. The Most High said if you found uncleanness to write a bill of divorcement and leave. Y'all see that? That's the law. You don't put up with that. But remember what I said, it doesn't mean you get to leave for any reason, just any old reason. All right? All that pet peeves and it goes against what I feel, that ain't why you get to leave. All right? Because we get a lot of counsels with that too. I'm done with him. Why, sis? He wakes up all early in the morning, tells me to cook for him. Is he hungry? I don't see the problem. What's the problem? You're with him! Oh my God, no. We're with the Bible. We're with the Bible that says you're supposed to be a comfort and a pillar of rest and tower against death for your husband. If he's hungry, feed him. You would do that for your enemy, according to the scripture. If your enemy thirsts, give him to drink, right? Why can't you do it for your husband, sis? But I don't want to wake up that early. Okay, you're off. You are outside of the scriptures. Because the scriptures tell you to do that for your friends. You know what I mean? If your friend asks you or if your son asks you bread, would you give him a stone? If your neighbor comes over at a certain time, are you going to tell them, no, I'm not going to give you bread, or are you going to give them bread? There's understanding, there's all through the scriptures how to be a brother and a sister. How much more a wife and a husband? You understand? So yeah, we're not going to enforce that. We're not going to sit there and be like, yeah, he's beating your ass. Well, you just got to put up with that, sis. You married him. Oh, you just made a bad call. You're with him for life. Nah, you write the bill of divorcement gets written, and it's proven that he's doing something ungodly or she's doing something ungodly, y'all divorce. You understand? That's how that works. If you have any other questions, more intricate issues than what I covered, bring them to the priest, and we will cover that and let you know your situation, what situation you are in. All right? Y'all got it? All right. Go ahead.
And giveth it in her hand, and sendeth her out of his house, or if the latter husband died, which took her to be his wife, her former husband, which sent her away, may not take her again to be his wife. After that she is defiled, for that is abomination before the Lord. And thou shalt not cause the land to sin, which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance.
Right, so once the divorce is done, you don't get to go back and deal with that same woman if she's dealt with another man. You understand? If you divorce her and it's like, y'all think about it over time and everything like that, and it's like, I think we could reconcile. There's breakups, you know what I mean? You can reconcile, but if she went and dealt with another man, she's defiled. You understand? That's the end of that. I mean, what you gonna do? That man, anatomically, the things that have happened with that couple, she's not gonna shed for at least 7 years. A woman could end up pregnant with another man's baby that she dealt with up to 7 years ago. You understand? Because the proteins in the DNA from sperm stay in a woman for 7 years. Yeah, there's women that have popped up pregnant with another dude's baby, and it was somebody they dealt with 7 years ago. Yeah, because her and that current man had sex, and that started swimming around with his, and boom, pregnant. Another dude's baby. It doesn't leave you for at least 7 years. Besides the spiritual bond, which is for life, the blood bond, which is for life. Scientifically.
I know they say the sperm changes their DNA somewhere.
Yeah, that's life. That's for life. You think about it. You get with a woman and she, you've seen them. You've seen women come up, be virgins or whatever, and then they get with a man, and all of a sudden they talk like that dude, walk like that dude a little bit. You know what I mean? Like she got the same swag as him. Why? Because he done mingled his DNA with her blood. She's a whole different person. She's reprogrammed. That's a physical, spiritual bond. It's a scientific bond y'all have. You have reprogrammed that woman. That's why it says you have humbled her. Humbled is the less scientific way of saying you've changed her DNA. Y'all see that? And when a woman has dealt with multiple men, you can see it on them because they got a legion of demons on them. They act like 80 different niggas. Look at Cardi B. That nigga's a different nigga every day. Nicki Minaj, those are different. They're different people every day. Why? Because all the different niggas swimming around in them. You understand? It's disgusting, but that's why the Most High said, don't do that. It's a defilement. Y'all see that? So once she's gone, she's gone. All right? That land is defiled. And it's the same way now. I mean, if you think of it agriculturally, once Esau came over here and started planting tobacco all over the earth, right? This land was defiled. You couldn't grow corn, you couldn't grow regular crops over here because why? That tobacco saps all the nutrients out of the earth. They had to keep moving. That's what Manifest Destiny was about. They had to keep moving further west because they kept destroying the crops with tobacco. So they had to keep moving further west and pushing the natives out more and more because they needed new fields because they had destroyed the old crop with tobacco. Y'all see that? It's the same way with a woman. A woman is the field. Once you defile that field, you can't go back and plant seed in there. Y'all understand? Because who knows what's growing in there? What's that?
I have to ask that question for my own clarity of mind. So, okay, coming into the truth as a single sister, and you might have dealt with people before you were in the truth, and you may have even, I don't know, while getting in the truth, was still dealing with someone, but you didn't end up being with that person or whatever. So, like.
And this is all before you were in the truth.
Yeah, like coming into the truth, like just in like single sister coming into the truth, like dealing with people before you were in the truth, and getting into the truth and starting to learn, and then what am I trying to ask? I'm trying to ask like.
No, all those men don't count as your husband.
Okay, but a single sister, like are you defiled and stuff, and like you can't be with somebody for at least 7 years, or?
Somebody give me Acts 17 to 30. It's a good question. We dealt with it a lot of times, so I'm ready for you.
Acts chapter 17, verse 30. And the times of this ignorance God winked at, but now commandeth all men everywhere to repent.
Right. See, the times you were ignorant, he overlooks that. And now he commands you to repent. Right? You don't do that no more. Now you know better. Now you know the next man you sleep with is your husband. So no, technically, yeah, you're defiled. Like if it was old school rules, if it was back in the day, yeah, you would be defiled. But now, him knowing we're all under the captivity, now we have Yahweh Shai, which does what? Go to 2 Corinthians 5:17. When you come under Yahweh Shai, you become what? Because, I mean, think about it. Sexual sins are not the only sins out there, right? So we're all technically defiled. All have sinned and come short of the glory of God, right? When we were thieves, when we were murderers, when we were perverts, when we were whatever we were in the world, even as men, we were garbage to the Most High. He said, even your righteousness is as filthy rags. You understand? So when we came to Yahweh Shai, he washed us all of that. Because in front of the Most High, we would be garbage. We would be throwaway. We would be reprobate. We'd be like, I ain't dealing with you. You ain't holy. So is it any different for a woman when she comes in? Is she defiled? No. Not through Yahweh Shai. Read that.
2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 17. Therefore, if any man be in Christ.
If you be in Christ, so not when you're in the world, but when you come to Yahweh Shai, once you come in this truth and start living these ways and accept Yahweh Shai and his ways as your way of life. Go ahead.
He's a new creature.
He's a what?
A new creature.
She is a what?
New creature.
Read it loud.
She is a new creature.
Right. So you're a new creature. You're on reset. You know what I mean? This is the only place. That's why they call it, the Christians call it being born again, right? Yahweh Shai called it that in St. John 3. You're born again. You're a new creature. There's a whole different ballgame for you now. Now, if you come in and you start doing it like we've had sisters do, they start coming in. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like it's a smorgasbord or something for them. Like, nah, this is not a Israelite charcuterie board. All right, you don't get to just take some meat from everywhere you want. Nah, that says you gotta, when you come in, now you gotta live according to that law and say, you know what, the next man I lay with is gonna be my husband. You understand? But you're a new creature at this point.
Right. So I would be considered like worthy of being with a guy, a man in the truth. Like I wouldn't be looked at like, oh, she's been with other men. So even though it was before, but it's like when you bring it out, it makes you feel like, dang.
I wish we could be that discerning with any of our wives. Like, all of us priests that have wives, we didn't get to be like, ooh, I got me a fresh virgin that has never been touched. I don't even believe in virgins. Not in America. It's like, I'll find you a leprechaun. After going through one scroll of TikTok, I don't believe in virgins no more. These niggas will do that. They'll play with things just for an OnlyFans page for $5 a month. They ain't even holding out for the $40 in a meal. They just OnlyFans, $11 a month. You can see a chick jam a whole baseball bat into her life. Like, I'm good. I don't believe in virgins no more. You know what I mean? But I wish we could be that discerning where our women were raised up and they never got touched by a man. But every man here, more than likely, got a woman that she'd been through another man before. You know what I mean? But in Yahushua, she was a new creature. So you looked at her different. You gave her that grace. That's what the whole point of that story, where we caught the woman in adultery in the very act, right? He said, okay, he that is without sin cast the first stone. Go ahead. Well, let's obey the law. Let's do it. Oh, no, nobody stoned you? Where are your accusers? Right? And then he said, listen, even though he was without sin, he could have cast the first stone. It should have, right? He said, no man accuse you. I don't accuse you. Go and sin no more. See, he was showing you through him, you're a new creature. If you go and sin no more, you're a whole new creature. You're on reset. This is the only reset button we get in life. Going through your house side. Ain't no other resets. Ain't no other play. Come on, look at your credit. I'm doing credit repair right now. A lot of y'all got bad credit. Why? Because of bad decisions from when you was like 19. You know what I mean? They put that on your credit for life. Some of y'all think you get rid of it. I found another thing that's called LexisNexis. Them niggas know who your roommate was when you came out of high school. They will put it on your credit report. Then the other three bureaus ask them how your credit is. TransUnion, Equifax, Experian, they go to them and say, how's this person's credit? Oh my God, look at this. Let's put that on our reports. You know what I mean? So you go to the credit people and they fix in your three bureaus, and LexisNexis is keeping track of when you stole a piece of gum when you was 5. Y'all see that? They don't forgive. This nation don't forgive. You know what I mean? You go try to get a house now, and they look at LexisNexis. They find out what type of individual you were when you were a child, and you get a rejection off of that, off of some stuff you ain't never been that person for the last 10 years, and it's still sitting there on LexisNexis like that's you. There's no forgiveness. Y'all see that? Yahushua ain't like that. He ain't the credit repair, or he ain't the credit bureau. You know what I mean? He ain't sitting there like, oh, wait a minute. Hell nah. Remember when you lied to your mama? I was 7. Yeah, you ain't getting in. Hell no, we don't let no little lying ass niggas up there. He ain't like that. You understand? He forgives. But as soon as you pray to the Most High for that forgiveness, he forgets that. He said you got a whole sea of forgetfulness that goes to. You don't remember that. That's petty. You gotta think about it. He's the Most High. Think about if you was the richest person in the world. Like, you could give away your money and still have money. Right? You could give away all your money, and the next day it would replenish right back to you. Would you be petty? Would a nigga owe you $100? You know what I mean? It's like, hey, I remember you owe me $100. Like, I can have billions of dollars. You think Jeff Bezos is hunting down people to owe him money? You know what I mean? When you steal from the Amazon store, you think Jeff Bezos comes to your door? Excuse me. I saw you when you took those Mentos. You think he gives a damn about that? That nigga's on a yacht with a yacht in it. I seen it. You know what I mean? His yacht got a yacht. And a plane or something, right? His yacht got a helipad, And his yacht got a little compartment where you could drive jet skis and stuff. You could deploy jet skis and other boats out of his yacht. You think that nigga care if you steal something from the Amazon store? You think that nigga care when you call up and try to call the Amazon and be like, yeah, I didn't get my printer. And you sitting there with the printer right there, and they ship you another one. You think he come like, hey, you have 2 printers. You only ordered 1. He don't give a damn about you. Now, that's the Most High times 1,000,000. You understand? The Most High ain't remembering your little sin from way back and what you did as long as you stop doing it. But don't sit there and tell him you love him and you still doing it. You understand? Because that's what he goes on. That's the currency in heaven is love. Is they showing love or are they still showing love? If you ain't, then you ain't getting in. The sin, he did a little sin, but he came back because he loved me and he said, I'm sorry, and he ain't doing it no more. Cool. He's back in. He ain't petty like that. That's church taught you that. Oh, you sin, you're going to hell. Where? Where's that? What scripture? When did it say that? At worst, you got stoned. Then you came back and regenerated, and you got to try it again. Y'all see that? We didn't never say you said you're going to hell. That ain't in there. Your sins get either forgiven or you get punished for them, or both. David got punished for his and he got forgiven. I'm taking your firstborn. Okay, cool. He's dead. Here's another baby. I forgive you. You're a man after my own heart. Don't do it again. You think he ever did it again? Didn't say he did. Y'all see that? So he forgives. Bro, if I got to go through all the sins our people did, you would understand how forgiving the Most High is. You'd be like, yeah, that's a lot of grace. I wouldn't put up with that. So you can come to him with any kind of track record. And he'll, okay. Now what are you going to do? You know what I mean? Stop kicking yourself. That's forgiven. Now what are you going to do with your life? You going to keep kicking yourself when I don't forgive you? Nah. You got to go and sin no more. Y'all see that? So yeah, your track record with the Most High is erased on contact. It's what you do from then on. Knowing now. You know what I mean? Now knowing and being known of the Most High. How are you going to operate? You understand? Alright. So yeah, again, the times of ignorance, the Most High, he winked at it, meaning he overlooked it. And also, when you come in Christ, you're a new creature. Old things are passed away, all things have become new. Oh, I didn't let you read it. Huh? Read it again.
All things are passed away. Behold, all things are become new.
There it is. Right? All the old stuff, you was cripping, you ain't cripping no more. Don't even see walk in here. You was doing coke, don't do it no more. I don't even want to see chalk dust on your lips. You know what I mean? Whatever you were doing, just don't do it no more. Now be a new creature. Now if you come back and you got sugar booger on you, you don't love him. You love coke. You understand? If you come back in and you're pregnant by another dude and he ain't with you, you don't love him. You know what you love. Anyway, you know what I mean? If you love that sin more than you love him, and that's what the currency is up there. If you're deficient on love, you can't get it. You can't. That's the currency. You understand? And when you show you love something else other than the Most High, you bankrupt. You can't deal with the Most High. Your credit bad. Huh? Alright. Where we at?
Verse 5. When a man
24 verse 5, right? Alright.
When a man had taken a new wife.
Oh, sorry. Did that answer your question though? Alright, cool. Go ahead.
When a man has taken a new wife, he shall not go out to war, neither shall he be charged with any business, but he shall be free at home 1 year, and shall cheer up his wife what she hath taken.
Don't that sound beautiful? You know, we were in a kingdom where you could take a year off just because you got married. Hey, I don't gotta go to work. I don't gotta go to war. I can chill with my woman for a year. So I can make sure she's with me, I'm with her. She left her family. I took her from her family. I get to cheer her up. You know what I mean? I don't gotta have her worrying about being on the phone with her mama all day and her mama talking like, yeah, you need to leave that nigga. Nah. You had your time with your family. Now you're mine. Now you're in my house. Now you're done with that family. I'm gonna cheer you up, show you how good life's gonna be. We're gonna have a year off, enjoy all these crops, all this food, all these flocks, all this money, right? For the kingdom. But the law's done away with. We don't want that. I want my woman I just married her to be lonely while I'm off in Afghanistan somewhere fighting for her freedom, and she over here sleeping with Jody. If you in the military, you know who Jody is. You know what I mean? That's Sancho for you Mexicans. For Issachar, right? That's the side nigga. Y'all see that? That's the country you want to live in because you said, the law's done away with. We have Christ now. Now my woman can cheat on me with whoever she wants to. Dumbass. The law was perfect, man. You got to spend a whole year with your brand new woman. And she was a virgin, never been touched. And you knew how to maintain a woman. If she got a spirit on her, you weren't punching her in the face and getting rid of her. You understand? You knew how to cheer her up. You knew how to make her laugh, make her cry. You knew how to conversate with her. It ain't like now, like I wasn't raised by my pops. So I'm around my woman sometimes. I have no idea what to talk to you about. Like, we live in the same house. You do the same things I do. I don't know what to tell you. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's like I don't know how to stimulate conversations because it wasn't really taught. You know what I mean? When I was young and everything, I said I'm not used to it. We didn't have that back then. You was raised by your pops and raised by a society. You knew how to conversate. You know what I mean? You could cheer your woman up. There wasn't no sitting there in dead silence. You on the phone, she on the phone. You know what I mean? Nah, y'all talked. Y'all had a want and a desire to be around each other. And you got to spend a whole year with this woman you done chased around for all that time and courted her and did all this. Now you got to take a year off. No work, no war. Chill. Tell me that in a perfect society, man, that the relationships weren't like, damn. You know what I mean? Like, you look now and you be like, damn, they're a good couple. But that's like rare. You know what I mean? Now, you know what I mean? You looking at Will and Jada and they're a good couple. You know what I mean? Like, damn. And look how much money you gotta have just to be that. Right. Just to be that standard of a good couple. You know what I mean? And she still cheated on his ass. Yeah. Damn, how much money I gotta have? Will Smith money? Can't keep you in the house. Will Smith, I mean, look at him physically. The dude's like 40, 50 something. And still got pecs, man. Not titties, but pecs. And she still cheated on him. Like, what do you got? What do I gotta have? God damn. I gotta cast a magic spell on you to keep your ass in the house? There's no pleasing. And now that's the standard of what's a good couple. But back in the day, where you had a whole year to cultivate your woman and make sure that y'all are just soulmates, literally. Y'all were literally soulmates back in the day. There wasn't no bad couples back then. Under the law, there was no bad couples. You know what I mean? That is beautiful, man. That's utopia. Damn. That is just, I can't even, it makes me mad. Like, thinking about it makes me happy and mad at the same time. Like, God damn it. You know what I mean? Because your woman was like a twin of you, man. Like, y'all were inseparable and no arguments, nothing. There was no reason to argue. You had a whole year off. There was nothing to be jealous about. You know what I mean? She couldn't look at the Joneses next door and be like, well, they have this and you don't buy me Chanel bags every day. Nah, you had everything.
And when you got married, you had a whole year off to get to know her intricately, more than just sex, but to form a bond. Look at Judith, man. When her husband died, she was still just like him. Susanna, where her husband was known even after he was dead, he was like, oh, that's Susanna, that's so-and-so's husband. Reverence her. You know what I mean? Where your woman could walk through the streets and people tip their hat at her just because she was with you. Damn. Y'all see that? Where men of God would stand up for your woman because they knew she was a righteous woman. Wow. Now you hear a rumor, you ready to kill this chick. You know what I mean? She did what? Oh, hell nah. Why? Because you can't even be sure that she's not like that. She can't even be sure you're not like that. My husband was at the rubbing tub next door. Oh my God. Let me ask him when he gets home. Like, it ain't even a doubt in her mind you did that shit. It's a rumor. You know what I mean? What's that bump on your lip, babe? Damn. It ain't no bump. That's hot sauce. What's wrong with you? Why am I getting the 3rd degree? Because y'all don't know each other. You know what I mean? Shouldn't be no accusation from Satan or a human being be able to pop up between you and your wife and break y'all up. Or between you and your husband and break y'all up. But what happens? We didn't get that year. You didn't get that time off to chill and get to know each other. You got that little, what they call shotgun wedding. You got that real quick one. You know what I mean? That quick, some of y'all eloped, some of y'all just had sex and we're married now. And it's like, damn, you just met each other. Now y'all having sex and married and everything, okay? But you don't know her. You don't know him. We didn't have that back in the day. Y'all see that? Ah, the law, man, it's beautiful. Where we at? You finished verse 7? Oh, verse 5, right? All right. So we're going to get the next reader up, Deuteronomy 24 and 6. We're going to try to read it quick. 24 verse 6 through 25 verse 7. Yeah. Actually, need the 31st.
Benaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shala.
Benaiah, Shabbat Shah, Yahweh, Banya Shala. I imagine. Barak.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabrakatam.
Yahweh Hashem, Yahweh Shabrakatam.
Good job, sir. Good job. Pay attention to your punctuation. Alright? From now on, you want to make sure you know where those commas are and those periods. That's where you're going to stop and when you're going to pause. Commas, you pause, periods, you stop. Alright? Good job. So we had Deuteronomy 24, verse 6. 4 through. Any questions on what we just read, 23? Or, yeah. Any questions? Love questions. There's things y'all reading over, y'all don't understand them, and you will be accountable. That's the scary part. Make sure you understand the reading. When you're at home and you're reading, don't just gloss over the thing. It's not a novel. Call. Hit the priest up. Text the priest. Get the question answered because you might not know. Generally, you don't know. There's things I read across and I'm like, damn, I wish I understood that the way I know it now. I wish I understood it then the way I know it now. Because I would have avoided so many mistakes. You understand? So if you got questions, don't be scared. I know sometimes we talk forceful or we talk sarcastically or something. Don't be scared. Just get your answers. That's what you're here for, Con. You're not here for somebody's attitude when they answer or how they answered you or roughness or softness or whatever. You're here for answers. All right? Get your answers, no matter what. So no questions? All right. Go ahead.
Deuteronomy chapter 24, verse 6. No man shall take the nether or the upper millstone to pledge, for he taketh a man's life to pledge.
All right, the upper and nether millstone. All right, a millstone, a mill is where you would grind your corn or your wheat into whatever it was going to be, powder to make flour or whatever. All right, that was your life. That was how you ate. You understand?
Right.
So you had the big stone, which was attached to this big stick, and you would push the stick, and that stone would roll over the nether millstone, which was on the ground. And between those two stones, one rolling over the other one, the wheat and stuff will crack open, and it will leave what's called the chaff, right? So you think about corn. If you put corn in there, it will grind the corn up, and you would have husks and the corn silk and stuff like that, and you could just wave a fan over it and blow the husks off, and the kernels would stay there. You understand? So I'm just giving you the kind of anatomy of what a millstone is. So if you took the upper or the nether millstone from a man's little factory, you basically took away his life. You took away his ability to make bread. You understand? You took away his ability to grind that wheat and that corn and things like that. So you didn't take that as like a collateral for a debt. You know what I mean? Oh, well, I don't have nothing, you know, I need to borrow a donkey from you, and I don't have nothing to give you as collateral to ensure that I'm going to give it back. So here's my millstone. Hell no, I ain't taking that, bro. That's your life. See how neighborly that was? That you would refuse that and say, no, nah, bro, you need to eat. You see that? Go ahead and just take the donkey. That's how opulent we were, how much money we had, how much riches we had. You know what, bro? You ain't got nothing to pay it back, just take it. You obviously need it.
Right.
You see that?
Yeah.
And then what would the Most High do? Wow, good job. Here, have double.
Right.
You sold, you sold, not sparingly, but you spared, or you sold, what was it called? It's not sparingly. You were generous. I'll be generous too. Y'all see that? So that's how we did things, man. You didn't take a man's life for a pledge. What do they do here in America, though? Oh, you want a loan to have a place to live? Well, we need everything you have. Pfizer and Moderna are doing that right now. They're literally sticking up nations, saying we're not going to give you the vaccine unless you give us your land, unless you give us the people that are in your land. Yeah, they're taking people's sovereign lands from them, or else we won't give you the cure for this virus we made up. It's messed up, man. That's wickedness. Y'all see that? But this is what happens when you throw away the laws. There ain't no boundaries. It's chaos. Read on.
Verse 7. If a man be found stealing any of his brethren of the children of Israel, and maketh merchandise of him.
So you kidnap them in a white van and try to sell them into Mexico. Go ahead.
Or selleth him, then that thief shall die.
Yeah. See, you put them in handcuffs on the street and put them in prison and try to make merchandise of them, which is what happens when you go to jail. You get a bond, right? You don't get a bond, you become a bond. You become something they sell on Wall Street. That's why they give you that little number. It matches up with something on the New York Stock Exchange. You become a bond. So they steal you and they sell you here in America, the land of the free. Okay? So if that happens, that person's supposed to be put to death. So why do you think the Most High said, he that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity, he that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. That's the law. America don't have nothing good coming to it because that's what they do. They steal people and they sell them. That's how they made their fortune. Y'all get that? So they're going to die for that. That's the law. It's only just. Go ahead.
And thou shalt put evil away from among you. Verse 8. Take heed in the plague of leprosy, that thou observe diligently and do according to all that the priests, the Levites, shall teach you, as I commanded them. So ye shall observe to do.
See, the things that he commanded the priests, we were supposed to do in our house. That wasn't just for the priests. No. Oh, the priest is supposed to do that. I can have mildew in my house. No, dude. If he told the priest to do it, you're supposed to enforce that at your house. See that? Yeah, no, I can get a woman of whoredoms. No, you can't. If he told the priest to do it, you should follow their example. Right? Don't go get a whore just because the virgins are reserved for the priests. That's for priests, man. I want a girl to know how to do what she got to do. Damn. Gross. Right? I got mildew in my clothes. I got a mildew in my house. I got black mold in my house. But the priest was supposed to live all clean like that. I'm good. The priests weren't supposed to eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster. I'm good. No, if it was for the priests, that was the example, so the rest of the nation would do it. You understand? Alright, so these laws were not just for the priests, as the priests do, so do you in your house. Go ahead.
Verse 9. Remember what the Lord thy God did unto Miriam by the way, after that ye were come forth out of Egypt.
Right, and I'm saying that because what you see us do. You understand? Right. Because a lot of people, we sit in them seats over there, and it's like, oh, well, they're righteous and godly. That's why they live like that. That's not for me. That's their way. No, the same law for us up here is the same law for you down there. Right. You understand? We didn't pass some magical test that made us where we any different than you, and our laws are different than yours. You understand? We just know them better. So we're accountable for them. But that don't mean you ain't accountable. Oh, that's what the priests do. I don't do that. Why not? It's the same law. It covers both of us. You understand? Oh, well, that's how them brothers deal with their rib. You gonna do what I say. You're supposed to be dealing with your rib like the priests deal with their ribs. You understand? If we talk it out with our ribs, no, you don't get to kick her out and write her a bill of divorce because she doesn't put too much salt on your eggs.
Right.
You know what I mean? If we sitting there correcting our rib, like, hey, babe, lighten up on the salt. I know you think you got your way and you want to get all out of hand and start talking out your neck, but what's the law say? What your husband say? Okay, we talk it out with our ribs. That means you don't get to go home and be like, salt, Hadouken! That ain't how that works. You got to deal with her the same way. You understand? All right, so it ain't just one law for the priests and another law for y'all. It's a law that's the same law for both of us. Con? Go ahead.
Verse 10. When thou doest lend thy brother anything, thou shalt not go into his house to fetch his pledge.
Right. So when you lend something, you don't go up in there, hey, I'm taking that back. What you doing in my house, nigga? I'm getting my flour sifter back. Huh? You couldn't just wait till I brought it to you? Nigga, you got my power drill. I'm coming to get it. You know what kind of implications it's going to put on you when you go up in another person's house by yourself? You don't know. Look what happened to Esther. Right? That dude fell on Esther's bed. He got hung for that. As soon as the king came in, oh, you going to sleep with the queen too? Hung his ass out to dry. Why? Because there's implications that come when you up in another person's house by yourself. So when you lend something, don't go up in their house to get it. This is just being simple. Go ahead.
Verse 11. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou doest lend shall bring out the pledge.
Yeah, let him bring that out. You don't know what, that man might be so desperate to have that thing he lent you, he might kill you in his house. Then what you gonna do?
Right.
Oh, brother Shema one just end up missing.
Right. Have you seen the brother?
Yeah. I don't know, man. He went back to get his toaster. We never see that nigga again. You know what I mean? Right. Like, yeah, man. Don't lose your life over a toaster. You don't know what wickedness is in a man. Right. Stand abroad, ask him for your stuff, And that way he got a broad and loudly tell you he ain't giving your stuff back. Or he got a broad and loudly show what kind of nigga he is. Take your funky ass toaster. Oh, now it's a funky ass toaster, but you needed that toaster.
Right.
You know what I mean? Nah, now he got to loudly or he gets to show his humility to all. Right. Hey, brother, the water for lending me your toaster. Here's your toaster back, and a matter of fact, I made you some toast.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's the brotherly way to do things. Like Negroes had that in their thing up until about the early '90s, where you didn't bring somebody an empty plate back. You know what I mean? You went over somebody's house, you ate, took back some leftovers, you had the plate, you brought the plate back with some money.
Right.
Hey, I made you a pineapple turnover. I don't know what the hell. Here you go. You know what I mean? Here's your plate back too.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Now I didn't even take your funky ass plate. Like,
it wasn't
damn,
even that good.
I didn't even ask for the plate back, bro.
Right.
Now you gotta insult my plate? Damn. Keep the plate. They make it like you don't even want to give to nobody. Right? Many have refused to lend for others' ill dealings. I don't even want to lend no more because the way you brought it back. Right. Nah, the Most High said, listen, when you lend, do it a certain way. There were several ways to even lend and borrow. Y'all understand? So he had all the bases covered. What's that?
I like how it really shows the type of person you're dealing with. Like how you brought up that point, when you give something and how they give it back. Yeah. It really shows the type of person that you're dealing with.
Yeah. It gave you a reference, like, okay, I ain't lending to that brother no more.
Right.
You know what I mean? Or hey, he got good credit with me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When I give him, he gives me back sometimes with interest, or sometimes with a friendly hug at least.
Right, on time. Yeah. I don't have to fight to get my stuff back.
Yeah.
You know, when somebody borrows your stuff so long, you gotta borrow it back.
Oh, that's common among Judah.
God.
You know what I mean? Hey, where my thing? What thing? Devo yourself. What thing? What bike? Like, damn. The bike right there in the front yard that ain't yours. Nigga, the one you didn't pay for. My bike. You know what I mean? Oh, I ain't even remember I had that.
My bad.
Go and take your funky ass bike. Wow.
Chain broke too.
Yeah, like you needed that bike to get to work. You was holding on to that for dear life, but now it's a funky ass bike.
Right.
Wow. And people refuse to lend for that. They're like, you know what? I ain't lending you nothing ever again. Right. I'm hiding myself when you come around. Right? Where we at?
Verse 11. Verse 11. Thou shalt stand abroad, and the man to whom thou dost lend shall bring out the pledge abroad unto thee. Verse 12. And if the man poor, thou shalt not sleep with his pledge. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again. In any case, thou shalt deliver him the pledge again, when the sun goeth down, that he may sleep in his own raiment.
Right. So if you know, man, say, hey, listen, I'll give you my coat off my back if you let me borrow this. He didn't keep his coat off his back overnight. He needed to keep warm. You know what I mean? Obviously, he was in a desperate way, and he was like, I'll give you whatever I got so I can borrow what I need. Okay, give him that back. Go ahead and give him his coat back so he can live till the next day to pay you back. Right. You know what I mean? Oops. Y'all understand? Be neighborly. Let things go. Don't act like everything you got, every material thing you got is going to be the last material thing you'll ever have and you can't spare it. Nah, go ahead and give that. That way, the Most High can give you like he ain't sparing everything. Right. See that? Because he can treat you the same way. Yeah, you want me to heal you of that cancer? Well, I don't know. I don't know if I got enough blessing for you. You know what I mean? I don't know if you're going to pay me back, brother. How do I know you're going to pay that back? That's why some of us get sick now, man. We don't, Most High doing us like we did other people. He don't want to give out no blessing to you. Y'all see that? Yeah, you got to watch how we deal. With what judgment you judge, that's what judgment you'll get. Go ahead.
And bless thee, and it shall be righteousness. unto thee before the Lord thy God. Verse 14. Thou shalt not oppress an hired servant that is poor and needy, whether he be of thy brethren or of thy strangers that are in thy land within thy gates.
So when you hired somebody, you didn't oppress them. You didn't give them more work than you were paying them for. You didn't try to make them overwork and do overtime and do all this. Nah. You give them fair wages for a fair pay. For a fair day's work. You understand? Yeah, we didn't oppress people. Wouldn't you like that if people applied the law today?
Yes.
But the law's done away with, your preacher said, so go your ass back to work in oppression.
You know, we speaking on that, we work the trucks, right?
Right.
On the trucks, a lot of times the customers always want us to do more than what the job entails.
Yeah.
Right? So this would be perfect if we just got paid for the job that we did, that we're supposed to do, and it wasn't more than they wanted.
God.
You said a lot today.
But you can't have a perfect world because you ain't got a perfect law. Go ahead.
Verse 15. At his day thou shalt give him his hire, neither shall the sun go down upon it, for he is poor, and setteth his heart upon it.
See, he's obviously poor. Why? Because poor in our language, poor in our society meant you had to work for someone. So all y'all niggas poor. You think you making it? Who you work for? Oh, I work for Merrill Lynch. You're poor. Because in our society, you didn't have to work for nobody. That's how rich we were. You had your land, you had your own gates, you had your own food, you had your own crops, you had your own money if you needed it, right? Poor was having to go to work. Poor was I mismanaged the things I had and that were given to me. And so now I gotta go work for a living. And that means I gotta go work for somebody. That meant you were poor. A working person was a poor person. Ain't that crazy? Where our society was built off of how much knowledge you have. That made you rich. A man was commended according to his wisdom. Not, oh, you're a hardworking man, you're a rich man. You're a hardworking man, you're a good man. No, you're poor. If you're a hardworking man in our kingdom, you was poor. You know what I mean? Because our people hired people.
Yeah, that's facts.
Y'all see that, right? That was a beautiful kingdom to be in. Not having to work. Wow. Wow. Go ahead.
Lest he cry against thee unto the Lord, and it be sin unto thee.
See, so he's obviously poor because he got to work for somebody. And now you done took away what he had. Now you're oppressing him even in his poverty. That was poverty, man. Being middle class was poverty. That's crazy. Anyway, but now you're oppressing him in his poverty. So you wicked. What's that? Oh,
there's places like that today in the world that people don't really know about. Because I saw on Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous one time, this Saudi Arabian prince, like the place where he lives, nobody in that town or village works. He takes care of everybody in that town.
Bro, imagine being a cab driver in Saudi Arabia, bro. You got to roll around in a Maybach all day. You telling me that's not a kingdom? That's a kingdom, bro. Where when you go to work, you in a Maybach as the company car. Standard. And that's just for a cab driver?
Right.
Yeah, they stole our kingdom. That's what we did. You understand? That's why our servants was cool. Like you couldn't pay your servant to leave. Hey man, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and give you your portion and send you out with your family and you're free now. Nah, massa, I love you. Hell yeah, you love me, nigga. You driving my Maybach all over the place. You know what I mean? You living up in my kingdom.
God.
I would be a cab driver in Saudi Arabia. I'm like, damn, a Maybach standard? Okay. With the high voice. You know what I mean?
That's why niggas is over there now. They even getting kicked and beat up by them Saudi princes, but they still, yes, massa. Why? Because your standard of living, at the lowest standard of living, is you driving a Maybach.
That be sound like all the supercars over there. How people just, if something happened to them, they just leave them on the highway.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, damn it, my Ferrari overheated again. Let me call the other Ferrari to pick me up to drive me to my other Bentley. And I don't know what to do with this one. I don't know how to fix a Ferrari. Just leave it there.
Yeah.
Like, wow, that's a kingdom. That's richness. That's wealth. You know what I mean? Well, what are we over here trying to do? $250 shoes? Killing each other over some Jordans? Thinking that's wealth?
Right.
Fighting over a block that ain't named after you? Come on, they got whole cities named after them and their sons over in Saudi Arabia. Where'd you go? I went to Ibn bin Laden's house. Oh, where's that? Oh, once you pass this city, you're in Ibn bin Laden. Oh, it's a city? Oh, yeah. And he got a house there. You know what I mean? Back in the day, where'd you go? Oh, I went over to Aram. Oh, you went to Aram's house, right? No. Aram, what you call Mesopotamia. That's Aram's place. You know what I mean? That's his whole house. That's his whole land. Oh, where'd you go? Oh, I went over to Abram's. Abram's what? Oh, Abram's land.
Right.
You know what I mean? Oh, you went, where'd you go? Judah? Where's Judah's house? No. Judah, the country. Named after the man that lives in that country. Y'all see that? This is brokenness right now.
Absolutely.
Poverty. That's what we live in. Go ahead.
Verse 16. The fathers shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the fathers. Every man shall be put to death for his own sin.
So in our righteous kingdom, your son messed up, you didn't get put to death for that. Or if your dad messed up, you didn't get put to death for that. You died for your own sin. See that? But now we in the kingdom where you can get arrested for something your kids did.
Right.
That's not lawful. You know what I mean? I'm minding my own business over here. I tried to raise that nigga as best I could, and he went over there and killed 12 people. That ain't on me. That's on him.
Right.
He made that choice. Y'all see that? But now your kid making pipe bombs in the basement, you going to jail. Huh? Where's that? Go ahead.
Oh, I said a question about the scripture. Sometimes when I see people go to Isaiah and talk about how they, don't suffer for the iniquities of their forefathers, they'll come back to this one and say, no, they can't be accountable for their father's sin.
Yeah. Because see, again, remember when you laid this down, this is for the righteous kingdom, the blueprint. You know what I mean? Where do we end up? In captivity. So in captivity, you're going to suffer contrary to this. That's what Isaiah is talking about. He's prophesying, saying, this is what's going to happen to you. Why? We disobeyed this. Once you're out of the law, you're under the curses. So now, yeah, you're going to suffer for the sins of your father. You're going to suffer for the sins of your mother. Why? Because it's their responsibility? No, because you're still doing it.
Right.
You understand? No, I mean us, as far as the punishment.
Yeah, like we're being punished for the sins of our fathers. Why? Because we're still doing it. You know what I mean? Until we got the truth and stop doing it, we've been suffering for that. Because what your pops do? Your pops was sucking crawdad heads out and everything like that, and he was telling you, yeah, this is living. And then you was like, oh, okay. Yeah, grab that nasty little sea roach and you know what I mean? I don't want to eat this.
Right.
God, eat that, boy. You know what I mean? That's gonna put hair on your chest.
Yeah.
And then you grew up having to suck crawdad heads out just like your damn dad. Right?
Yeah.
And you never went astray from that. Then you get in the law. Well, my daddy used to eat them, and my daddy's daddy used to eat them, so I'm gonna eat them.
Right.
Okay, so you gonna suffer for the sins of your father. See that?
Because you hard-headed and you don't want to take on this law now. You want to keep on with the traditions of men. Well, now you're going to suffer for your father's sins because you continue in them. It's not that, because they try to use that with Yahweh Shai. Can no man suffer? A man's not going to suffer for another man's sins. Every man got to suffer for his own sins. So Christ didn't come and die for your sins. What the hell are you talking about? So by one man sin can come into the world, but by one man sin can't leave the world? Make it make sense. The Most High's balance, right? So if Adam brought sin into the world, then how come Adam can't bring sin out of the world? If the Most High is balanced. Y'all see that? Why can't another man suffer for my sins and die for my sins? Because of this law? No. This law was for a perfect society. This law was when we were in our kingdom. When we are outside of our kingdom, which is the kingdom Yahushua was in, he was outside of this kingdom of Israel. He was in a captivity kingdom. He could die for our sins. He did die for our sins. Because we sinned in saying, crucify him! Yep. And then the Romans killed him. And he said when he was up there, forgive them, Father, for they don't know what the hell they're doing. And then he died to prove that point. And his father looked at him and said, you know what, I'm going to forgive them now because you died for that. Because you died to make a point that they don't know what the hell they're doing, that they are obviously out of their damn mind. So I agree with you. You died to make that point, and I'm going to agree with that. That's what the whole point of Christ dying was for. So he could prove to the Most High, these niggas are sheep. You're holding them accountable for stuff that they're just ignorant. They just stupid and wilding out. Right. And if they knew better, they would do better. So stop holding them accountable. I'm going to die for this. I'm going to die for that point. And he proved it to the Most High that we was just wilding out. And now anybody that asks for forgiveness through that point, under that topic, can get forgiveness. So yeah, a man can die for another man. Y'all see that? This law don't apply to Yahweh Shai. This law don't apply under what Yahweh Shai did. It was under captivity. Y'all get that? Even the Isaiah thing, when they say a man can't die for another man's sins, or a man can't die for the sins of his father. Yes, you can. In captivity, you can. Y'all see that? Because the white man will kill you for something your father did. The white man will arrest you for something your father did. The white man will throw you in jail because your dad got bad credit. Yup. You know what I mean? They was coming after my mama for stuff, for medical bills my grandpa had accrued while he was in dialysis. I was telling her, I had to tell her because she was so used to being under that oppression, she was paying the bills. And, you know, some of us knew they'd be like, yeah, we pay the bill. And some of us that are older like, the hell? You know what I mean? Why would you pay for a dead man's bills? He's dead. Right. They can't collect. Nope, they can't. Even if there was mafia, you could be like, okay, go get it from him. He's dead. Exactly. You know what I mean? Like, stop paying his bills. But this country will literally bleed the children dry for the things the father did. Y'all see that? We had a perfect world order right here. Perfect world order. Not a new world order, but the perfect world order. Where we at?
Verse 17. Thou shalt not pervert the judgment of the stranger, nor of the fatherless.
Right. So you didn't be like, oh, that's a white man. We gonna make things unfair for them. You know what I mean? What you mean they stole from you? So what? You're white. They can steal from you. Nah, we didn't pervert the judgment. Stealing was stealing. Murder was murder. Rape was rape. Didn't matter what nation you were. We were fair. Not like here. You know what I mean? They arrested 2 women in, I think it was Minnesota or something like that. They arrested 2 women. One was black, one was white. The white woman had sold like $250,000 saying she was a charity or something like that. They gave her probation. The sister had wrote a bad check. They gave her 5 years. She wrote like a fraudulent check or something like that. They gave her 5 years. Over like $35. Same women arrested about the same time over the same type of crime. But if you're a stranger, they don't treat you the same. You understand? Understand that we are in the land of our enemies. And our enemies, they would let us go over the offenses that they go get arrested for. You understand? You got black men still in jail over weed charges from the 80s and 90s. Still in jail. And now weed is legal for all the white people.
Yep.
They can go get them a license to sell weed right on the same block you got arrested on. That's crazy. Because the laws for the stranger here are not the same for those that are homeborn. And vice versa. But in our land, we did it the right way. You was a stranger, you got treated with the same law as the man that was born. Y'all see that? Read on.
Nor the fatherless.
I know a lot of black power Israelites don't want to hear that, but we were fair. Sorry. You don't get to run the Black Panther movement in Israel. You don't get to be black power in Israel and only black people get the law. No. We were fair. Go ahead.
Nor take a widow's raiment to pledge.
Right. She's already a widow. She already done lost her husband. Now you're going to make her use her own clothes as collateral? Damn. Right. So when it says a pledge, we call that collateral nowadays. So you don't, and she, hey, can I borrow a cup of sugar? Yeah, let me get your coat. Damn. I don't know you're going to bring this sugar back. You know I ain't bringing the sugar back. You don't eat it and then bring it back. You know what I mean? Can't bring it back. Don't take her clothing for a pledge, for a collateral.
Right.
All right? Go ahead.
And the Lord thy God redeemed thee thence. Therefore I command thee to do this thing.
You see how love was the fulfilling of the law? That's what Paul means. See, all these laws have to do with love. You loved a person enough that you weren't going to take their last garment for collateral. You loved a person enough you weren't going to take their upper and nether millstone for collateral. Y'all see that? You had love, compassion. Love was the fulfilling of the law. Y'all get that? That's what he means. It don't mean, well, I love you, so I got to keep the law no more. That don't make sense. If you love me, you should keep the law in all points. Right. You know what I mean? If you love me, I want you to be around, so I would want you to keep the law. You know what I mean? I love you enough that I want you to live a long, healthy life. So I don't want you getting AIDS, being a faggot. I don't want you getting weird syphilis, sleeping with donkeys. I want you to live a long. Love is the fulfilling of the law. Huh? All right, go ahead.
Verse 19. When thou cuttest down thine harvest in thy field, and have forgotten to sheaf in the land, thou shalt not go again to fetch it. It shall be for the stranger.
Right. So if you collected all your wheat and everything, left one of the sheaves off in the field and forgot it, you left that. You didn't go back out there. Nah, this is mine too. Nah, that's for the poor now. Y'all see that? That way the poor got something to eat. That's how the Most High fed the poor. He cared for them too. Even if you don't nowadays, he cared for them. Leave some food for them. That's how Esther got her money. Or not Esther, Ruth. Mm-hmm. That's how Ruth got hers. Somebody cared enough to say, you know what? Let's feed the fatherless too. Let's feed the widows. Y'all see that? That's a lot of love that's lacking in Israel, man. Brothers don't visit each other unless they need something. Oh, I want something. I'm gonna come see you. We've been accused of that many times. Because the business goes, people get involved in a whole bunch of business and yeah, I didn't come over your house, man. I ain't been over your house in a month or months, or I never been over your house. It's not because we don't care, it's because it's so busy, you know what I mean? Yeah. But at the same time, there's some of y'all that don't have that much business going on that could be visiting each other so that people don't blame us. You know what I mean? Like, there's some of y'all that just, I don't want to be around nobody. Well, guess what? That brother over there needed you. How many of y'all talk to Sister Mary? Right? Yeah. Sister Mary's in dialysis and she's old. She needs somebody to go visit her once in a while. Check up on her. She stayed with us for years. She's been with us since we got here in Houston. When we was doing None of y'all was in here when Mary came with us, except my rich. You know what I mean? I don't even think my son was born when Mary was rolling with us. You understand? But who visits Mary? Who checks up on her? And I'm not saying that to guilt trip nobody. What I'm saying is we need to bring that love. That old love that the Most High is commanding us to have right here, in all these commandments, we need that love. People need that love. Israelites need that love. They need to see that. You understand? And if I'm guilty of it, I'm gonna change too. You know what I mean? If I haven't called you up, texted you up, whatever, you gonna get that. You know what I mean? Because it just hit me today, and I was like, man, I didn't talk to Samuel. I was gonna go over his house a while back. I text him right in the middle of class. I'm like, hey, bro. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, Shamwala.
Yeah, Shamwala.
You know what I mean? But we gotta have that love, man. At least a text, a phone call, a checkup. How you doing? I'm praying for you. I'm rooting for you. We on the same team. Damn. You know what I mean? Shoot, some of y'all went to summer camp and got people you miss and still write to. But don't talk to the Israelite sitting right next to you. I don't like her. Remember when she pulled that scripture on me in front of everyone? She's my enemy. What? She's sitting next to you. She fighting the same fight you fight. Y'all understand? Read on.
For the fatherless and for the widow, that the Lord thy God may bless thee in all the work of thine hands. When thou beatest thine olive tree, thou shalt not go over the bow again. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. When thou gatherest the grapes of thy vineyard, thou shalt not glean it afterward. It shall be for the stranger, for the fatherless, and for the widow. And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bondman in the land of Egypt. Therefore I command thee to do this thing. That.
Where we at? 25?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead. Any questions? All right, let's try to get through this quick.
Deuteronomy chapter 25, verse 1. If there be a controversy between men, and they come unto judgment, that the judges may judge them, then they shall justify the righteous and condemn the wicked. And it shall be, if the wicked man be worthy to be beaten, that the judge shall cause him to lie down, and to be beaten before his face, according to his fault by a certain number.
See, so it's kind of like taking up to a vote. To go back to your question from earlier, the punishment depends on what the judges say. All right. So if it was, oh, okay, he's gonna be beaten. Okay, you can beat him, but you can't. The scripture's gonna tell you can't exceed 40 stripes. You know what I mean? You can't beat him more. You can't hit him with more than 40 times. Oh, he's a rebellious son. You know the law says stone. You know what I mean? Well, what was the circumstances? Well, his mom was beating his ass all day, every day. His dad was beating his ass all day, every day. And he rebelled against that. Oh, that's different. He's free. You understand? Bring his mother and father here. We got to talk. Y'all see that? So it's left up to the judges to judge according to the law. All right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. 40 stripes he may give him, and not exceed. Lest if he should exceed and beat him above these with many stripes, then thy brother should seem vile of thee. Thou shalt not muzzle the ox when he treadeth out the corn.
Right, so if the Bible was used on us for slavery, you think Esau stopped at 40? What's your name? Kunta Kinte. Your name is Tobit. You think he was counting? You know what I mean? Like after 40, you was still saying Kunta Kinte, so he's like, well, I guess your name's Kunta Kinte. Damn it. You lasted. Nah, he beat your ass until you changed your name. Or until you died.
Yep.
Y'all see that? So, no, miss me with all that. The Bible was used on us in slavery. That was the direct opposite. They threw the Bible out in slavery. Because the Bible said 40 stripes and not exceed. You got cats that their whole back is to where you can see they did not stop at 40. You understand? What you call Harriet Tubman damn near got her eye knocked out with an iron. They was not stopping at 40. They was not doing the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. You think whoever damn near knocked Harriet Tubman's eye out had his eye knocked out?
A lot of eyes.
They was like, well, that's your property, brother. You want to knock her eye out, that's on you.
Man.
Y'all see that? She didn't give a damn about that. You couldn't even go to, a slave couldn't even go to court. He couldn't even bring charges like that on his master. Master killed my daughter right in front of me. And you want a pat on the back? What do you want? I don't know. Go back to work. That's what you would get. You weren't a human to them. So yeah, miss me with that. The Bible was used on us to keep us in slavery. The hell it was. Ain't no law in the Bible say that what they did to us was okay. You understand?
God.
Nothing in the Bible advocates the slavery that was put on the black, native, and Hispanic man here in America. Go ahead.
Verse 5. If brethren dwell together, and one of them die, and have no child, the wife of the dead shall not marry without unto a stranger. Her husband's brother shall go in unto her, and take her to him to wife, and perform the duty of an husband's brother unto her. And it shall be that the firstborn which she beareth shall succeed in the name of his brother, which is dead, that his name be not put out of Israel. See, they try to, I watch TikTok and watch these people that try to curse the Bible, and they bring this up as an example, but they don't finish the verse. It's like, what's wrong with that? What's wrong with you dead? You didn't have any seed to continue your line and your name. What's wrong with having your brother be able to take your wife? You dead. You know what I mean? I would rather her do that with a person that thinks like me, knows my mind, and is going to continue to be loyal to my name than she go out with a stranger.
Right.
You know what I mean? She be doing hot girl summer. Oh, that nigga dead. I can bang whoever I want. You know what I mean? She be a damn cabin in a garden of cucumbers. I'd rather her be with my brother as I'm dead. You know what I mean? Than her be with some strange ass dude I don't know how he's gonna take care of her. That's love. You know what I mean? I know how my brother's gonna take care of her. Even if I died right now, I'll be like, yeah. My gun.
Yeah.
Take my ring. Why? Because I'd rather you than nigga X on the block.
Same mind, same judgment.
Because I love my wife. And I don't want her getting pimped out, beat up, hold out, whatever, to some other niggard when I got a brother right here that thinks like me, acts like me, will make the decisions I make with her. What's wrong with that? Y'all see that? But they try to use this like it's a bad thing.
Right.
Oh, see, how would you like that? I mean, because that's when they're trying to advocate homosexuality. Oh, if you want to stick to the law, then you stick to the whole law. Make sure your brother marries your wife when you die. Okay, what's wrong with that? Ain't nothing wrong with that, bro. I'm dead. I don't care who it is, but if I was alive, if my spirit could come back and watch over my wife, I would want to look down and say, yeah, she was my brother McGunn. He's not beating her ass. That's nice. I can rest easy now. I don't gotta haunt him. I don't gotta haunt her. I don't gotta haunt nobody. You know what I mean?
Right.
Without the law, they don't wait till you die.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I mean? Your ass is sitting there. All I caught was a cold, babe. Goddamn. Who the hell is this? Damn. I just needed some Vicks. Your ass found a whole nother nigga. Wow. Why? Because there ain't no law. The law's done away with. You know what I mean? I don't see no ring on my. You took it off. What? Come on. Damn. That ring don't even mean nothing. Y'all see that? But the law of the Most High was perfect. It made us a perfect society. There's nothing wrong with any of the laws of the Most High. Oh, y'all was keeping slaves even in the Bible. Yes, we were. But we weren't beating them till they were dead. We weren't knocking them around till their eyes popped out. You know what I mean? And if we did, there was a recompense. Your eye got knocked out. You know what I mean? Eye for eye, tooth for tooth. That's where that came from. What's wrong with that?
That's perfect.
They were working for you because they was too broke. Or you had to slaughter their whole nation and you were like, hey, you know what? This is a good one though. This is that good white guy. I'm not going to kill him. So what? He was supposed to be the master in the kingdom now? No. He worked for you because you didn't kill him. Right. Y'all see that? Oh, this is a good Hamite. I'm going to keep him around, man. You know what I mean? He can juggle. Oh, whatever the hell. I'm going to keep him alive. Well, why? Well, because he's not like the rest of the Hamites. He doesn't worship the other gods. As a matter of fact, he was worshiping the Most High in his land. I'm going to keep him alive. He's a good guy. You know what I mean? I see that on TV today. I be judging like that. Like a real king. Like I'm already there. I'm flipping through the channels. Oh, look at that white boy. Man, he can see. I'm going to keep him. You know what I mean? Oh, he funny. I'm going to keep that dude. I go through TikTok and judge niggas. You know what I mean? Oh, that guy's funny, man. I'm going to keep him around. Is he going to be ruling in my house? Hell no. Nah. He going to be the court jester. You know what I mean? I'm not going to slaughter his entire family. What's wrong with that? We're going to have the power to be of life and death over these people. What's wrong with letting them live? So when we had servants back in the day, that was the guy we didn't split his head open with an axe. Right. Wow. Poor him. He gets to live in a nice big house on a whole bunch of acres of land and eat fresh fruit. Damn. Nah. That was the mercy you had on him. You understand? Yeah, these guys they tripping, man, when they do that. They try to use the law like it was a bad thing. The law was perfect. Go ahead.
Verse 7. And if the man like not to take his brother's wife, then let his brother's wife go up to the gate unto the elders, and say, my husband's brother refuseth to raise up unto his brother a name in Israel. He will not perform the duty of my husband's brother. Then the elders of his city shall call him, and speak unto him. And if he stand to it, and say, I like not to take her, then shall his brother's wife come unto him in the presence of the elders, and loose his shoe from off his foot, and spit in his face, and shall answer and say, so shall it be done unto that man that will not build up his brother's house.
See, what was the point of that? Was it lust? Was it, oh yeah, man, I'm glad you did. I can't wait to get up in your red. Nah, it was a duty and a responsibility. And if that brother didn't come through and do that, he didn't have no love for his brother. He didn't love his brother enough to make sure his lineage was secure. Love was the fulfilling of the law. Go ahead.
Verse 10. And his name shall be called in Israel, the house of him that hath his shoe loose.
So that was your insult back then. You didn't have no love. Y'all see that? Go ahead.
Verse 11. When men strive together, one with another, and the wife of the one draweth near for to deliver her husband out of the hand of him that smiteth him, and putteth forth her hand, and taketh him by the secret, then thou shalt cut off her hand, and thine eye shall not pity her.
So a man's seed was holy. His jewels, you didn't touch them. Even if you were saving your own man's life, you did not touch another man's jewels, women. You understand? You did not jump in a fight and kick another man in his balls. That was off limits. Y'all see that? That's how much the Most High, you gotta think about it. That's murdering trillions of kids in one shot. That's murder. You killing future generations of his. Why should the children suffer for the sins of the father? The father got in a fight. Why kill his kids? Now, with that law in mind, do I even have to ask about abortion? If a woman's going to get her hand cut off for grabbing a man by his jewels, by his stones, and putting those lives at risk, do I even got to ask about abortion? It's not even a question, right? That's a question that ain't even coming up in our society. Hey, do I have a right to life or my choice, my body, my choice? No. You don't kill children. Y'all see that? Unborn embryos, cells, amoebas, I don't give a damn. You don't kill children. That was Most High's law. Y'all see that? But we got to ask that question here. Why? No law. Read.
Verse 13. Thou shalt not have in thy bag divers weights, a great and a small. Thou shalt not have in thy house divers measures, a great and a small. But thou shalt have a perfect and just weight.
So you didn't cheat people. That's all that's saying. Go ahead.
A perfect and just measure shalt thou have, that thy days may be lengthened in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. For all that do such things, and all that do unrighteously, are an abomination unto the Lord thy God. Remember that Amalek did unto thee by the way, when ye were come forth out of Egypt, how he met thee by the way, and smote the hindmost of thee, even all that were feeble behind thee, when thou wast faint and weary, and he feared not God. Therefore it shall be.
So this Amalekite characteristic, who do we see that characteristic on? See who's paying attention. What characteristic am I talking about, first of all? What did we just read? What did they do?
Sneak up on us from behind.
And do what? Killed who though, specifically?
No, the elderly, the women, too.
Yeah, elderly, women, and children. They didn't go after the men. They didn't go after the manly men, the warriors, the foot soldiers. They went after the weak, the children, the women, the old. Y'all see that? Who's eating us up today? Who's eating up our women, our children, our elders? Esau, so-called white man. So they're not them. The Amalekites are the children of Esau. That's not them. The white man's not them. They still got the same characteristics. I've seen too many videos to say this is not a Edomite characteristic and the white man is not Esau. Too many videos. You got that brother who's standing on the corner of New York, and he's yelling at Esau, telling him all the wickedness they doing. But this brother like 300 pounds, and he's solid as hell. And he was ex-military. And all them cops was around him, but they just like, I'm gonna shut up. Yep. But what they do, they find the biggest, fattest dude that can hardly defend himself and choke his ass out on the same streets. They find the elderly, body slam her in a parking lot. Yeah. You know what I mean? Find the kid, roll up on him in a damn park and shoot him while he's holding a BB gun. Yeah, a toy BB gun at that. They killed a week in that. I mean, who else is it? If not, where and who is it? Yeah. If that ain't Esau, if that ain't an Edomite characteristic, if that ain't a white thing to do,
it really is. They never want to see you one-on-one into the face.
Yeah.
Always.
Well, they always try to find some way to take you down. That's not lawful. You know what I mean? Right. They don't fight us one-on-one now. What they do? Moderna, call in Moderna, call in Pfizer. Let's get them vaccinated.
Yeah, even like how they took out the Indians.
Yeah.
Right. They use smallpox. They use craft.
Liquor.
They can never do it.
Force them to drink. Drug them.
Destroy their lands.
Yeah.
Burn their crops.
And then wait for them to go hunting. Kill their women and children.
While they're gone. Yeah.
I mean, they sign in their own description. You know what I mean? Yep, that's us. We the ones that wait till you leave and then we kill your family.
Yep. Shoot from a distance.
And you got Israelites that'll sit there and argue with you. That's not the white man. Like, how many characteristics do they need, bro? Okay, the Bible doesn't say they are whites. You know, they will call themselves white people.
Right.
It doesn't say that specifically, but it gives you all the characteristics. Jesus, man. What more do you need? Or even a blind man, because, hey, you know what? I heard what you said. That's white people. I mean, damn it. They go to every continent and get called the devil on sight.
On sight, yup. That's true.
I mean, what do you need when everybody knows they're the devil? Like, we could all have different gods, but what's funny is we all got the same devil. You know what I mean?
God.
Buddha's over there in India, and Buddha's over there in China, and they got Thor over there in Norway and everything like that. But when the white man touched soil over there, that's the devil.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The Africans is worshiping in Butu and Gagagu and all that. But when they see the white man, that's the devil. In English sometimes. You know, they're like, damn, now you speak English? Yeah. They know. Yeah. But Israel want to be like, no, that ain't them.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Want to hold hand in hand with them.
Yeah, it's like they got all the characteristics, man. Look, Amalek was killing us from the hindmost, from the hind parts. They was coming up behind us and killing our young and our old and people that couldn't fight back. That's exactly what they did on the Trail of Tears, man.
Yeah.
They was going kicking off the old from the back of the line, stewing them up, riding them on horses up to the front, stewing them up miles ahead, and then when everybody else caught up, they was eating their own people.
Yeah.
They was getting fed their own people. Yeah, read about the Trail of Tears. It was messed up.
Yeah, it's rough.
They wasn't fighting us head to head. They wasn't fighting our warriors. Come on, yeah, he was like Crazy Horse, riding his horse in between the battle lines, letting bullets whiz past him 7 times. They wasn't fighting cats like that. Not head to head. You understand? Nah, they was breaking their spirit, breaking their heart. Them warriors would come back and the whole village was decimated. Wives raped, kids raped, beat open, left bloody all over the place. Parts all over the place. They was shooting them with them 22 millimeter, about that big, bullets from a howitzer and those the Gatling guns.
Yep.
Picking them apart. There would be pieces left of their family when they got home. You tell me that ain't gonna make a grown man cry? He come back and he gotta bury his daughter, his wife in pieces, his son, his progeny, his lineage. He gotta put them in the ground in pieces. That'll break a man's heart. And then they come in and conquer. Y'all see that? That's their signature. That's not us. We didn't have to do something. We fought everybody head to head.
Yep.
Y'all understand? We didn't fight that cowardly ass way. Kill a man's woman, kill his children behind his back. Yeah. That's gay. Yo. Where you at?
Verse 19. Therefore it shall be, when the Lord thy God hath given thee rest from all thine enemies round about, in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee for an inheritance to possess it, that thou shalt blot out the remembrance. Blot out the remembrance of Amalek from under heaven. Thou shalt not forget it.
See, that's why Saul messed up, and that's why we in the problem we in now, because he said he destroyed all of Amalek, and he didn't. He left people alive. He left them a nation. That's why they got our place right now, because he was supposed to destroy the Amalekites. These are the same people living on our land right now. They call themselves Israelis.
Mm-hmm.
What's next?
Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1.
Any questions? No crickets. All right. Isaiah 54. I want y'all to get it straight. That's why I try to back him off attacking the people that was asking online, because it makes people scared to ask questions. Ask questions. Because when we get to the kingdom and Yahushua is like, Why weren't you living like this? Well, I didn't know no better. Well, why didn't you ask? Why didn't you ask what that meant? Why didn't you ask what that means for your life? How you can fix your life with that? Why did you sin your whole life and not do what I wanted you to do? Well, I didn't know. Yeah, you knew. You had a brother right there that would help you out. You have brothers right there that will answer your questions. Go ahead.
Isaiah chapter 54, verse 1. Sing, O barren, thou that didst not bear, break forth into singing, and cry aloud. Thou that didst not travail with child, for more are the children of the desolate than the children of the married wife, saith the Lord. Enlarge the place of thy tent, and let them stretch forth the curtains of thine habitation. Spare not, lengthen thy cords, and strengthen thy stakes.
See, now, is Israel guiltless? Did we do things against the Most High that, like, were worse than whoredom? So, is there forgiveness with the Most High? Y'all seeing it, right? He's saying, listen, I'm taking y'all back. I'm calling you barren that did not bear. I'm treating you like a pure widow, even though we were whores. In Jeremiah, he's calling us whores all day. You got a whore's forehead, you a whore this, a whore that. And now here, we the barren widow. There's forgiveness with the Most High. So when you come laden with sins, you done slept with other people, you done did this or did that, you're new with the Most High. That's always been. That wasn't new with Christ. He always been like that. You understand? But with Yahushua, it kept him from being so angry that he killed all of us. It's of his mercies that we're not destroyed. Go ahead.
Verse 3. For thou shalt break forth on the right hand and on the left, and thy seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and make the desolate cities to be inhabited. Fear not, for thou shalt not be ashamed.
So that's where I got all that earlier, that we're going to be inhabiting the lands of the Gentiles. We're going to be there. If they don't do right, we're going to replace them. There's going to be Israelites there. It's going to be an Israelite world. You know what I mean? Oh, y'all didn't want to get it together? You didn't want Christ to reign over you? Cool. More land for us.
Ain't that right?
You know what I mean? I don't mind chilling in China for a little bit.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't mind chilling in Norway for a minute. Y'all get that, right? Like, damn, shoot. Okay, so y'all didn't want to get right in South America? Cool, I want to go hang out down there anyway. Carnival.
Yeah, see what it's like out there, huh?
You know what I mean? Yeah. That's cool. I'll go cliff diving in Greece. Y'all Greeks don't want to get it together. I'll go out there, swim in y'all nice blue water. I know what to do with y'all land if you don't.
That's right.
That's how it's going to be. He's telling you right there. Where are we at? Isaiah 54 what?
Verse 4.
Right. Go ahead.
Neither be thou confounded, for thou shalt not be put to shame.
So 54 verse 3 showed you we're going to inherit the land of the Gentiles. All right? For, what was your name? William. Yeah. Yeah, that was of course earlier, but yeah, we're going to inherit the land of the Gentiles. We're going to be everywhere. You know what I mean? Was that your question?
It came up earlier.
It came up, right?
Yeah, it came up earlier.
Yeah. Probably had to do with your question. Because I know we were talking about those Israelites over there ain't in the right land. Yeah.
No, that was online.
That was online, yeah. You was reading. That's what it was. So yeah, we're going to inherit those lands. So we're going to inherit the lands of the Gentiles. That's going to be ours. And that seed shall inherit the Gentiles. We're not only going to inherit their lands, we're going to inherit them. They're going to be the things we pass down for inheritance. Hey, you get my Ducati, and you get the Maserati over there, and you get Jim, and you get a Sally over there, right?
Right.
You can change their names if you want; they don't mind. We're gonna be doing it like they did us. Man. You know what I mean? That's how it's gonna be. Go ahead.
For thou shalt not be put to shame. For thou shalt forget the shame of thy youth, and shalt not remember the reproach of thy widowhood any more. For thy Maker is thine husband, the Lord of hosts is his name, and thy Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. The God of the whole earth shall he be called. For the Lord hath called thee as a woman forsaken, and grieved in spirit, and a wife of youth. When thou was refused, said thy God, for a small moment have I forsaken thee, but with great mercies will I gather thee. In a little wrath I hid my face from thee for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on thee, saith the Lord thy Redeemer. For this is as the waters of Noah unto me. For as I have sworn that the waters of Noah should no more go over the earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wroth with thee, nor rebuke thee. For the mountains shall depart, and the hills be removed, but my kindness shall not depart from thee, neither shall the covenant of my peace be removed.
See, all that covenant, all them promises, all them laws and everything, they were meant for peace. They were out of love. That's what he's showing you right here, the covenant of my peace, right? My compassion, my kindness shall not depart from you. All that was written into the law. He was showing you his kindness, how he thinks, him being kind to us, to animals, to everything. Our God is wrathful, yeah, but he's also kind. You understand? Is that it?
Saith the Lord that hath mercy on thee.
Alright. So now, next week? Okay. Matthew chapter 24, verse 29. Any questions on that section?
Matthew chapter 24, verse 29. Immediately after the tribulation of those days shall the sun be darkened, and the moon shall not give her light, and the stars shall fall from heaven, and the powers of the heavens shall be shaken. Verse 30. And then shall appear the sign of the Son of Man in heaven, and then shall all the tribes of the earth mourn, and they shall see the Son of Man coming in the clouds of heaven with power and great glory.
That's it? Okay.
Matthew chapter 24, verse 31. And he shall send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. Now learn a parable of the fig tree. When his branch is yet tender and putteth forth leaves, ye know that summer is nigh. So likewise ye, when ye shall see all these things, know that it is near, even at the door. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away.
See, why did we go from reading all that law to now the end times? Now we're talking about the end. Why? Because there's going to be a restoration of those things that we had. All that perfect law is going to be reestablished. And these are the signs that it's right around the corner. Y'all see that? So he put that vision in your head so you can see, man, I miss those laws. Man, I miss that land. I miss the ways our people were ordered to be. Why? So that you can see that when these signs come, it's coming back again. All right? So that hope don't diminish it. Go ahead.
Verse 36. But of that day and hour knoweth no man, no, not the angels of heaven, but my Father only.
I love that part. That's so Yahushua is not God. He's not the Most High. How does he not know what the Father knows?
Two separate people.
The Father ain't told him. They're two different people. Go ahead.
Verse 37. But as the days of Noah were, so shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. For as in the days that were before the flood, they were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage, until the day that Noah entered into the ark, and knew not until the flood came and took them all away.
So is it going to be Mad Max Beyond the Thunderdome? Just dust balls and with tumbleweeds blowing around and then we're going to be crawling around in the dirt.
Apocalypse
like
style.
Eli. Nah. You're going to be partying it up, man. People going to be at the club. People going to be thinking they getting away with it. Right? Nah, all that post-apocalyptic, Walking Dead type of stuff that you think is going to happen? Nah. All that race war stuff they try to make you think is going to happen? Oh, it's going to be a race war. It's going to be this desolate land after the race war, and a bomb's going to drop, and we're still going to be alive after. No, bro. The bomb is going to be the final nightmare. You understand? When he hits with that thermonuclear destruction, that's going to be the end. Ain't no post-apocalyptic nothing. He's going to use that bomb to cleanse this blood-soaked land and bring us back to our land. We're going to be in paradise, and this is going to be smoke and ash. You understand? So yeah, it ain't. And then before the end come, it ain't gonna be all that either. It ain't gonna be all the one man walking around. What was that? Not iRobot, the other one. I Am Legend.
Oh yeah.
One man walking around in a deserted city and all that. Nah. You're gonna be married, giving in marriage. You're gonna be partying it up, drinking, having fun, and then your house gonna be like, "What you doing?" Y'all see that? He gonna catch you like a bad boss. You know what I mean? He gonna catch you like the boss when you eating company time. He gonna do it just like that. Read.
Last precept, verse 39. So shall also the coming of the Son of Man be. Then shall two be in the field, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Two women shall be grinding at the mill, the one shall be taken, and the other left. Watch therefore, for ye know not what hour your Lord doth come.
So again, that mill, that represented your work. Two sisters gonna be at work, one taken, the other left, and you think that's the rapture, right? No, that's happening right now. When I was coming to the church, they used to make it like you was gonna be walking side by side with somebody, they just gonna disappear and their clothes is gonna be on the floor. Oh my God, they went up to heaven. Oh Jesus. Right? Nah, that's happening right now. You was working with somebody, you here, they're not. Right? You was working with somebody, you here, they're not. You had a family member that was like all about the scriptures and saying all that, and then when they came into the truth, they was like, I ain't doing that, and you here. That's the rapture, if you will. It's already been happening. That's not for the end times and you just disappear, one of y'all floating up in the clouds. That's happening right now. You understand? You don't gotta wait for it. So that means your hope is nearer than what you thought. Y'all get it? That good kingdom is right around the corner, man, because those things that they told you was going to be in this far-flung post-apocalyptic future are happening right now in front of your face. Y'all get it? Yeah, I remember the movies, man. The Rapture, the Pale Horse, Behold the Pale Horse, all the movies they used to give us in church, man. All them corny ass apocalypse movies, like The Stand kind of thing. They would knock those off and sell them to you in church, and it would just be, oh, where's Jim? His clothes are just here and he's gone. And that's what you thought the rapture was going to be. You know what I mean? It's like, nah, there ain't no rapture. There ain't no word in the Bible called the rapture. That's happening with you right now. None of y'all here with y'all family. That's you. You're the one. Go ahead.
We're about to go, now we gotta go to Judith chapter 8.
Okay.
Judith chapter 8 verse 1. Now at that time Judith heard thereof, which was the daughter of Merari, the son of Ox, the son of Joseph, the son of Ozel, the son of Isiah, the son of Ananias, the son of Gideon, the son of Rahim, the son of Actho, the son of Eliahu, the son of Eliab, the son of Nathaniel, the son of Samuel, the son of Sadah, the son of Israel, and Manasseh was her husband, of her tribe and kindred, who died in the barley harvest. For as he stood overseeing them that bound sheaves in the field, the heat came upon his head, and he fell on his bed, and died in the city of Bethula. And they buried him with his fathers in the field between Dothaim and Balamo. So Judith was a widow in her house 3 years and 4 months, and she made her a tent upon the top of her house, and put on sackcloth upon her loins, and wear her widow's apparel. And she fasted all the days of her widowhood, save the eves of the Sabbaths, and the Sabbaths, and the eves of the new moons, and the new moons, and the feasts and solemn days of the house of Israel.
See, that's a wife, man. Wouldn't you want that kind of loyalty in a woman? Where her father had raised her up to be this type of woman, that when you died, she was mourning you. Y'all see that? Instead of when you got a cough, she replaced you. Right? When you told her an unkind word, she was ready to leave.
Right.
I got options, nigga. I don't gotta be with you. Whoa, damn. I just wanted you to leave the toilet seat up when I go in the bathroom. Yeah. I'm trying to lay down some kind of law. Just a little one, you know what I mean? Can you cut the crust off my sandwiches? Nah, nigga! I don't gotta take this. Wow. Damn. Nah, wouldn't you want a wife that, hey, well, I'm dead and she's still mourning me. She still wish I was around. That's the kingdom to be. Y'all see that? Not that she had to do this. This isn't required by law. This is love. Y'all get that? That's the love of a woman for her husband. For a man that got to take a year off and cheer her up. For a man that got to get to know her before he hit it. That's love. Read on.
Verse 7. She was also of a goodly countenance, and very beautiful to behold. And her husband, Manasseh, had left her gold and silver, and manservants, and maidservants, and cattle, and lands.
And likewise, as a man, this is what you should be able to leave behind for your kids, for your wife. Y'all see that? Not saying you got to go out and get a job, and work for Esau and do all that, but you want to be a good manager of your household funds. You want to be a good manager of the resources the Most High gives you. Because you should be able to leave something. When you die, there should be something for your kids. You understand? So as a man, that's what we want to strive for, and as a woman, that's what you should strive for. Is being a good woman to a man like this. Go ahead.
And she remained upon them. And there was none that gave her an ill word, for she feared Yahweh greatly. Now when she heard the evil words of the people against the governor, that they fainted for lack of water. For Judith had heard all the words that Ozias had spoken unto them, and that he had sworn to deliver the city unto the Assyrians after 5 days. Then she sent her waiting women that had the government of all things that she had, to call Zias and Chebris and Chermis, the ancients of the city. And they came unto her, and she said unto them, Hear me now, O ye governors of the inhabitants of Bethulah, for your words that ye have spoken before the people this day are not right, touching this oath which ye made and pronounced between God and you, and have promised to deliver the city to our enemies, unless within these days the Lord turn to help you. And now, who are ye that have tempted God this day, and stand instead of God among the children of men? Verse 13.
Oh, okay. And now try the Most High Almighty, but you shall never know anything. For you cannot find the depth of the heart of man, neither can you perceive the things that he thinketh. Then how can you search but the Most High that hath made all these things, and know his mind, or comprehend his purpose? Nay, my brethren, provoke not the Most High our power to anger. For if he will not help us within these 5 days, he hath power to defend us when he will, even every day, or to destroy us before our enemies. So she tells them, don't tempt the Most High. Don't try to give him a time limit. He got to come through when you say. That's a lot of our problem. We're guilty of that. We want to give up, not seeing that hope right around the corner, because we like, oh, the Most High is supposed to do it when I say it. I want Christ to deliver us and put us in the kingdom when I think, when I want to. I'm tired of this, so it's time. No, you got to wait on the Most High's time. Y'all get that?
Con.
All right. Where we at?
Verse 16.
16. Do not bind us for salvation of him, and call upon him to help us, and he will hear our voice if it please him. For there arose none in our age, neither is there any now in these days, neither tribe, nor family, nor people, nor city among us, which worship gods made with hands, as hath been aforetime. For the which cause our fathers were given to the sword, and for a spoil, and had a great fall before our enemies. But we know none other God, therefore we trust that he will not despise us, nor any of our nation. For if we be taken so, all Judea shall lie waste, and our sanctuary shall be spoiled, and he will require the profanation thereof at our mouth, and the slaughter of our brethren, and the captivity of the country, and the desolation of our inheritance, will he turn upon our heads among the Gentiles, wheresoever we shall be in bondage. And we shall be an offense and a reproach to all them that possess us. For our servitude shall not be directed to our to favor, but the Lord our power shall turn it to dishonor. Now therefore, O brethren, let us show an example to our brethren, because their hearts depend upon us, and the sanctuary, and the house, and the altar rest upon us. See, when you want to get faithless, you got to remember the rest of your nation, the rest of your family, the rest of your people, the people that depend on you. Oh, I'm tired of this, I want to kill myself. But what about your family that depends on you? What about your husband that depends on you? What about your wife that depends on you? Your children that depend on you? The brothers, the sisters that depend on you? What about them watching your example and saying, oh, she killed herself, so I'm going to go kill myself. She gave up, I'm going to give up. He gave up, I'm going to give up. Are we being mindful of that? All right. Where we at?
Verse 25.
Verse 25. Moreover, let us give thanks to the Most High our power, which trieth us, even as he did our fathers. Remember what things he did to Abraham, and how he tried Isaac, and what happened to Jacob in Mesopotamia of Syria, when he kept the sheep of Laban, his mother's brother. For he hath not tried us in the fire, as he did them, for the examination of their hearts. Neither has he taken vengeance on us, but the Most High does scourge them that came near unto him, to admonish them. He scourges them that come near to him, to admonish them. Then said Ozias to her, all that thou hast thou spoken with a good heart, and there is none that may gainsay thy words. For this is not the first day wherein thy wisdom is manifested, but from the beginning of thy days all the people have known thy understanding, because the disposition of thine heart is good. But the people were very thirsty, and compelled us to do unto them as we have spoken, and to bring an oath upon ourselves, which we will not break. Therefore now pray thou for us, because thou art a goodly woman, and the Most High will send us rain to fill our cisterns, and we shall faint no more. Then said Judith unto them, hear me, and I will do a thing which shall go throughout all generations to the children of our nation. You shall stand this night in the gate, and I will go forth with my waiting woman, and within the days that you have promised to deliver the city to our enemies, the Most High will visit Israel by my hand. But inquire not you of mine act, for I will not declare it unto you, till the things be finished that I do. Then said Ozias and the princes unto her, go in peace, and the Most High thy power be before thee, to take vengeance on our enemies. So they returned from the tent and went to their wars. All right. Any questions? Did deliverance come by a woman? Come. Do we put down women and treat them like garbage and we're chauvinistic, heathen animals? No. That's not ISBHPK. That's not nobody that follows the scriptures, because we know what value women have and have. All right? God? All right. So no questions. There's nothing online. We're going to conclude class. We're going to go ahead and finish up the Sabbath ceremony quickly and be dismissed, because it is 5 o'clock. Ajam Mufanya Hakudam. Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushua, Shema, Aita, Yamyam, Aita, Shalach, Alahayim, Shema'ah, Barak, Rapah, Samach, Chazak, Ha'ayim, Shal, Yasharallah. Shalach, much wisdom, much knowledge, much understanding, much patience, much faith, much brotherhood, and much love, spiritual power, forgive all our sins, Yahushua, come quickly, for in you is our hope, Damyad, Amen. Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushua,
Let's bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us His law.
Barak Yahweh, Hashem Yahushua, Awar, Lara.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light to see.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Shem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Badalanawa.
Badalanawa. Ha'ayom.
Ha'ayom.
Ha'ra.
Ha'ra.
Ha'korah. Ha'ain.
Ha'ain.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives us the ram's horns to call the people.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Shem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Hawa'ah.
Badalanawa.
Shaman.
Shaman.
Zayat. Lamashach. Yasharallah.
Yasharallah.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai, that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Okay, so if y'all want to get anointed, you can come up and get anointed after. Thy name?
And sing praise to thy name.
Oh Yahweh.
Oh Yahweh.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
Show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
And thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
Upon the harp with a solemn sound.
For thou, Yahweh.
For thou, Yahweh.
Hast made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy works.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
I will triumph in the works of thy hand.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither do a fool understand this.
Neither a fool understand this.
When the wicked spring up as the grass.
When the wicked spring as the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou, O Yahweh.
But thou, O Yahweh.
Most high forevermore.
Are most high forevermore.
For lo thine enemies, O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies, O Yahweh.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
For lo thine enemies shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity.
All the workers of iniquity
shall be scattered.
Shall be scattered.
But my horn.
But my horn.
Shalt thou exalt.
Shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Shall be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
My eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On mine enemies.
On my enemies.
And my ears.
And my ears.
Shall hear my desire.
Shall hear my desire.
Of the wicked that rise up against me.
On the wicked that rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like the cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourish.
They shall be fat and flourish.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
To show that Yahweh is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
No unrighteousness in him.
No unrighteousness in him.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Alright, Psalms chapter 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Ama'awah.
Ama'awah.
Ladawah.
Ladawah.
Hana.
Hana.
Matawah.
Matawah.
Mama.
Mama.
Ma'ayam.
Ma'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Achim.
Achim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yacha.
Yacha.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Hatawah.
Hatawah.
Ha'al.
Ha'al.
Hara'ash.
Harash.
Yarad.
Yarad.
Al.
Al.
Zakwan.
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 Aharon.
Aharon.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Alpaya.
Alpaya.
Madawathyawa.
Madawathia.
Katal.
Katal.
Karamwan.
Karamwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Al-Haraya.
Al-Haraya.
Hararia.
Hararia.
Tazawan.
Tazawan.
Kaya.
Kaya.
Sham.
Sham.
Tazawa.
Tazawa.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Af.
Af.
Habaraka.
Habaraka.
Kayayam.
Kayayam.
I. Awalam.
Awalam. This is Psalm chapter 133. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there Yahweh commanded a blessing, even life forevermore. Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Ba'ashem Yahushai.
Tawada. Tamyat.
Tamyat.
Aman.
Aman. Circle up. Sisters, please be seated. Again, if any of y'all want to be anointed, y'all come on up. Brothers first, then sisters, then children. All right. Yeah.
Akim Amayim. Barak. Yahweh Shem Yahushai Brakadam. Kumashra.
Let it be tied. Turn to face the sisters. Sisters, please rise.
Time to Shabbat. Call it.
Salute not the daughters of Zion, men of Israel, Amakim, Barak, Yahweh Shema, thank you, Yahweh Shem Shai.
Top. Dismissed. All up.
Six chill, for real. Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. This chapter will never leave Judah. I'm Judah. Christ sprang out of Judah. King David was Judah.